Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we're talking about Euphoria Season 2. Now when Euphoria Season 2 first came out, people were acting like it took their family hostage or something, right? People hated this thing. And unlike other shows, there hasn't really been much of a sort of turnaround on this common consensus. No one has come back and been like, actually, that was pretty good. But as a day one defender of Euphoria Season 2, I am here as we are heading into Euphoria Season 3 to give this season the proper deep dive and analysis it deserves. So we're going to be meeting the show at its level, breaking down all the characters, breaking down all the plot points. We will get into critical analysis as well, but this video is going to have a few different functions. If you have seen the show, hopefully this adds as nice supplemental material, some additional analysis. If you are in need of a refresher recap, I'll also be doing that. But I really want this to serve as a nice breakdown of all 8 episodes, get in depth with the characters, as well as a refresher heading into Season 3. Now, yes, Season 2 does have some problems, and maybe more problems than Season 1, but at the same time, I think its high points are absolutely fantastic. All my favorite scenes of Euphoria lie somewhere in Season 2. And yes, I actually found that on rewatch, I did start to get the problems of the ending. I was like, oh, actually, as much as I've been enjoying the first 7 episodes on rewatch, that ending is a little wonky. And we'll get into that throughout this video. But at the same time, even though we miss out on some Jules and some Cat characterization this season, I think Nate and Cal are absolutely wonderful this season. This almost plays out like this Oedipus Shakespearean, really dark, messed up story between a father and a son, as well as Rue. I think Rue is phenomenal this season, and her drug addiction and her family, I think, is all really well done, leading to that incredible episode 5, which basically feels like Safdie brothers took over for an episode and directed an episode all about Rue. So yes, we're going to give Euphoria Season 2 its day in court. We're going to get into all the nitty-gritty details. Now, unfortunately, I did need to add a shaky filter over the footage. I tried to add way more footage than I did in the Season 1 video, and as a result, I got over 400 copyright notifications when I first uploaded this video. So for some reason, putting the filter over it completely fixed it. So unfortunately, yes, I am taking away from the beautiful aesthetic of this show when I'm talking over the clips, but I think when I am using clips with the audio, that should still be intact. I hope you enjoy this. I'm going to give every single character their day in court. So please bear with me, because maybe if you disagree at some point, by the end, you'll kind of get what I'm saying. But yeah, I really hope you enjoy this. Whether you've seen the show, whether you haven't seen the show, whether you're in need of a refresher, whether you want an analysis, I think this video should fulfill all of that stuff. It's also been interesting since Euphoria Season 2 has come out. Zendaya has gone on to do some really fantastic work in Dune, Challenges, and most recently The Drama. Jacob Elordi's got an Oscar nomination, Coleman Domingo too, and Sydney Sweeney was in that incredible My Jeans Are Blue ad. It's really interesting going back to Euphoria Season 2. It almost feels like a time capsule. I found both seasons almost feel like that. And really interested to see how Euphoria Season 3 feels and how it ages. And I will be covering every single episode of Euphoria Season 3 as it comes out, as well as an end video. So please be sure to subscribe to this channel if you're interested in that. Thank you so much for being here, and enjoy my Euphoria Season 2 breakdown. All right, so I just watched Euphoria Season 2 Episode 1. I just want to say I think this first episode is pretty much flawless. I think it's excellent. It's an exciting return. Even all these years later, right? It still feels like there's been a gap in between. It feels like there's anticipation. It feels like that anticipation is weaved into the script with that incredible New Year's Eve party set piece and the way every single character is kind of around. The biggest compliment I can give this first episode of Season 2 is the fact that it really does feel like a party. The way characters are interweaving and looking at one another, particularly when we're following Nate, who I think is greatly beefed up this season. And we have the return of those incredible opening sections in this show. So Season 2 Episode 1 opens with Fezco's backstory. Rest in peace, Angus Cloud, by the way. He gives an incredible performance this season. It's really sad watching these scenes in retrospect. It would be sad either way, but it is a pretty haunting reminder. We meet Fezco's grandma, who's played by a woman from Sopranos, and we know that good old gratuitous Euphoria is back because the opening scene is her kneecapping a dude, like shooting a guy's kneecaps out, and then his like erections hanging around, wangling around. I do love the idea of all these teenagers that kind of romanticize Season 1, just waiting for like fun little relationship drama, turning this on and being like, holy shit. And I will say I've heard a lot of pushback about Season 3 looking like a bit of a crime show, and I will say I feel like that's always been part of the show. Rue's world is closely linked to a life of crime. That is how you get drugs. So I feel like it's actually not that much of a leap, especially where Season 2 goes. But this opening scene, yes, it's not automatically the vibe we go to when we think of Euphoria, but at the same time, it's always been part of this show. And I think if you're just watching it and embracing it as almost like a Safdie brothers sort of joint, this like really intense crime drama, this opening section is actually pretty exhilarating. Now, the reason Fez is raised by his grandma, it seems like his mum is out of the picture. I got the impression that Fez's grandma is his mother's mother, and she does look on the mother fondly despite not being in the picture. However, she is furious at the father who has abused Fez. So they believe the father is the one that was kneecapped by her. Fez's grandma describes his mother having a good heart, despite his father taking advantage of it. And I think the good heart thing is what we're meant to focus on here. Fez has a really good heart. We see some parallels in this opening section where he puts the blanket over Ashtray the way he did Rue. It shows that Fez has a really solid idea of found family and the importance of found family. We find out that Fezgo appreciated not being treated like a kid, and he actually did really well in school, particularly in maths. Now, it's obviously implied that the reason he's so good at maths is because he's doing, drug calculations all day, but regardless, it does kind of inform us that this is a man that had potential to be incredibly intelligent, incredibly bright before something went wrong, which we'll get to in a moment. I also like the introduction of Ashtray on rewatch, right? With 2020 hindsight, it seems like they're not just setting up Fez, they are also setting up Ashtray and important character motives around Ashtray and important ideas around Ashtray and his demeanor. Find out Ashtray was essentially just left there. Fez got home and went, okay, I guess I have a brother. We also have a moment where Fez is at a drug deal and someone says, why did you bring your kid to a drug deal? And she says, that's not a kid, that's my partner, which is something Fez says about Ash later in the episode. We then find out from the grandma that the reason they have Ashtray is because she was given up as collateral and they had up until 10 p.m. to claim the baby, and I guess they never came back. We then have this monologue when the grandma justifies drug dealing, given the fact that the CEO of McDonald's is never in trouble for the harm he causes, which again is something Fez quotes later. It's really sweet and really well written the way we see Fez kind of mirror his grandma throughout this episode.
Next thing you know, they're chopping off his fucking feet, right? Why call the fucking cops and say, oh, you gotta fucking arrest Ronald fucking McDonald?
And what I really like about the character portrayal of the grandma, obviously she's a criminal, she's a G, she's a gangster, but at the same time there is a really sweet, caring nature to her, which is essentially what Fez is as well, all right? He's someone who lives in a world of crime and violence, but he has a really good heart about him. And I think that juxtaposition, that dichotomy, if you will, is what makes Fez such an interesting character. And it's something that Lexi brings up later in the episode. We then have this scene where the grandma starts bashing up this guy. I'm a bit fuzzy as to why she was doing this, but regardless, Fez feels this compulsion to step in. He gets hit by the crowbar as a result.
He didn't really remember anything for at least 2 months. Just an occasional image and an overwhelming fear about who was going to take care of Ashtray.
He would wake up occasionally and think of Ashtray. And not to put this crudely, but it explains why Fez is a little slow, why he speaks the way he speaks, and also it kind of makes Nate's taunting of him in the previous episode, I think it was in the finale, quite cruel, where he says you're half an R word. It now lands as a little meaner and a little crueler, given the fact that now he does actually have a brain injury that impairs that sort of stuff. Fez acknowledges that yes, the grandma never apologized, but at the same time he could tell she felt bad. Then Fez finds his grandma on the floor, and because there's drugs in the house, he rushes her down to the hospital himself, and the doctor rubs salt in the wound and says every second counts. She's probably worse off because you didn't call us straight away.
The doctor even said it.
Is she going to be okay?
Every second counts.
And I don't know, the look in Fez's face here has always jumped out as a really good child performance. He looks exactly like older Fez, but I've always found it really tragic, this little moment. I do love this more from the younger Fez to the older Fez, where it says next second he had a business to run and a little brother to take care of.
It got harder and more complicated.
I also love the line from Rue's narration where she says he wondered how someone like his grandma would handle Nate. He didn't have his grandma, but he did have Ash, all right? The importance of Ash is set up here. And I will say they also set up this vibe of almost Ashtray being a bit of a pit bull, being sort of this trained companion that is prone to lash out with extreme bouts of violence, which I think is important given where this season goes. We then have Ashtray bashing these gangsters with a hammer, leading to the death of Mouse. I was seen here in this moment being credit to Sam Levinson for getting away with this, right? He's made a show that seemingly had a huge teenage fan base, and yes, he emphasized the fact that it's a teenage show made for adults, right? It's a show about teenagers for adults, but I was seeing there being he basically got millions of dollars to half make a crime show when he wants, and I don't know, I really like this section, all right? I thought it was really compelling. It reminded me of some of my favorite filmmakers.
So fuck your bitch.
And they click you, Clay.
All right, the Tupac song plays. We are into Euphoria Season 2 in the present timeline. Fez and Ash are off to a drug deal. Rue is rapping along along to the song. They're already a bit bothered by her like overly joyful demeanor. Now, I will say, why are they bringing her to this drug deal? I have no clue, especially given the fact that she was consistently weighing them down in season 1 with their drug escapades. And yeah, Rue meets Faye, and I will say at this point it does feel like a full-on crime show, right? The season 3 allegations are valid, but at the same time I think it's baked into the show. It's been baked into the show since season 1. Here it is. Rue also says to Faye, you know, oh, my girlfriend left me at the train station, which is a misrepresentation on a bunch of different levels. Now, if you watch the special episodes, and if you haven't watched the special episodes, at least watch my video on the special episodes. It'll be in the playlist. But regardless, it is clarified that Rue kind of thought that Jules and her were official, whereas Jules clearly didn't think that fully, and there was some miscommunication. Rue kind of was just working on assumptions that were never clarified, and Ali calls her out for this. So this is a misrepresentation for a couple of different reasons. One, they weren't officially girlfriend and girlfriend, and two, more importantly, like, yes, Jules technically left her at the train station, but Jules was asking her to get on the train with her. So if anything, Rue kind of left her. Now, I will say, I don't expect Rue to get on the train with her, but it is a misrepresentation. I do think it speaks to Rue's state of mind, Rue's naive attitude towards life and relationships, etc. We meet Laurie, and I'm just going to say, I think Laurie is like a great addition to the cast. She's off-putting and weird, and she's going to be back in season 3, so everyone complaining that this plotline didn't go anywhere can zip it, because it looks like it is going to come back. I love the moment where this henchman is like, everyone get naked, except Ash. No one wants to see that. Now, I will say, if you are reading it a certain way, it almost feels like Sam Levinson is being a bit playful here with the fact that like the script is almost demanding these people to be naked. People obviously don't like Sam Levinson because of the excessive nudity, and it almost feels like he's poking fun at this point.
Oh, y'all, let's get naked right fucking now. Come on, man, let's go.
Now, Rue doesn't want to get naked, which I think is an interesting character moment. It's funny because everyone was giving Sam Levinson a bunch of shit about the nudity, and then there were people that were like, oh, well, if we're going to get all this nudity in the show and all these penises, like this was mostly men, if we're going to get all these penises, how come we didn't get to see Zendaya naked? And what I find interesting about this scene is there is actually a chance that the reason Sam Levinson, who is prone to writing nudity wherever he can, didn't do it in this moment is because Zendaya has in her contract that she won't get naked. But I think what I find funny here is, even if this is the reason Sam Levinson had to write around her getting nude in this moment, because you'd think a gangster would be like, you too, what I find funny is it actually adds to Rue's character. It brings her down back to earth. She does feel like a high schooler. It informs us about her character, the fact that, like, yes, she's a drug addict, but she's not particularly built for this life of crime, for this world. You know, the fact that she's not willing to strip down compared to everyone else, I think actually beefs up her character, and the fact that at the end of the day, she is actually a high schooler and she does feel out of her depth. So even if the only reason she didn't get nude is because Zendaya in real life is like, no, I don't want to do that, I mean, it kind of adds to the text in a weird way. And I will say, I really like this compassionate look that Fez gives to Rue in this moment. I think Angus Cloud had such a great physicality in his role, and later on in the episode where he does something violent, there's this great sense of like really imposing, like, primal rage that I really appreciate. And I think the fact that he can be so soft in this moment speaks volumes. Fez then asks to talk to Laurie directly about what happened to Mouse. He implies that Mouse was taken out of this world by either him or Ashtray. Laurie then says, what type of guy brings a kid to a drug deal? And he says, that's not my kid. That's not a kid, that's my business partner. And again, I really do think they build up the character of Laurie really well. She is kind of insanely not imposing, and that's almost what makes her imposing. You're like, okay, you know, if she has all these violent people around her willing to do her dirty work, like, she must be capable of some really vile things. Now, we cut away, they get out of this clean. Now, Rue is all hyped because she's like, wow, Laurie, how many female drug dealers do you see? And they're like, shut the fuck up, Rue, like, that wasn't fun at all. Now, we cut to the meat of the episode, this incredible New Year's party scene. I love the establishing shot. The tracking shots are wonderful. It looks like a real house, people on a roof, like, just so well done. And I love seeing practical sets and practical imagery. It looks amazing. And I will say, I really do prefer the look of this season. I think them shooting on endochrome added to the texture of the show. I know a lot of well, not even contrarians, I know a lot of TikTok haters were like, oh my God, Sam Levinson made a big deal about shooting on endochrome, but it's not that big of a deal, but like, it looks good. All right. It looks really, really beautiful. So Rue comes to the party. She's hiding behind a bench from Jules. Jules is boogieing away. We catch up with Cassie, who's at a rest stop at a service station because her and Lexi had a fight. She's getting like snacks. Nate pulls up in his massive truck. I love that the lights are almost blinding Cassie in the moment. I think it speaks, like, not to overanalyze here, but I think it does visually show how imposing his presence is and how caught up she's about to be in his world. You know, when he arrives, it feels like a superhero showing up, like or maybe a supervillain, right? It feels like a supervillain or this menace showing up into the picture. Now, I will say, maybe it's just a habit of this show that in the first episode of each season, Nate feels insanely out of character. I think less so in this one because we know he's going off a breakup with Maddie, and also maybe he's on a high after ratting out Fez to the cops. But I will say, given his whole like only greens in season 1, you know, how he typically doesn't drink or do drugs and watches what he puts in his body, I was surprised by the fact that not only is he getting drinks, but he's also drinking while driving. Again, if we remember what I was saying in season 1 about Nate, I feel like the consistent characterization we got from him, like the overall characterization we got from him, was he's precise and clean and calculated and really thinks things through. And this feels a lot more loose compared to what we're usually used to from Nate. Now, I will say there are some reasons it might be this way. I'm not necessarily highlighting it as a flaw of this show, but it definitely piques my interest on rewatch. Nate and Cassie then have this extended conversation about the fact that they've both broken up with their partners. You know, Cassie says that they were kind of in different places. Nate says, oh, Maddie and I were the same. He then says to Cassie, which I found really interesting, oh, you're a relationship kind of girl, which is really interesting because the way he talked about Cassie in season 1 was the total opposite. He perceived her as a slut, as a whore. He shamed her for this, right? Like very incessantly. So it's interesting that here he's almost trying to gas her up and compliment her in an interesting way. Now, do we think there's a deeper motivation here to Nate hooking up with Cassie, or is this just a man riding on impulse? Because later in the episode, he really doesn't want them to be caught by Maddie. So maybe it isn't a move to kind of manipulate Maddie and make her jealous. I don't know what Nate's end goal here. There is a chance he is just kind of looking at Cassie and he's like, damn, she's kind of hot. I want to hook up with her. But at the same time, is there a deeper motivation here? Later on in the episode, he does say that he's working on getting back with Maddie, and it does land as a moment of maybe he's just lying, but also, is there some truth to that? I find this moment interesting. I find this pairing interesting. Yes, it wasn't particularly set up in season 1, but at the same time, like, how many times have you been at high school and you find out this ex of a person and this ex of a person hooked up and you're like, sorry, what? So in saying that, it does feel very high school. I don't think it's a complete betrayal of either of these characters. I do think it's interesting though. They start speeding down the highway in his truck at an insane mileage per hour. And again, I do feel like this feels not necessarily out of character, but very incongruent with the vibe of Nate we had in season 1. It feels like we're getting a different, looser version of Nate for a moment. And I do think by the end of the episode, he does get some sense knocked back into him, which I find interesting. I almost wonder if Nate at this party tried to be a little looser, tried to act like normal teenagers instead of this sociopath he was in season 1. And then it clearly lowered his inhibitions. You know, he lost this fight at the end, and maybe that's why for the rest of the season he's back into cold, calculated mode with a bit more introspection. At the same time, I think Nate drinking and speeding also suggests that maybe he feels like he's at the top of life, he's invincible, God's on his side, almost like he knows this won't go wrong. And you can see Cassie is simultaneously scared and also titillated by his vibe. I think if McKay was trying to be emotionally mature at times and trying to be safe at times, Nate represents the opposite. He's almost this embodiment of the toxic type of dude that Cassie should avoid, right? I think, like, not to be reductive, but a core part of Cassie's characterization are daddy issues and are the fact that, you know, she is shamed for her beauty and her sexuality. Men are cruel to her. And I think she's almost looking at Nate being like, well, at least I know he's dangerous. It's not going to be a surprise. I will say there's some really effective sound design in this section with the cars whooshing by. I think for both of them, Nate is fueling the worst part of her toxicity, her kind of emotional pitfalls. And I think similarly, Cassie is doing the same. Cassie represents to Nate this sort of like looser feeling, giving into like lust and desire and acting on impulse. I think Nate finds the idea that she is very like sexually open and has been with a lot of people, almost this interesting challenge to him, whereas Maddie, where it wanted to be this singular possession. You know, I want to have imprinted on you. You're going to stay with me. You need to be virginal. I think Cassie almost feels like this interesting, different texture to him. Now, Cassie and Nate are hooking up in the bathroom. Maddie starts banging out the door and we get Cassie's incredible horror movie acting. I know that people don't like Sydney Sweeney in real life, but I do think she gives an excellent performance in season 2. And like, I don't know, her facial acting in this, it's almost too good. It's to the point where you're like, bitch, get yourself together, fucking chill out. Like, it's really well done. It feels palpable and tense. And I'm genuinely wondering, like, how did they get the actress to this point? Like, she is hysterical.
Open the door.
You're my best friend.
I will say though, Nate hooking up with her at a party rather than taking her home or going somewhere else when he doesn't want to be caught by Maddie does feel very loose for Nate. And I'm willing to chalk this up to the fact that he feels like top of the world until it gets knocked out of him later in the episode. I do love this exchange though when Maddie's begging to be let in and Nate like scolds Cassie in this moment for being like, why the fuck are you crying? Like, why are you crying? You haven't even been caught yet. There's no fucking reason to cry. You haven't been caught yet. I think it really speaks to Nate's kind of demeanor and the way he looks at life in general. Like, you are not in trouble even if you've done something bad or whatever, unless you get caught, unless someone can prove it. I think it's a little line, but the fact that he thinks it's absurd that Cassie is upset in this situation when anyone else would be like, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. It shows Nate is always this guy that will find a way to weasel out of his situations. It's not over until it's fully over, you know? Like, he's baffled by the fact that she's even remotely scared in this moment. Like, what the fuck are you crying for? And I will say, I love Cassie saying she's my best friend. Like, it's hilarious, all right? It's like, lady, get yourself together. Either do something shitty and sleep with this guy that used to fuck over your best friend and be awful, or shut the fuck up. You get what I mean? You know, either do it and own that it's naughty and own that it's not the best thing, or even rationalize it to yourself and be like, oh, okay, well, they were awful for each other. They're over, whatever, right? That's one thing. But to sit there and be like, oh my God, she's my best friend. Like, babe, come on. We then have this meet cute between Lexi and Fez, really sweet. Nate then says, I need you to trust me, and dumps her behind a shower curtain in the bath. I really love this exchange between this guy in the hallway while they're waiting for the bathroom and Maddie. Maddie then says to him, do I know you? And he then says, yeah, you're the girl I just met in the hallway on New Year's outside the bathroom. And she finds this incredibly cringe. And I will say, Nate would never do that, all right? Nate is shitty, but he's not cringe. And I think Maddie in this moment is like, ugh. Nate finally lets Maddie into pee while Cassie is behind the shower curtain. And then we have this moment, or this montage, sorry, where Nate is looking around the room. He eyeballs with Fez and he eyeballs with Jules. It kind of brings us up back to speed with all these different threads he had going on with people that aren't fully closed. Jules, after looking at Nate, is like reminded of all the trauma from this previous year, and she says, my goal is to black out by the new year, right? Like, I'm just going to forget everything. Now, Rue busts into a random door and, oh, it's Elliot, everyone's favorite character, Elliot. Now, I will say, rewatching this episode so far up until this point, I was like, damn, everything's still working for me. You know, I think in between watching season 2, I kind of reconsidered, because I really loved season 2 initially, right? And I know everyone else hated it, but I was really prepared to come back to this and be like, there's some writing snags here or there. But so far, I was like, this is really working for me. In fact, I kind of prefer this energy and this vibe over season 1 so far. But I will say, I do have PTSD from Elliot a bit. I don't think he's a character that fully works from memory. Maybe as I watch these episodes, I'll be like, actually, he's really cool. I will say, I think Dominic Fike actually gives a really good, really convincing performance. Like, he comes off really well, and he's good in this episode so far, but there are some scenes later on in the season that I'm a bit nervous to get back to. I will say with Elliot's character, what I really like is that he feels like kind of a very intentional male equivalent to Rue. They kind of look the same, they kind of built the same, they talk the same. He just feels like a more far gone version at times than Rue, but also sometimes someone who can control it. I think in the special episodes, right, Ali talked about this idea that some people can go on drugs and then come off drugs and be fine. Some people have their wires crossed, and people don't understand this about addicts too much, but they almost can't help it, right? And I think this is what's shown here, right? Rue is someone who can't control it. It's not good for her. She'll never get off it. Like, it's a really big trouble for her, whereas Elliot is someone who can kind of dip in and dip out of it. I think it exemplifies what Ali was talking about, and I'm very glad I rewatched the special episodes. And if you haven't seen them, please watch my video talking about it, or watch the special episodes, all right? I think they really beef up the characterization of Rue, and more importantly, Jules, who gets less time in season 2. Maddie then pees. She's out of toilet paper. She wipes it on a towel and then throws the towel onto Cassie's head without realizing. I will say, Rue's performance in this season as a drug addict, dare I say, is a lot better, all right? It was never bad in season 1, but I think here, I think here her facial expressions, her body language, they're all top tier. They're wonderful. And as she's kind of potentially ODing, it's really a convincing performance. It's not glamorous. And that's the big thing. People make the argument that Euphoria glamorizes its content. I think these people are cooked. Like, honestly, being a drug addict looks fucking awful, all right? I will say I also love this comparison shot where we see Jules partying with Kat and she seems full of life and happy. And then we cut back to Rue suffering with drugs with Elliot. It's a really nice intentional parallel framing. It shows the loss of youth and the loss of innocence Rue is having. Fez tells Lexi he believes in God, and then Lexi kind of sits there, ponders for a bit and goes, hey, I want to ask you a personal question. How do you justify the life you live and, you know, the drugs you deal and everything while being a man of God? Fez then gives the rationalization around McDonald's. Lexi pushes back and says, well, if I was God, I wouldn't let the CEO of McDonald's into heaven either. And Fez actually takes some pause and starts to think about it. Now, McKay shows up for seemingly the last time. All right, he might come back in season 3. I can't really picture it though. I think it's kind of a shame, but at the same time, if it makes sense narratively, it makes sense narratively. I think at the end of the day, a lot of McKay's characterization was being the love interest to Cassie. If he's no longer the love interest, I guess he's leaving. It does make him feel slightly disposable, but I'm glad he was here in episode 1. I'm kind of half about McKay. It depends how the entirety of the show wraps up, but at least it feels somewhat earned that he leaves the show. What I mean to say here is because he's no longer with Cassie, he's no longer revolving around this group of friends in high school. He is older than them. In saying that though, they did actually make me care about McKay as a character. So I do miss him. Like, I would like to see him or find out what happened with him. But I guess it almost makes sense because he's not weaving in and out of these characters. But yeah, kind of half on this whole thing. Now, McKay says he hasn't seen Cassie since their last falling out. So from what I understand, unless I'm forgetting something, and I will check and edit it here, I think the last time they properly connected or spoke was when they had that really rough, impassionate sex. He kind of splooged on her back, and then they haven't talked since then, from my understanding. Or they've kind of been broke up since then. She obviously then had an abortion. He's seemingly been MIA in regards to that. Now, Maddie and this guy leave to go boogie. Maddie doesn't care that apparently some girl is passed out in the shower when the guy points it out. Nate sees Maddie and this new guy dancing together. McKay comes up, and I think to keep up appearances, but maybe not. McKay asks, like, what's going on with Cassie? And Nate sort of says this thing of, I'm doing everything I can to get her back. And I think this moment's interesting because he doesn't really need to lie here. It's not like Maddie's asking it. I do actually wonder if there is some earnest truth to what he's saying here. I'm not saying that what he's doing, sleeping with Cassie, is helping his cause, but I do wonder if, weirdly enough, Nate actually believes that he is going to make a big effort to get Maddie back in this weird, twisted way, like, or is he just bullshitting to brush McKay off and not get caught about Cassie? It does feel earnest in this moment, though. It landed with a little more depth than just this guy flat out lying. And we see throughout this season that Nate is still kind of infatuated with Maddie, but also wants a bit of Cassie and also wants a bit of Jules. His wires are completely crossed, and we see that in the incredible intro into episode 2. You know, is he using Cassie even just slightly to get back at Maddie and maybe seemingly make her jealous, or just fill the void while he's not with Maddie and then he actually gets caught up on Cassie? Who knows? Because when he gets his shit knocked out, it does seem like he's really thinking about Cassie and kind of infatuated with her, even if it's just that initial opening to a relationship where you think they're your entire world, you know, and it's like googly eyes. I will say, I think there is this sense of sadness in the opening of season 2 when you're watching all these couples you enjoyed pairing off in season 1 kind of fall to the wayside, you know. And if you've seen season 2 before, it gets worse. You know, looking at certain couples, you're like, okay, I know they're going to break up. Or you're looking at other pairings where you're like, oh, you hurt each other in season 1, or it's not going well now. There's this sense of sadness, and I think it brings you back to high school where, you know, there's moments where everyone in a group is in a relationship and then you all start falling apart, etc., etc. Like, I think it's well done. And again, to give credit to this episode, it really does feel like a living, breathing party. You can feel the fact that they actually had all these different rooms and sets and extras going on. Cassie and McKay then have this very brief chat where Cassie says to McKay she feels like they're constantly on different places. He says, do you still feel that way? I think McKay gives a really good performance here. Cassie then says, I shouldn't be anyone's girlfriend. I don't know if I'm a good person, while tearing up. And McKay clearly clocks, okay, you've cheated, or you've slept with someone, or you've kissed someone. Now, I think Cassie seems to feel more guilty in this moment about maybe Daniel from season 1 than she does Nate, in my opinion. Again, Cassie and McKay technically aren't together, so I think the fact that she's hooked up with Nate now is a secret she would need to keep, and it's not helping. But I do think she's kind of thinking back to what happened with Daniel and the fact, you know, there was that conversation where she felt like she did need to admit it to him. I think she's trying to do it here. McKay has none of it and leaves. I think McKay knows she's cheated at this point, or he knows that she's lying to herself and removing herself from the situation, so he kind of leaves. Now, Nate runs over to McKay in one of the most unhinged scenes of season 2 where he starts going like, yo, did you fuck her? There's no way you didn't fuck her. There's no way you didn't suck on those tickle bitties.
Trying to tell me you took her in that room and you didn't dick her down? Are you trying to tell me that you didn't miss those titties?
This is where we get Nate from the first episode of Euphoria, the pilot. Now, I do still think Nate's characterization in the pilot feels like kind of like weird, blowing out the cobwebs of writing a pilot. But in this moment, I think it's a bit better placed. It does feel like this intentional leaning into toxic dude bro, toxic misogyny. Like, I think Nate would usually see people talking like this as a bit dumb, a bit below him. Like, yes, Nate is a prick in his own right, but I don't think he would like come off this brash and this dumb, if that makes sense. But I think in this moment, he's trying to get info from McKay, all right? He's getting a bit jealous and a bit possessive of Cassie already, and he's trying to be like, yo, tell me what you did. Just tell me what you did. Tell me. He wants to get out of the way, you know, and just like, if there is something to be jealous about, let me bite the bullet. And I think he's empowered by the fact that nothing sexually did go down. I will say though, McKay constantly being like, chill. Bruh, chill is really funny.
Oh, you dirty motherfucker.
Chill.
You dirty motherfucker. Yo, where'd you come?
Bruh, chill.
Where'd you come?
Chill.
You know, and Nate going as far as to say, like, did you splooge on the belly, the boobs, like the C word? Like, it's a lot. It is a lot. I think it's interesting because if he was little, he'd probably get knocked out. But the fact that he's so tall and so imposing, it just gives this really strange edge to the scene. Jules then asks Rue, when did you relapse? And again, this is a scene that has way more weight and a way more heavy feeling to it if you watch those specials. Rue then says, do you want me to be honest? This is why the special episodes are important, because we find out that Jules feels responsible for Rue's sobriety. She feels like if she hasn't spent enough time with Rue, she will relapse. And Rue basically confirms this in a very cruel manner, I will say, all right? Rue says, the night you left, I relapsed. And I will say, you can tell Rue wants this to hurt Jules. She wants Jules to feel guilty. As much as we can have empathy for Rue, this is a cruel thing to do. Rue might be an addict, but she can be very hurtful. We see this in season 1 with the way she treats her mother and her sister at times. Fez then says to Lexi, talking to you is one of the highlights of my year. Lexi then says, yeah, right. Fez then says, why are you always doubting yourself, and asks for a number. It's a sweet moment. And there is this really tragic feeling to this, right? This whole season plays on this will they, won't they between Lexi and between Fez. And given what happened in real life to the actor that plays Fez, like, it adds this this real sense of dread and sadness to watching the show. Also knowing that Eric Dane is now gone, who we'll talk about later in this video. I do find this season really like quite a tough watch, and not because I'm selfishly seeing there being like, I wish I had more from these actors, but I do find, you know, these characters are oftentimes based off the actual actors. A lot of this warmth and sweetness is brought to the show from the actor Angus Cloud, and it's just sad whenever I get connected with him, remembering that he's gone. Now, I will say, I do love the setup here, all right? Fez calls Ash to start the car. It's this really interesting moment where he's just had this gorgeous moment with Lexi, and now he's like, all right, time to beat the fuck out of Nate. This is planned. This isn't like spur of the moment. Nate provoked him and he beats the shit out of him. He's like ready to do it. Like, he knows he's about to beat Nate to a pulp. He also looks at Lex, almost this sad look of like, I know you think I'm really sweet, but I'm going to have to resort to something. Maybe look away. Like, she even reads it in this moment. She knows what's coming. Fez looks over at Nate. She sees what's going on here. The show really starts creating this sense of dread around this face-off. Rue then walks away from Jules very abruptly after kind of awkwardly not talking. And I will say it's really interesting because if you watch the special episodes again, we know this isn't the first time they're seeing each other. I think Levinson framed it sort of like it was this to an extent because he's kind of filling up the emotional space and the emotional depth needed for people who hadn't watched those special episodes. But it's interesting because last time we left them, Jules was the one apologizing. Rue said she had nothing to be sorry for. But now that Rue is not clean anymore and she is relapsing, she's more in a state to guilt trip Jules. I think it's really interesting. It almost adds this sense that when people are on drugs, they feel like a different person. Jules is having to navigate two different versions of Rue. So it's not bad or incongruent writing given what we saw at the end of the special episode. I actually think it adds to this sense of like disorientation for these characters dealing with Rue. Fez takes off his jumper because he's clearly getting ready to get some blood on it. I do appreciate on rewatch how kind of calculated this moment is. I will say I really like this shot where Nate looks weirdly sort of innocent and unsuspecting here. Again, I think Jacob Elordi is such a good actor that he can like bring empathy just with like facial expressions to a very terrible character, right? Like he can be a really terrible person. I do really like this Polaroid montage of everyone kind of not having a good time. I think it's very ethereal and adds this sense of looming dread there's going to be throughout this season. Rue apologizes to Jules, which I appreciate. I think Rue almost realizes, damn, I kind of pushed her away. I'm going to come back and reel her in a little. Rue says, I've never said it before, but I want to be with you, which I think, again, is a really nice clarification, because I remember every time I watch season 1, I'm always fuzzy on, are they in a relationship? What's going on? Which I think is intentional. It's confirmed to be intentional at this point. I think it's actually really well written to show how a situationship kind of forms, kind of happens. Again, I appreciate Ali kind of pushing back at her in the special episode and being like, are you guys together? Did you talk that out? Like, have you made this up in your head? And again, that mischaracterization Rue gave at the start of the episode where she said, oh, like, my girlfriend left me at the train station. So I do like this. Rue says, I haven't actually clarified that we need to be together. I think Rue is having a come to Jesus moment to an extent. Jules sort of smiles, they kiss. It does feel very high schooly, then it feels very ethereal and godly as Labyrinth's music comes in. I do love all the musical motifs throughout this season of Labyrinth's Hey Lord, you know I'm tired. The whole like, ha, 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 ha. I love that motif. Fez then goes up to Nate in one of my favorite seasons of the entire show where he asks about New Year's. He says Happy New Year's Playboy, which is a reference to season 1 where he calls Nate Playboy. And then Nate goes, last time we talked, didn't you say you were going to kill you? And he goes, well, it's a new year. And then bashes the bottle and beats Nate to a bloody pulp. And I love that, like, the choice to hit him with a bottle, knock him out first, get him. He knows that Nate is physically imposing and he just keeps going and going. This is where we see Fez kind of embody some of Ashtray's like pitbull, like savage energy. No shade to people that own pit bulls. I know some of them can be really sweet, but I'm leaning into a generalization, all right? I think there is this animalistic, rabid nature to Ashtray's violence. I think Fez is showing it here. He just keeps going and going and going. I also love this character moment of McKay trying to get Fez off him and Fez just pushes him away. It's a really well executed scene. I remember when I first saw this back in 2021, 2022, left a huge impression. I was calling people being like, you gotta watch Euphoria season 2. It's fucking awesome. One of my favorite shots of this entire show is Fez getting up, walking off, making eye contact again with Lexi, but this time he looks incredibly like imposing and vicious and like breathing heavily, and it's awesome. It's awesome. Great performance from Angus Cloud. And I want to stress, like, despite the fact that I'm feeling very sad feelings around Angus Cloud being gone, I would have been hyping him and Eric Dane up either way. They are some of my favorite players in season 2. I think Fez and Cal are so wonderful this season, and the performances here are wonderful. I know Angus Cloud was just cast off the street, but this ability to go from his usual cruising altitude to this imposing violent figure in this moment is really well done. The episode then ends with Rue going damn. I reckon I had a massive Mandela effect. I know episode 1 opens with the whole fuck you bitch and the click you claim, right? But at the end of the episode, I could have sworn they play that song again after Rue goes damn, but no, they play a different song. Anyways, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed this analysis of episode 1. Let's get into episode 2, because fuck yeah, this might be my favorite episode of Euphoria. Everyone, just quickly, if you're enjoying this video, please consider getting a membership to this channel. For the cost of a couple of dollars a month, you get access to a weekly podcast where I talk about every single show and movie I've watched in a given week. This includes stuff off the shelf behind me, stuff on streaming, stuff in cinemas I haven't had time to cover on the main channel. It's a great way to support this channel and keep videos like this, long deep dive essays coming out. And on top of that, like, I think it's just a really good time. Like, I even enjoy watching these podcasts back. Please consider it. Links are in the description below for both YouTube memberships and Patreon. Thank you so much and have a lovely day. Now, episode 2, let's talk about episode 2, because episode 2 from memory was my favorite episode of Euphoria of all time. Now, I will say on rewatch, maybe not, but it does have my favorite sequences in the entire show. I think everything they do with Nate is so fascinating, well edited, well composed. You really get an insight into Nate's inner pain and psyche through visual storytelling and montage editing. It's so well done, so let's just get into it. The episode opens with Rue's narration talking about how Nate was in love. He doesn't know why. He doesn't know why. He's looking at Cassie, and then Maddie comes kind of in out of the corner of the frame. I really like this visual storytelling. Again, if we're going with the idea that Rue's narration is essentially Nate's narration, Nate/Rue says, what was it about Cassie that allowed Nate to surrender to her fully? And I think what it is that he looks down on Cassie. He sees her as dumb, a bit of a bimbo. I think he knows she's easy to control, which is kind of said in so many words in the following line. He says that Maddie was always a game, whereas Cassie is the complete opposite. It's essentially a submissive girlfriend sort of vibe. Nate then says, or Rue then says, maybe the reason Nate has issues was because Maddie brought them out of him, which, yes, I think kind of both can be true, right? Nate would have issues regardless of whether he was with Maddie or not, but I do think there's a slither of truth. Now, that's not to victim blame. I am not saying that Maddie got what she deserved or anything like that, but no, I don't think Nate and his fragile masculinity and his violent tendencies are helped with by being someone who is equally combative at times. Does that make sense? I do think Nate would still be fucked up and manipulative and calculating, but I think there'd be certain things that would subside with a different love interest. And you'd probably have problems in different directions, right? You know, if he was dating Cassie, there's probably less likelihood that he's going to do what he did to Maddie in season 1. But in saying this, he's still probably going to lose his shit in other ways. So I think it is true that Nate acts differently with his love interest. We see that in the show, but he would still be dark and cold, just in different ways. Narration then says that Nate could imagine a life with her. We get this insane dream-like sex montage between Cassie and Nate. I remember this being a bit more full-on from memory. I think I was just listening to TikTok too much. Like, truthfully, on rewatch, yes, these are high schoolers, and also, important to note, they are played by people over the age of 18, but I didn't find these sex scenes particularly that bad, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't know, I remember them being a lot worse. It was just brief flashes. Yes, the one where Cassie is riding Nate in the truck with the backlighting. I mean, it's surreal. It is a lot, but also, I don't know, this episode didn't land too voyeuristic and icky as much as I remember it being characterized, if that makes sense. And there is some reason for this visual storytelling, because while Nate is blowing Cassie's back out, we keep getting these flashes of Jules's nudes. There's literally a shot where Nate goes to suck on a boobie and then it cuts away to Jules taking nude photos. I think it's very much suggesting that Nate is with Cassie because she represents the hyper femininity that Jules also was trying to embody. And I think it's easier on a societal level for him to do this comfortably, if that makes sense, and get with Cassie. I think it's sort of this like, okay, I can't be with Jules comfortably, I'm going to be with Cassie because they're both going for the same thing, but this fits more with my heteronormative standards. Does that make sense? I also really love this shot where it zooms in on a vulnerable Nate, you know, and Cal kind of enters the framing of his eyeball, similar to what they did with Jules, where all her memory flashbacks in her special episode. But I love this shot, and I love how it lines up with the line about Nate wondering whether he has brain damage or not.
Nate began to wonder if he had brain damage.
Can you hear me?
How would he know?
Nate then has this fantasy about raising a kid and looking after Cassie while she's pregnant, you know, reading what to expect when you're expecting. Meanwhile, Cal is kind of hanging around in the background of the backyard. Now, I think this is a representation of Nate's actual subconscious. He's thinking about Maddie, he's fantasizing about Maddie, but all these fucked up issues he has with his dad are also banging around. So yes, there's like a fantasy going on in Nate's head, but also I think this is a really good representation of the literal parts of Nate's subconscious kind of wrestling, you know, like, oh, I'm trying to have this daydream about Cassie. Meanwhile, Cal is showing up doing weird yoga stretches and being oddly hypersexual and getting in the way of that. I think that's what Sam Levinson's trying to do here. And I think this sequence is wonderful. I also love Cal being described in the narration as a fucking idiot and not being able to control himself. And then it cuts to him like rimming a guy.
His dad was such a fucking idiot. He couldn't even control himself.
There's also this interesting line where Nate, from Nate's perspective in Rue's voice, says that Cal jeopardizes everything their family worked for. I find this interesting because, like, love him or hate him, but Cal did make the family the way they are. Cal did work for this family empire. And it's interesting that Nate is rejecting Cal and everything he represents, but still seeing what Cal has built as something virtuous. Does that make sense? Like, it's weird to say, oh, Cal is getting in the way of what the family built, when really it seems like Cal is the one that built it. Unless I'm missing some backstory around Marsha, it does seem like the whole family's direction is under the thumb of Cal. So it's interesting that Nate still has these family values despite them being instilled from Cal. This is where we get some really interesting interiority into the characters. You know, we find out Nate sometimes fantasizes of his dad just dropping dead from an aneurysm one day. And I think this is a really, I'm not going to say relatable, that would be a bad thing to say, but I think these sort of like odd daydreams that are strangely violent and just sort of wish fulfillment, I think is a very relatable tendency for a lot of young teenagers, you know? And I know Jacob Elordi seems older than 17, yada, 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 or 18, right? But I do think there is something there, you know? How often do we hear of that weird power fantasy that guys have sitting in school going like, oh, if there was a mass shooting, I'd be able to come in and save the day, you know? Like, I think this sort of reminds me of that, this like unrealistic, oddly violent fantasy daydreaming sort of thing. The narration then says that he can't think about Cassie too much when Maddie is out there having that disc of Jules getting rammed by Cal. I also love this section where it says, what if he could go back to the beginning? We get young photos of Jacob Elordi as Nate, or young photos of Jacob Elordi really that they've used to be photos of Nate, and we see that he's happy as a youngster, which comes back later in the season, this idea that he was happy as a youngster and then at a certain age he just kind of darkened, and we kind of see that play out in these photos. And then we get maybe my favorite sequence of Euphoria. All right, we get this moment where Cal comes in, kisses Nate's hand, and says, "In you there is calm."
In you there is calm. Amen.
Nurse! And then Nate just explodes, like physically starts having palpitations, and we get this absolutely insane montage to Labyrinth's Mount Everest, like crescendoing. It's so good.
Oh my God!
You fucking whore.
Get off the door!
You know, we're cutting from Cal having sex and banging people from behind to Nate doing the same, to Maddie doing these sexual poses, to the sex tapes of Cassie, just all this hyper-violent imagery, this hyper-sexual imagery, you know, cutting from sex to Nate's violent impulses and kind of conflating the two. It's all such good visual storytelling. The music's peaking. It's simultaneously horrific. We're having Nate convulsing while fantasizing about Cassie being pregnant. It's all so good. I love this sequence. Like, Nate is almost having this seizure blast of memories, this absolute weird moment of euphoria. I think that's what it's getting at here. He smiles after reliving all this pain. And having all these wires cross, and he starts smiling while hearing a baby cooing. It's almost symbolizing rebirth. It's suggesting Nate is reborn here, and that's why he does act a little out of character. Along with Cal as well. I beefed with someone in Reddit comments where I talked about the fact that it felt like Cal and Nate were on similar journeys after both having head injuries, and like people were like, oh, that's really lazy storytelling. I don't think it's literally just the head injury. I think for Nate and Cal both, they both got fucked up by Fez. They both thought they were operating and levitating as gods in a society, and they got brought down to street level by someone who does have intellectual difficulties, right? And I think they're sitting there. It's a massive ego hit for both of them, and they are recalibrating. What am I even fucking doing here, right? Everything I built up of myself is changed, and I think that's why they both go on these journeys throughout the season. Anyways, we cut to present day or high school. Rue is kissing Jules, and while she's kissing Jules, she sees Elliot down the hallway. She gets really worried that Elliot is going to spill beans that Rue is doing drugs, and all I'll say here is Rue is obviously on drugs. Like I don't know how to say this, but like this is the most obviously Rue has been on drugs in some time. I feel like normally in season 1 where she was just walking around, she looked less on drugs. Like if Jules can't tell, I don't know, man. Are they really? If Jules can't tell, like how well does she really know Rue? Now, Jules starts crying after Elliot and Rue start talking. We later find out in the episode this is because she thinks that Elliot and Rue kind of have this tension, this chemistry. Rue must have a crush on Elliot, whereas what's actually going on is they've just formed a good friendship at this point because she's been going over to Elliot's house and getting high. And again, I do think there is something in there about Elliot and Rue kind of being a mirror of one another. You could almost go in the direction that's almost like this Fight Club situation. It isn't, all right? Like, it isn't part of her head, but like they feel so similar at times. And there is this moment later in the episode where Rue thinks to herself, like, damn, that was really fucking weird. And then Elliot goes, yeah, it was weird. And it's like almost this like Fleabag sort of moment. You know, earlier in season 1, Rue talked about this idea that, you know, she felt she could read people's minds and have telepathy. And there's almost this subtle moment where it feels like they are on the exact same wavelength. Maybe it's suggesting something about drugs or, you know, wires cross or the different chemical wiring they both have in their brain, but whatever. We do get the reveal that Rue has been hanging out with Elliot this whole time. We then get this montage that shows the start of Nate's love affair with Cassie from Cassie's POV after there's a line of dialogue talking about the fact that she needs to start saying no to easy love, and meanwhile we watch Cassie just say yes, yes, yes to all of Nate's bizarre requests. We then find out Maddie wishes she was in hospital in bed with Nate, which I think is funny because her contact for Nate at this point is fuck Nate. Nate notably texts Maddie saying, thanks for taking care of me, love you forever. I think at this point, Nate isn't sure about whether he's going to get back with Maddie or not. He's not sure how he's going to play this, but I think he's spinning spin both plates. He knows he has Cassie, but he also wants to know he has Maddie to an extent. We find out Cassie has been in this massive depression. She's essentially like crashing after the high of being with Nate. She's not doing particularly well. She hasn't even washed the blood off her legs from Nate's injuries. There's a section where Maddie is on the phone to Cassie and tells Cassie about the text. It's clearly implied that Cassie then tries to talk Maddie out of being in a relationship with Nate, because Maddie is then on the phone being like, yeah, I know he's awful, all right, but like, there's love there. We also have the introduction of Maddie's babysitting arc. Maddie does seem to like the kids she's looking after. We also see her dressing in clothes of the woman that owns the house. Then we have this section where the woman almost gets home and Maddie has to get changed in order to not get caught. We also start finding out that Kat isn't super keen on her Ethan relationship. Now, I know there is speculation around beef between Kat and Sam Levinson. They did factually have a disagreement about the direction. I know Sam wanted to explore Kat having an eating disorder, and the actress playing Kat did not want to do this. Barbie Fiera pushed back on this. Now, I will say, all right, if we remove this context, there's some interesting sort of slivers they are exploring with Kat in this season, but I do find some of the sections, they have a bit of a weird feel to them. It almost feels like reshoots sometimes, like something about where they're placed in the episode or how they escalate just don't quite land well. And on one end, I think it's perfectly reasonable for Kat, after the whole like pay pig thing from last season, to be sexually unfulfilled. Maybe she did get some weird ingrained kinks from season 1. We also know she's always been a bit of a geek, a bit of a smut writer in season 1. So I understand her like not being sexually fulfilled from Ethan. She wants some danger and some spice. This all makes sense, but I wish we got a little more time with the interiority of Kat this season. We instead get these over-the-top fantasy sequences, and I just don't know where they could have been placed. Like, I don't hate the sequences by themselves. I think they would make perfectly fine YouTube videos, but something about their placement, especially in this episode, mixed in with Nate and Cal's weird sexual scary dynamics, I just find them a bit clunky in this episode. They don't fit the feel. Like, for example, it is perfectly fitting that Kat would have this fantasy sequence of Ethan being killed and then her getting absolutely railed, getting her back blown out by a Dothraki. Like, that all makes sense to me, but I think the time spent on it feels a little strange compared to spending time on the interiority of her character. I'd like to actually see Kat and Ethan in person not working and explore this a bit more. As it stands, it's like, yeah, that's quick, efficient storytelling, but it's not particularly felt, if that makes sense. This fantasy sequence where the Dothraki lays pipe is essentially playing out like a smutty romance book, like Akatar or something. But yeah, the visualization of it, I think, is meant to be gut-bustingly hilarious. I think that's my issue with it. It's not this sincere moment of her having sex with Ethan and it not working, then her fantasizing and it actually being earnest. I think there's meant to be a sense of punchline here. You're meant to be like, ah, ha, 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 she's been smashed by a Dothraki, but in a show that's forced us to already accept so many weird hypersexual scenes, this almost feels rather pedestrian in the wake of how sexually strange this show has been previously. Like, as it stands, I was just like, yeah, okay, this is like the least freaky thing you've shown me in this scene. Like, earlier in the episode, you showed Cal rimming, all right? Like, why do I care about this? Like, it doesn't work as a great punchline, so instead I'd actually rather explore this sexual disconnect she's feeling properly. Have her and Ethan even had sex? What's going on? Tell me. We do cut back after this fantasy sequence where she says to the girls, like, oh, Ethan just absolutely railed me, which obviously isn't true and is reflective of her fantasy, but it's like, I would like to know if they were having sex. I'd like to know what their relationship was like a bit. If you weren't able to do the eating disorder arc, like, actually explore Ethan and Kat's relationship. It's the one big issue I have with season 2, and it's not even a big issue. Like, anyways, moving on, Cal is wheeling Nate out of the hospital. I just really love this shot, this visual. It's not loving, it's cold, it's bleak. Nate doesn't look happy being wheeled out of there. Cal doesn't look concerned. It's just really good storytelling. Cal is then in the car, like, Nate can't even catch a break. Cal is like, I want to know who did it. How did someone get beat up? I feel like you know who did it. There's no way you don't know who did it. Then we get this monologue from Rue, and I can't tell if this is omniscient narration or if this is meant to be Nate's internal thoughts at this point, but regardless, we get this monologue, or this line, of, it's one thing to dislike your parents, you don't have a choice. If you dislike your kid, that's on you, which I really like. It says a lot about Cal. Cal clearly doesn't like Nate, or he really doesn't understand him. It's really fascinating, but at the same time, there are moments where it feels like Cal is rooting for Nate, but is he just rooting for Nate because it's part of his family, rather than Nate as an individual? Then afterwards, we get this line, paying off that whole thing of like, if you don't like your kid, it's your fault. we have this line where Marsha is sitting downstairs, Cal's wife, Nate's mum, is sitting downstairs being like, I have a hard time believing it wasn't provoked, to which Cal then responds, he's our son. It's this interesting moment where it's like, we have to believe him on a technicality. I don't want to hear it. And Marsha does come off a bit uncaring here, but it's also like she knows who Nate is. I guess she knows his violent tendencies, and she knows that he did probably start it. I think Marsha is not being that blind faith parent and knows Nate for who he is. And Cal also knows who Nate really is, but is being like, okay, well, on principle, we're not going to engage in that thought experiment, Marsha. I love this section where Nate is just like next to his phone listening to Cassie's voicemails and then talking to Cassie on the phone and just kind of dispassionately being like, chill, don't worry, you won't get caught by Maddie. Like, it's just this very dispassionate delivery.
Really feel like I just want to kill myself.
Just take a deep breath.
Nate, I'm legit going crazy right now.
I also love this shot where Cassie's mum looks out of the window and sees Cassie like hyperventilating and essentially having a manic episode to Nate over the phone, and asks Lexi what's going on here, and Lexi says something along the lines of like, I don't know, I guess she's not used to being single. And then Cassie's mum actually says, nah, that isn't the mental state of someone who isn't with someone. Really well done. And I do like that in both seasons it's communicating that Cassie's mum sees herself in Cassie a bit. She knows these patterns. She was probably like that growing up herself. There is this beautiful interiority to their dynamic where they don't ever go out loud and say it, but it reminds me of in season 1 where she looked at Cassie and almost instinctively knew she was probably going to get pregnant, saying, please don't get pregnant, like don't do it. Nate then promises Cassie that they can meet up next week. But he also says, if Maddie finds out, she'll try and kill me and she'll definitely kill you. And then we get this montage of Maddie beating the fuck out of school kids. We then get this section where Rue doesn't get why Jules is upset. It's almost coming off very dismissive and very like, get the fuck over it. Jules is kind of teary-eyed being like, it's because you have a crush on Elliot. Found out at this point that Elliot and Rue just have this bond, this connection over doing drugs together. And I guess to an extent there is this like weird sexuality to that, all right? There is this weird idea of like they share these incredibly full-on intimate experiences that Jules can't. And that's because Jules's mother was an addict herself. But I think all of this is really well done, especially after the special episode in between season 1 and 2. We know the weight of drug addiction in Jules's life and how that impacts her. So what Rue is doing, yes, she can't help it, but does feel slightly selfish. Both can be true. And yeah, I think the fact that they're hiding and skirting around it and they know it'd be a big betrayal, I think it is meant to land like cheating a little. Also, yes, I know technically Jules's mum is an alcoholic, not a drug addict, but alcohol's a drug. I did misspeak here though. I meant to say alcoholic, but also the addiction cycle is the same. They do clarify in the special episode that Rue's addiction reminds Jules of Jules's mother's addiction. So my point still stands, but yes, I misspoke, sorry. Next, Cassie gets home and Cal is at the table being super intimidating, asking about who assaulted Nate. While this is going on, we also cut to Ash and Fez and Faye, and Ash is super pissed about them housing Faye after Faye had to run away because she was almost going to get called by the cops for punching a hotel manager or throwing him off a balcony. Cutting back to the Cal interrogation scene, Cal says that he can get a friend, his cop, detective, chief of police or whatever, to go through their phones, and Cassie freaks out because there's evidence that she's fucked Nate, right? So she's like, oh no, oh no, oh no. She then folds. We have this cutaway where Cassie had texted Nate about them having sex and it being a mistake. Nate then calls and goes, don't ever put that in writing ever again.
Hello?
Don't ever put that in writing again.
So obviously, yeah, Cassie is super scared that they're going to go through her phone. Hard cut, Lexi is yelling at Cassie, calling her an idiot for telling Cal that it was Fez who beat up Nate. I love this performance from Cassie, by the way, from Sydney Sweeney. I think she plays manic all over the place really, really well. And this whole like whiny thing she does in season 2, I know it bugs everyone, but this whole like, oh my God, don't me. Like, I love it. I think it's so well done. And I've like met people like this. I know people like this. It's so funny.
Why do you even care?
And I think it's really well performed. This stressful, like, I didn't know what was going on. Dude, I love it. I think it's so funny. Then we get this insight into Lexi, who I think has really beefed up this season in a really good way. And it's almost like if they weren't going to do something good with Kat, they almost shouldn't have done anything with Kat, because when you look at what they do with Lexi, it's so well done. So with Lexi, she sees her dad taking silverware. We get this flashback where she sees her dad taking silverware from the house, which is a payoff from the flashback we got with Cassie in season 1. Cassie let the dad in, and then Lexi sees this, and we never knew that Lexi saw this. We also get this insight into Lexi not pushing back on Rue and her drug habit, and then after that, it almost felt like this karmic response. Rue then overdosed, so Lexi feels partially responsible. There's a clear A to B there being formed in her mind. Next, Lexi decides to go see Fez as almost this sort of self-empowerment, this sort of like, okay, I'm going to do something for me. They play this awesome, like haunted song, this like hyper pop song while she's riding down to see Fez.
Been up for 3 days, everything is haunted, everybody's evil.
We then have this dialogue between Rue and Elliot, where Rue says to Elliot, regardless of whether her dad died, she'd probably be doing drugs either way. Next, Kat writes a pro and con list about Ethan. However, she can't think about any cons for Ethan. Next, we get this section. Again, another section I like in isolation. I'm just wondering how they could have weaved this in better. Maybe if we got a whole episode mostly focused around Kat, we could have had this Dothraki scene and this scene where she goes against the influences land really well. They just feel slightly tonally out of place in this episode, you know? And that's what I find. I really like the dark, more adult, more sinister approach that season 2 takes. I know a lot of people were turned off by it, but when I think of season 2 and Euphoria in general, I think of that opening section with Nate, or the way this episode ends where Nate confronts Cal about the disc, or all these other wonderful sequences. And I even think the play towards the end of season 2 lands tonally pretty well. However, these moments with Kat, there's something about the framing of them. It just sticks out. It might have landed better in Euphoria season 1, but Euphoria season 2 does have this darker sort of feel to it, you know? And I find these sections, they just need to be weaved in better, because I actually like this section where Kat is, you know, hating herself, but she feels like she can't hate herself because of all this stuff she sees online where, you know, beautiful people are saying they struggle with their body image, and you know, like people are saying Kat should be a symbol of self-empowerment and body positivity, and she doesn't want to be. I think all of that stuff is really well done. Again, I wish we spent more time in isolation with Kat so these scenes landed a little better and a little less goofy. I do really like this sequence in isolation though. I think all the performances from all the influencers are really well. I particularly like the person that stands up, he's like, become a bad bitch like you were last year. It's a complete misread of that situation from season 1. And I think Kat gives a really good performance in this scene where she's screaming at them, and I love the scene where she's like hyperventilating and they're all around her. It's a beautifully shot composition, but also it really speaks to what she's feeling internally. So again, both of these sections really well done. Tonally, they don't fit this episode that's catered around Nate and all this hypersexual stuff going on with him and like face off with Cal. It doesn't fit in this episode. I think it needs to be placed somewhere else in the season. I think that's my issue with it. Next, we have Rue riding around, which seems like an innocuous moment up until later. This is the moment that derails a lot of stuff later in the season. But Rue's riding around and she sees Cassie get into Nate's truck. Next, while Cassie is in the truck, Maddie is calling Nate. Nate is ignoring the phone, but they both see the phone light up with, you know, Maddie is calling. And Nate kind of looks guilty over towards Cassie, but Cassie kind of lights up and smiles almost. It's like, oh my God, you're choosing me. I will say, great visual storytelling though. Then Maddie tries and FaceTimes. And if you know, when you get a FaceTime call, it kind of just like front camera turns on and exposes whatever double chin you have going on, right? So it turns on and then it reflects Cassie's thighs. I just thought this was such good storytelling. Yeah, maybe it's a little obvious, but I love this moment where, yeah, it lights up. Cassie sees how hiked up her skirt is and reminds her of the portrayal she's doing. I think it's a really well done scene. I love shows and movies that can use smartphones well without it feeling goofy, and I think this is a really good example of it. Reminded me of No Other Choice, weirdly enough. Next, Nate drives Cassie into construction lot. I think this is a subtle display of power, right? Driving her into the construction lot that his father owns, right? This is technically Nate's property. This is Nate's domain, Nate's kingdom, if you will. Nate says he really likes her, wishes things could be different, right? Essentially breaking up with her. He says they can't see each other anymore and they can't speak about it. Cassie then runs off, and with this sort of vibe of like, come find me, and of course Nate does come find her. I think Nate enjoys this push and pull a little too. I think he wants to see how much he can push her away and she'll still want him. I think on some level Nate is almost checking her loyalty. I think, you know, Nate gives this lame apology about being sorry, but it almost feels like Nate has just been riding on impulse, and now that he's coming down from that, I think he did have these visions of a life with her, and I think in this moment, in these moments where he pushes her away, I think he is checking, like, will this be the submissive person I imagined in my brain a couple weeks ago? You know, is this the submissive wife I imagined in my fantasy? Will she be like that? I think he's enjoying this push and pull and he's scoping her out a little. Next, Lexi goes into Fez's convenience store, gas station sort of vibe. I'm never sure if they sell gas there, but it does feel like it, right? Lexi goes into the convenience store to talk to Fez. Fez says Faye is just staying with her because Lexi clearly gets thrown off seeing Faye. I think she's a little like, oh, are you sleeping with her? Oh, damn it. She's clearly thrown off, but I love Fez's demeanor here. And I'm not just saying this because we lost Angus Cloud. I think he's such a sweet presence in this moment. Just like, oh, we've got liquor over there and we've got drinks over there. We got plenty of those. Like, he's so sweet.
What brings you out here anyway? We got plenty of those.
Like, he genuinely really wants to help her find a drink. And I don't think he realizes that Faye is throwing her off. Like, to him, it's like he doesn't even see Faye as a sexual partner at all. So, like, why would Lexi be intimidated? Like, he just isn't piecing it together. But it's a really sweet moment. So Nate runs after Cassie, almost like, I'm coming, right? And he actually says to Cassie, you don't know how much power you have over me. And then he's like going to like go down on her and munch box, and he looks up and says like, how are you ever going to look Maddie in the eye again? So he's almost kind of enjoying this, like, we got to be a secret sort of thing going on. Cal comes into the store with Fez, and it's almost like a remake of the end of season 1 where Nate approached Fez in this store and tried to intimidate him. And, you know, it kind of didn't go particularly well for Nate, but it also didn't particularly go well for Fez. I love this scene, all right? I love this scene. Cal is super intimidating. We know he has a gun. All right, he doesn't bring it out, but we know it's there. Intimidating. It's an intimidating scene. But what I really like about this scene is, yeah, it is reminding us of what Nate did in season 1. And I love all these moments in season 1 and 2 where Cal and Nate think the same. They do the same. They both kind of hate each other, but they mirror each other. They go to the same hotel. They have sex the same way. They intimidate Fez in the same way. Like, there's a lot of poetry to it. They both get head injuries this season. I think if I remember correctly too, it might be on the same side, but I might be wrong. I'll double check when we get there. But yeah, there's all this poetry between these two, and I love it. You know, Nate hates Cal because there are parts of him in Cal, and Cal hates Nate because there's parts of him in Nate. We like it really well explored. When Cal is intimidating Fez, Fez makes this look through the glass to Ash. I really like this. We get this throughout season 2, these looks where Fez is essentially suggesting, get ready, shit's about to get real. Anyways, Cal ends up leaving after just kind of intimidating Fezco for a bit. Says he's a concerned father, which technically true, but I think it's not he's a concerned father. You know that joke in Breaking Bad where he goes, you don't want a criminal lawyer. You want a criminal lawyer. I think Cal isn't a concerned father. He's a concerned father. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think he's just a concerned guy who happens to be a father, and he's snoopy around to protect his like family, right? And his own self-image. Like, and he happens to be a father. I don't think he's literally there being like, oh, I'm really worried about Nate. You know, is he doing this because it feels like a hit to his family's ego? Is he genuinely just concerned? You get what I mean? Like, is he trying to prove something? I don't think he's particularly like, oh my God, my poor son is being beat up. I think he's looking into it because he can't believe Nate got bested by someone. And he particularly can't believe Nate got beat up by like some drug dealer. I think the reason he's so interested is because he wants to ridicule Nate a little. He's a bit let down that Nate lost this encounter, lost this fight. Does that make sense? At this point, he doesn't know anything about the disc movie around or anything to do with that. He finds that out at the end of the episode. So I think it's really interesting. I think Cal is just going around similar to how he's vicariously living through Nate on the football field. I think in this moment, he's living through Nate's failure. He's being like, damn, no son of mine is going to get beat up by a punk drug dealer. This is fucking bullshit. I think that's why he cares, not because he cares about Nate on an emotional level in this moment. Next, Ali gives Rue a lift home from Addicts Anonymous and insists he talks to the mum. He's like, dude, like, if my daughter was being driven around by some strange guy and he didn't introduce himself, I'd be pretty pissed. So he goes, I'm going to introduce myself to the mum. And him and the mum have like really solid chemistry together. I'm just going to say it, all right? I'm kind of rooting for them to hook up. There's some like good vibes going on between them. Ali calls out Rue before they go in saying, what, are you scared I'm going to tell your mum you're still doing drugs? So Ali lets slip like, I know you're still on drugs. Like, don't bullshit me. Anyways, then we get maybe my favorite scene of Euphoria ever. I think this is so good. And I love the delivery here. They don't build to it. They don't play some crescendo music. We get a huge drop at the end of this. It's awesome. So Cal is in Nate's room. Nate gets home. Cal's just in his room like a fucking freak. I love that they're very like both physically imposing men. It's just such a great face off. I love the clinical look of the house. This cold interior design. It's like reflecting their coldness. It's so well done. So Cal goes, want to tell me why some punk drug dealer beat you up? Nate then just launches into it. He goes, you sure you want to have this convo? I love Nate sounding like the authoritative father and not the other way around. Nate sounds like the dad here being like, you sure you want to do this, son?
Sure you want to have this conversation?
Yeah, Nate, I do.
I don't think you want Mom to hear. You remember that classmate of mine that you fucked? Jules? Hey.
Nate then closes the door and says, I just don't think you want Mum to hear. And then Nate just goes. He goes, you know that classmate of mine you fucked, Jules? And you see Cal's face, like literally, like there was no build up, nothing. Cal's just like, ugh. Cal is literally terrified. And then Nate gives this monologue that I think is a slight misrepresentation, but also not quite. It explains why Cal goes down this weird rabbit hole later in the episode. He says, so Jules told her bestie that you guys had sex. who then told her drug dealer, and now they keep threatening to go to the police and threatening me that they're going to go to the police and rat on you for being a kitty diddler, right? And then Nate goes, maybe I was just sticking up for you, which I do find interesting because on some level he sort of was, but similar to how Cal is a concerned father for Nate, I think Nate is only kind of sticking up for Cal, not because he's like, oh, I need to save my dad, I love him so much, but more in this sense of like, reputationally, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want my internalized shame of me and my father and these warped sexual dynamics leaking outwards. I think Nate is trying to protect it because he doesn't want it getting out. Does that make sense? Similar to how Cal is kind of humiliated by Nate being beat up. He's not particularly concerned with Nate's well-being. I love Cal cutting in and being like, I want to apologize.
I want to apologize.
I don't need your apologies.
I didn't know she went to your school. I didn't know how old she was.
Well, what she didn't know is that you were filming her.
And then Nate cuts in and he's like, well, what she didn't know was that you were filming her. And then Cal just looks fucking terrified. Now, I will say, there's a slight retcon here, which we will explore throughout the season, around Cal filming all these encounters non-consensually, but we'll get there when we get there. I don't think it's inconsistent, Ryan. There is just a chance the way Nate frames it later in the season as a little misleading, but regardless, in this moment, all of this stuff is landing correctly. And then I love the ending. Cal just sitting there with the fear of God in his eyes going, Nate, do you have it? Nate, do you have it? We know Nate doesn't have it, but Nate's still trying to like hold this power, like maybe I do sort of thing. And we just zoom in on Nate's face with this facial scar, you know, looking intimidating, looking powerful, and Labyrinth's Yeah, I Fucking Did It start playing, which, by the way, is a fantastic song. I remember when this episode first ended, I was like, holy shit. You know, and I was sitting there being like, holy shit, what a way to end the episode. Oh my God, let's go. Like when that ended, and by the way, I love that the next episode cuts into Cal's backstory. Really, really like nice payoff. But when that episode ended and the song started playing, I just sat there and listened to the song. The song is fantastic. You need to check it out. It sounds like something off Yeezus.
Do you have it?
Anyways, thank you so much for watching, everyone. Let's get into episode 3. Before we do, here's what I thought was notable from the inside the episode for episode 2.
Throughout the second episode, there's a reoccurring idea of desire, what the characters say they want versus what they actually want. With Nate being beaten unconscious, it just opened up this gateway into his desire.
Nate goes into the future and plays his whole life out. She's perfect and she's beautiful and she's got blonde hair and then we'll have children and then we'll get married. It means he won't end up in the same place that his mum and dad did.
All right, so Euphoria season 2, episode 3. Guys, I fucking love this. I thought this was so good. Now, I will say, I remember from memory the end of episode 1 when I first watched season 2, when Nate got beat up, I was like, oh, we're in for a ride. Then the end of episode 2 with the whole like, oh, do you have the disc, Nate? Do you have the disc, with the intense music coming in? I was like, here we go. And I will say it's been really interesting rewatching season 2 because this channel actually launched because of Euphoria season 2. I thought everyone was being really mean and uncharitable, and I was like, this is great. And then over time, as time's passed, I've been like, oh, maybe it isn't as good. Like some people I really respect also don't like it. I'm like, oh, you know, maybe. But rewatching it, like, it's just getting better and better. I thought this episode was absolutely wonderful. It opens with Cal's backstory, but I just thought all the rhythm of this episode and all the different stories I was just really enjoying. So let's get into it. So we open with Cal's backstory, which I think is absolutely wonderful. And we're leaving. Oh, work it! Work it! And I think Cal is really just a shining light in this season in particular. We meet Cal's bestie, Derek. There's obviously some steamy, romantic, sexual tension between them. We're watching them wrestling. We're watching them kind of take this sexual energy out on the court, if you will. We also notice a young Marsha in the audience who is framed as this almost like, is it siren? Like almost this like sexual presence that really lusts after Cal. And there's this interesting dynamic between Cal, Marsha, and Derek. You know, Derek and Marsha kind of know that they both kind of want a piece of Cal. Again, Rue's narration being framed as their own internal monologue, right? We find out that the best part of the friendship between Derek and Cal is that they could talk forever. You know, I find that a really sweet, tragic thing given how, like, what a man of few words Cal is now, and the silence between Cal and Marsha in the present day. It's really tragic that he could actually open up to Derek. We also have this pretty famous shot of Cal check out Derek's legs. When he gets head from Marsha, he's really excited to tell his buddy Derek, and you can see, I really love the way that the scary dad, scary Cal's father, comes into the room and they both clearly have stiffies talking to one another about it. It's very heavily suggesting that really they're turned on by each other. It's not just talking about head, and that's why the shame and embarrassment is kind of there, and they both need to leave. And on top of that, you can tell that Cal's father almost senses this. He already knows this subconsciously, and that's why Cal refuses to get up, and Cal's father is like, well, you were fine a second ago, what's going on? So yeah, Derek has to walk off covering his boner, and Cal kind of refuses to get up. And I'm going to be real, I love the vibe of the group hanging out. So Derek and his girlfriend, and Cal and his girlfriend Marsha hanging around as a group, skinny dipping, like wrestling. I would have watched a whole show. Like I actually think the Euphoria vibe really lends itself to this flashback sequence. I think this felt like its own show in its own right. It goes on for like 15 minutes, and I had a really good time with it. After Cal and Marsha start sleeping together, yeah, you do get all these shots of Marsha and Derek kind of like facing off on each other and, you know, kind of being intimidated by one another and the hold they have over Cal. She's clearly getting jealous of the bond and the closeness of their wrestling, and then turns up the sexual intensity of their romantic relationship. Cal starts eating Marsha's box, and then Derek says, oh, you couldn't pay me to eat. So Derek's almost like getting in Cal's head a little about that and being like, do you really want this? Next, Derek takes Cal to a gay bar because they're both going off to different colleges. They dance together to In Excess. They finally kiss. It's really sweet, free-flowing. It's a really wonderful sequence. And it almost feels like this cruel twist of fate. I've always loved this cut, this transition from them kissing and being in this absolutely euphoric state to hard cut the next morning. Marsha calls and she's pregnant, almost like she wanted it to get in the way of their dynamic. There's this like cruel sense of divine punishment that I really find compelling in the way this is edited together. And yeah, just the sort of like hard cut from them finally having their moment to like, I'm pregnant. And you can see he's not just upset about an early pregnancy, but also like, what about Derek sort of thing. I will say, and I don't know if this is a hot take. I don't think it's a hot take. I think it's actually a really good take. I wish this baby was Nate. I wish Nate was the eldest child. I wish in this moment the baby was Nate, you know, this baby that she's having that is going to stop Cal from being who he really wants to be and go down this like rigid heteronormative life. I wish that was Nate. I just think thematically it's a lot richer. In the next episode, you know, we have Cal facing off with Nate and say, my biggest regret is you. And, you know, like just, and I know that's for different reasons, but even just the way Cal and Nate really mirror each other, it feels like it would make a bit more sense if that was the first child rather than the second. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's impossible, not at all. But do you guys kind of get what I'm saying? I just think thematically it's a little richer if the baby that stopped him being with Derek was Nate. Anyways, now he has to be with Marsha, and then we get the Euphoria title drop. We're then into this like dance singing sequence with Rue where she's singing Call Me Irresponsible. I will say Rue, dare I say, all right, hot take, Rue's better this season. I love Rue this season. I love this section where she's singing Call Me Irresponsible. I think it's really interesting too to see this burn of like passion. I think it's really interesting to see this sense of passion and sexual energy she has towards this pillow, because later on in the season we find out that she is a little phased out of sexuality. She's a little, not asexual, but just a bit up in her head, very typical of drug addicts. And I think it's interesting here to see how much like spunk and lust for life she has. Call me irresponsible. Also, I love the kind of escalating, not tension, but the escalating like dynamics of this scene. It gets louder and broader and brasher as this song kind of increases in intensity, leading to this moment where she's like opening the fridge and throwing the Pop-Tart. No. You go ahead and call me. And she manages to throw the Pop-Tart first try, it seems, into the toaster like perfectly. Nuts. And I love how at this point the sequence almost lands as awesome and kind of impressive, and then it cuts to Gia and what she's seen, and it just looks like an embarrassing drug addict. We now get like a remake of season 1's dick pic sort of like explanation, but this time Elliot is in the corner instead of Jules, and they're talking about essentially how to be on drugs while being a drug addict and not getting shit from people. So, you know, it talks about her wanting to do weed instead of hard drugs, and, you know, people might have an easier time accepting that. Then it gets into gaslighting, which is a really intense, well done scene. So Rue goes up to Gia and is like, hey, I think I'm going to smoke weed. Gia's just enjoying her time watching a movie, and Rue interrupts this to be like, hey, I know I'm a drug addict, and I know you've had to deal with all my shit, but I'm going to go do weed. And obviously Gia loses her shit. Well, not really loses her shit. Gia just goes to another room. She doesn't want to talk to Rue. Rue starts losing it, insisting on a fight, pushes the door open, and Gia actually smashes to the floor. And Rue's absolutely losing her mind, gaslighting Gia, being like, it was just a fucking idea. It was just a thought. Why are you being mean? Really good display of gaslighting.
Fucking weed was an idea, okay? And I should never fucking told you because she's like fucking mom.
And I really appreciate this sequence because, yes, It's presented as light and bubbly and almost a bit over the top, you know, going through the slideshow, but the actual content of it is really dark and tragic. And I think the way they explore Rue's drug addiction, I think in this season is a lot darker, a lot broodier. I mean, episode 5 is essentially like a Safdie brothers movie about Rue and her drug addiction. And of course, yeah, step 2 of this sequence is how to gaslight. The scene where Rue goes up to Gia and threatens self-deletion and says like, look, if I'm not doing any drugs, I mean, I'm just gonna like exit this world. So what would you rather? It's mean, it's cruel, it's putting it on Gia, it's a lot. Next we have this scene where Jules and Rue are interrogating Elliot. And again, this is a moment where I'm like, maybe I just listen to the internet people, because watching Elliot in action this episode and Jules and Rue, yeah, I think they're meant to be cringe, nerdy, kind of outsider niche kids, you know? Like, it didn't land as particularly cringe because I'm like, I assume they're just meant to be a bit youthful and weird, you know? They're trading kind of stories about how much they fucked. I mean, Elliot actually points out this writing at a certain point and feels like, you know, Jules talks about like, I feel like I'm navigating a heteronormative society while being a trans woman, and he says, feels like you're navigating a Twitter thread, like chill the fuck out. You know, they're asking Elliot if he wants to fuck Rue. He says he doesn't want to fuck Rue anymore. They go on about Elliot's sexuality. I just think this is a pretty like normal way that young people talk to an extent, all right? Like the number of people they fucked was intense, but aside from that, I was like, yeah, okay, sure. Jules says she won't tell Elliot how many men she's fucked. She says she's fucked so many that she's not interested in men anymore, which is a nice payoff to the special episode around Jules and her kind of trying to reject men and reject the way they view femininity and not be put into this box. And she finds men's opinion on femininity kind of boring, so I really appreciate this subtle payoff to that special episode. Next, we have Rue and Jules riding around on their bikes, and one of my favorite moments, I really love the way in season 2 these stories like stitch and overlap together. We have Rue kind of see Cassie get into Nate's car in the previous episode, and in this one, Rue rides past Cal's truck and sees Cal, and Cal gives Rue this really weird look. It's like they almost subconsciously know, like, I think you're Nate's dad, and he kind of knows like, oh yeah, you're Jules's friend, I think, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure I really remember. Like, I kind of know who you are, you know, and Nate's obviously mentioned this stuff, but like, does he have photos? So it's like, I think Cal is having this moment of like, wait, I kind of know you, and you go to that school. Are you friends with that girl I fucked? Fuck. You know, this look on his face is so good, and I want to stress, I think Cal is wonderful in this episode. It gives me one of my favorite scenes of this entire show, the face-off between Cal and Fez, but we'll get there when we get there. Next, Rue and Jules start hooking up outside the house, and there's this interesting line of dialogue from Rue where she says, you know, when you're drugs, it feels like time comes to a pause. And like, not gonna lie, I'm not gonna say this show condones drugs, but I was sitting there being like, damn, like it would be nice to be able to switch your brain off that much and be involved sexually to the point where it feels like time is pausing, all right? And I'm not saying this show is encouraging me to do drugs. I'm just saying, okay, it's done a good job of highlighting both sides. Next, we also have the setup to the play. So Lexi wants to talk about this guy at school, about the play, you know, and then we get insight into Lexi after the whole Cal and Fez face off at the convenience store. She realizes she's just kind of being an observer in her life. Now, I will say they then cut to this backstory around the parents finding her feeling like an outsider and feeling like her parents and everyone around her are just actors in a play. It's sort of like a coping mechanism. I will say it feels like the actor on the left doesn't look like the same actor as the dad. I might be wrong, but I was like, wait, what? She used to imagine that her parents were actors, and kind of explains that the play she's assembling is essentially like a dramatization of the people she's friends with. I do really love the effort the show goes to show this. Now, technically, I guess these are the actual sets they use for the Euphoria, but watching her walk out of the house and seeing that the house is a set and breaking that reality and still being able to make an immersive show later down the line, it's a credit to the showrunners. So this scene where Lexi's kind of like navigating, making this like fictional show, I thought was kind of a fun touch. I really like the joke of Cassie, her sister, coming in and Lexi's demanding that the costumes are sluttier, tackier, etc., etc. It's a fun, playful nod to the show's costuming. We then get this pretty effective montage of Lexi riding, just riding away, riding her play. So while she's riding her play at 4 a.m., Cassie also wakes up at 4 a.m. And Lexi is like, why are you up? And Cassie's like, well, why are you up? And then we get this insane beauty routine montage. I absolutely love this section. Lexi then writes on the computer there was something going on with the Cassie version of the character, but there was something going on with Jamie, but I don't know what. Anyways, the internal narration is now taking the POV of Cassie to an extent, and it talks about how Cassie needs to clear her head. We see this insanely painful looking beauty routine. We find out this beauty routine takes 3 hours, and she only thinks of Nate the whole time she's doing it. And then we get this montage of Nate walking down the school hall of the initial shot where Nate just feels like this god amongst men. He's so tall and imposing, and it's framed the way Cassie would see Nate. I think it's really good visual storytelling. And then, yeah, this beauty montage. I love the escalating music, this it's really good. And the shots as the beauty routine, we see it every time. The more Nate ignores her, we cut back to her and it gets more intense, eventually to a point where the camera is almost like following the glacier or whatever it's called, and then following the like exfoliator and following her hands, and it looks violent and rough, and it's following the razor. All really well done. Love this sequence and love how it almost reminds me of Black Swan, you know, the way it highlighted the pain of like this beautiful performance. Also love the line of dialogue from Rue as Cassie where it says there was something refreshing about the amount of care she's putting into herself. And then we see her waiting to be noticed by Nate. He consistently keeps ignoring her. We then find out Cassie loves the ritual. She loves the attention to detail. Again, Nate is walking by. There's also this quote, even if Nate pretended to not notice, she knows that he did. It's a rough moment to watch. And then there's this great moment where if you know the payoff visual gag that Cassie and Maddie are dressed in similar ways, it gives a different detail. But Nate walks by and for a moment he almost looks impressed, but then he looks a bit like, ugh, and keeps walking, and you're like, why was he like that? And then like you see that Cassie and Maddie are dressed in the same outfit. So it's interesting to see whether Nate was impressed by the fact that she was wearing Maddie's outfit, or like, oh my god, that's so tacky, what are you doing? Anyways, then we have this montage which I thought was going to age a lot worse, where Rue and Jules are watching Elliot do this like prank. I will say I wish the line was funnier. Like I wish I was seeing there being like, oh shit, like, but I guess this is how cringy teenagers are, you know. Elliot goes up to these like notably very like caricaturish sort of jocks, and he's like, are you guys into scat play? And then they chase him around. He does that whole like thing, which I think was really funny because I remember people kept trying to make like Elliot edits. Like when the season came out, people kept being like, oh look, like it's Elliot, you know, and they would play like Material Girl or whatever, but it's just like Elliot's stupid like hand gesture. Like that was the only thing doing the rounds on the internet. Anyways, then we have the introduction of Rue's plan, which is actually a defining part of the season and something I need to push back on in terms of criticism of this show, but we'll get there when we get there. But Rue goes up to Fez and says like, I have an amazing plan about drugs. Can you front me $5,000 of drugs? And he's like, how the fuck no? And she's like, why? He's like, I don't like how the plan started. It's really good. Great line delivery from Angus Cloud.
Hell the fuck no. I did not like the way that the plan started.
And I need to give credit to Fez here. I think he's grown since season 1. I think he's really weary and protective of Rue, and I appreciate him putting his foot down. He started that in season 1, and he's sticking to it here. It's a mature response. I think it's meant to be in stark contrast to the fact that Laurie is like, yeah, I'll give you drugs. What a great idea. You're a genius. Which I always feel like it's always meant to be read as the fact that Laurie knows she's not going to be able to do this, knows she's going to take the drugs, and there's a better value proposition if Laurie sells her into sex slavery. So I think Laurie went, yeah, I'll front you fucking $50,000 of drugs. I don't care. You're going to be worth more in the sex trade. Rue goes up to Elliot, and Elliot says it's a good plan. And Elliot, this little slimy fuck, all right? Because given what we know he does later in the season, it's like, why are you egging this on, you little freak? Elliot is just questionable. And I think maybe the point is he's bouncing between Jules and Rue in terms of loyalty, but questionable Elliot. Then we have an absolutely banger scene from Euphoria. I actually think this scene is quite well written and funny. It's the whole Oklahoma scene where Cassie walks in looking like she belongs in Oklahoma. There's kind of a miscommunication because Lexi is advertising against Oklahoma in her own place, so then they think she is actually in Oklahoma, and she's like, well, I don't want to look like Oklahoma. And then they're like, why are you auditioning for Oklahoma? It goes round and round in circles, and then finally Cassie drops the whole like, I love Nate Jacobs and he's in love with me and I didn't cheat on you, and awesome monologue, awesome performance from Cassie.
I am in love with Nate Jacobs and he is in love with me for 3 weeks and 3 days. Do not care. I have never, ever been happier.
I love the way in the build up to this scene, people are constantly interrupting each other. It feels very true to life in the way people talk at that age.
Oklahoma wasn't like a play you read.
Rue, are you on drugs?
You relapsed? Wait, I don't understand. If you're not auditioning for Oklahoma, then why do you look like that?
Like a country music star.
In a good way or a bad way? You okay, Kat?
No, yes!
And I even love the end line where she's like teary-eyed being like, I have never, ever been happier. I then also really love this moment where Maddie and Cassie are having this girl chat by the pool, and then like Theo, I think is the babysitting kid, also chimes in. Really funny. I also think it's interesting to watch Cassie kind of position Maddie against Nate because obviously she wants Maddie out of the picture. We also get this montage of Cassie and Nate getting hot and heavy, and at first it's like intimate and steamy and sensual. And then we have this like real steamy, rough moment in the bathroom where they're like smashing, and he's like, you know, and she says, I love that I'm your secret. And he's like, oh, I love how fucking sick you are. And he's like, she's biting at his lip, and he's like sticking his tongue down her throat. I love that the community was kind of split as to whether this was like a hot scene or not. I love them smashing so loudly in the bathroom that Marsha and Cal can hear. You know, it sounds like something from the gods like banging on their roof. It's hilarious. And then Marsha's seen there looking up at the sky, you know, sort of being like, oh, to be back in high school. And Cal is like, yep, and doesn't say anything, but you can see obviously Cal's thinking of Derek. It's really well done scene. You know, he says yeah with like a sense of sadness, and there's a real good disconnect between Cal and Marsha shown here. Next we have Kat and Ethan on the date where the parents are like, Kat, tell us about yourself, and Kat can't answer. I will say the stuff with Kat this episode also goes down a little better. At first I was worried when she was reintroduced, but as the season's going on in this episode, I'm like, okay, I'm starting to get a sense of like she does feel a bit lost after the whole cam girl thing. I think she realized the cam girl thing was scary and got too intense, and she was in a world she didn't understand, but now she doesn't have much of a sense of self, which I think is actually an interesting arc to explore. But given the fact that she's not going to be in season 3, it's kind of a shame because it starts getting interesting here, but like, yeah, I just don't think they're going to be able to like make this fit. You know, I was really hoping season 3 would get a bit more to justify season 2's treatment of her, but as a result, it's kind of like, eh. I will say Ethan's mum is almost cartoonishly cruel when she's like, oh, wow, what a wonderfully verbose answer or something cruel like that.
Wasn't that illuminating?
Next, we have this montage. I absolutely love this scene. I love the interplay between all these characters and the way we're cutting in. I actually think this episode's really well edited. We then cut back to Cal, and we find out he hasn't been able to sleep since the disc, finding out about the disc. I really love this line of dialogue because you go, yeah, how the fuck did that conversation end? All right? Like, he hasn't been able to sleep since the disc, and he's just seen there, and Nate's like with Cassie over at the fridge. It almost feels like this taunt. I just love watching this guy in his own house sitting there being like, what the fuck am I going to do while his son's having a good time?
Cal, who hadn't been able to sleep since Nate told him about that disc.
What?
We then get this like cutaway gag where like, you know, it's talking about how Cal is thinking of taking the easy way out, quote unquote, by putting a shotgun to his head, you know, and Marsha calls out being like, oh, tell your dad dinner's ready, and that cuts to Cal going boom. Really effective visual storytelling. I love how it's shot. Like, I almost would love a show about this like suburban family falling apart, but I also like that, you know, he wouldn't go down without a fight. That's not how he was raised. It speaks to this sort of like, I'm just going to handle this by the balls. Next we see Cal park outside Fesco's house. After that we see Rue dressed up for what looks like a business meeting. I love how unhinged she looks. Like, she does look well put together, but you can see in her face that she's cracking. She knocks on the door and says to Laurie, I want to talk about a business opportunity. Laurie's like, oh, come in. You know, Rue makes up all these fictional friends who all have over a 3.7 GPA. I think she says she has over a 3.9 GPA. She's like bragging about how smart she is. And to be fair, it's interesting to see Rue come off kind of well composed and kind of be able to put together a plan that somewhat makes sense. And like, you can almost see the potential of who Rue could be in this moment, but at the same time, it's like she's putting all this effort in for a devious, dumb plan. And yeah, it's this moment where it's like, oh, there is like a smart, incisive, well-spoken person inside here. What a shame.
Even though Jamie, Amy, and Lainey have stellar GPAs, there's also things on their phones that they don't want the world to know about.
She then makes this pitch that feels like almost a Shark Tank pitch where she talks about this foolproof system to sell drugs where essentially takes the girls' phones and uploads them to the clouds and kind of extorts them with their own nudes and stuff, which, might I add, feels like poetic. It feels like it rhymes with Nate's sort of plans. You know, it's interesting that they kind of think the same way when it comes to manipulation. Really interesting moment. Now, obviously, Rue wasn't going to do this in real life, but yeah, interesting moment that she comes up with a plan that reminds us of Nate. As she's explaining the plan, Laurie cuts in and she's like, that's like an amazing plan. You're a genius.
This is an amazing plan. You're a genius.
Thank you.
Obviously, she doesn't think this. Obviously, she's banking on Rue fucking this up, and she offers her a $50,000 case, and Rue goes, no, let's start off $10,000. I love the internal narration being like, mature, Rue. And she says, you know, if you can't make the money back, I'm going to have to sell you.
Rue, if you screw me, I'll have you kidnapped and sold to some real sick people. I always find a way to make my money back. I'm serious.
Okay.
It's a great delivery, like bone-chilling delivery from Laurie. And then we cut to this like fun, upbeat music as Rue is riding around on her bicycle with this suitcase full of drugs.
Okay.
We then cut to Cal being held at gunpoint by Astro. Fez starts roasting Cal, being like, first you come into my shop acting like you're the feds and now you're here. Cal then says, you know, you can either call the cops, let me go, or kill me. And then like Ash just starts bashing his head. I love the way his head gets bashed. And also it's on the same side as Nate, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's on the same side as Nate, I'm pretty sure. Fezco then cuts in and is like, what the fuck is wrong with your family? Are you all a bunch of assholes? Says you beat up my son, and then Fez goes, yeah, he deserved it because he's a fucking bitch. I love the delivery. Okay, first off, the delivery from Fezco is wonderful.
You beat up my son.
Yeah, well, he deserved it, man. He's a fucking bitch.
But I love the delivery from Cal here where he goes, okay, tough guy.
Oh, okay, tough guy.
Ow!
It almost feels like Cal is breaking his cold demeanor here for a second because he's getting frustrated with the situation. Ash starts bashing his head over and over again. Cal can't comprehend it. He's like, why would you do that? And again, like similar to Fez coming at Nate at the end of season 1, where it feels like, yeah, normally Nate's machinations and smart, cunning thinking would work on people that have something to lose, but Fez comes from a different world. And I think similarly here, Cal is way in over his head. Ash is ready to, like, genuinely ready to murder him. And yeah, the delivery from Cal is, why'd you do that? Hilarious. Like, wonderful line delivery. Ash then says, because you're in no position to talk shit. Cal starts talking about, oh, the chief of police, Mr. Greenwood, and gets bashed again. It just keeps going and going and going. And then Ash gets the phone out and says, call the cops, keeps bashing him. Call the cops, keeps bashing him. Cal says he won't. And again, I really like this parallel with the head injury. I really enjoy what they do with Cal and Nate this season. Cal then says, I know the drug addict girl and you are trying to extort my son. And then Fez is generally like, what the fuck are you talking about? So it shows like, yes, Nate has taken a story with some sense of truth and just exacerbated it, bullshitted it, add this sense of fiction to confuse his dad. And I love this scene where everyone's like, what the fuck is going on? I think initially people that aren't following this show super closely are just like, oh, okay, I guess it's just a crazy scene. But I think it's really interesting to watch as Nate's lies are coming to a head where everyone's like, what the fuck is going, what are you talking about? Fez realizes that Cal has had sex with Jewel and he's genuinely like bewildered.
Look, man, I didn't know she was 17.
You telling me you had sex with Jewel? The fuck are we even talking about right now, bro?
It's like so funny. I love the mispronunciation of Jewel's name. Like all of it's hilarious. Like a wonderful scene. And then Cal finally breaks. He's like, I just want the disc. And then Fez goes, wait, you recorded that shit? What the fuck, man?
I just want the disc of Jewel and I.
Yo, you recorded that shit?
I didn't know.
You didn't know that you were recording?
Cal just being like, I fucked up. And then Fez is like, who told you I care about this? So Fez clearly didn't know any of this stuff. He's like, what the fuck is going on? Cal then goes, my son. And then Fez is like, what? Your son who's in love with Jewel? I thought this scene was so wonderfully well written. Like, how do you even think of this like miscommunication? It's really well done.
Bro, who the fuck even told you I gave a shit about this anyway?
My son.
Your son, the one that's in love with Jewel?
And then once Fez drops the line of your son who's in love with Jewel, Cal is genuinely like, what?
Not cute, man. What the fuck?
What?
It's so good. Such good delivery. And then we get the iconic, like genuinely became a TikTok sound, the whole, I'm extremely confused. You're confused? I'm fucking confused, bro. And then Cal finally just packs it in. He's like, okay, Nate's bullshit too much. I have no clue what's going on. He's just like, can I just leave? I'm just going to leave. Faye starts talking to Cal. She's like, what's your name? And then she's like, do you and your son fuck people together? And Cal just can't even be bothered. Fez then goes up to Cal and says, I'm going to let you out on one condition. And Cal genuinely seems to respect Fez at this point. He's like, of course, anything you want. And he goes, keep Nate out of my life and everyone else's life. And Cal says, of course. We then watch Cal stumble out into the alleyway. Wonderful. Like, genuinely like top 10 Euphoria scenes. I think this was so good. Next we cut to Jules and Elliot. Jules asks Elliot whether he has a crush on Rue. Elliot says he does, which I find interesting. It's always been strange around that because we don't see that eventuate to anything, which I'm kind of glad about. But yeah, interesting. I feel like Elliot's a massive fucking snake. I also love the kind of subtle portrayal of Rue being clearly off her chops at the Addicts Anonymous scene. Like she's, you know, twitching and rubbing her face and everything. Elliot then describes Rue as gay or kind of like asexual. Like she wouldn't be interested in him or sex in general. Jules says that's not true. I think this is a funny scene because yeah, there was that steamy sexual tension at the start of the episode with the pillow. I think Rue has a good idea about sex and I think she does feel it occasionally, but she's obviously way too high and way too frazzled all of the time. And I guess Jules doesn't know this at this point, so that kind of explains why there's a bit more of an open discussion around this stuff. I will say it feels like Elliot is starting to worm his way into Jules's panties at this point. Then we get yet another fantastic scene where Ali, and a really nice payoff to the special episode about Ali and Rue in between season 1 and 2. So if you hadn't seen that episode, I feel like this scene maybe doesn't hit as hard because all of the context for what they're saying to each other was sort of built up early on. You know, like Rue saying like, what, you're gonna hit me? Like, yeah, you can kind of infer some stuff, but I think it lands a lot better if you watch that special episode. So Ali starts asking Rue about the briefcase and drugs. She gets incredibly defensive. He then calls her out a bit. It's like, yo, you're not going to talk to me? And she says, shut the fuck up, Ali. He says, I'm not some parent you can just treat like shit. Rue then comes back very cruelly and says something along the lines of like, oh, not that anyone would go to you for parenting. Now, I will say Ali does get quite mad. And I'm not going to say unjustifiably, all right? Like, that's a very hurtful thing to say, especially everything he's done for Rue. But he does come off, I'm not going to say abusive. That's not the right word, all right? I'm with Ali in this scene, and he has every right to lose his shit and feel disrespected. But the way he comes at it, it does feel like almost a domestic scene. It feels like a really intense fight where someone would need to then take a breather.
One more fucking disrespectful word out of your mouth and we're done. You hear me? Hey, you hear me?
You can hear me.
Maybe a clenched fist. You get what I mean? Like, the delivery here does feel very intense, and it does feel like Rue is almost provoking him to go all the way. And again, I'm not saying Ali's emotional response is invalid here, but if this was another scene between a husband and wife, you would maybe expect... It does feel like a product of violence. You know, maybe he's fighting off these impulses. I think what she hits on the head here is really interesting. I think she knows that maybe subconsciously he does want to hit her in this moment. And again, I'm not villainizing Ali, but I think it's a really well done scene because it does feel very like, oh shit, this is really intense. Again, maybe rightfully so, but well done. You can feel that this is someone, Ali, in this moment. Again, incredible performance from Coleman Domingo, but it does feel like there is a threat of violence and a threat of escalation. You know, Ali's kind of losing it. You see him being a bit unhinged, but like, again, rightfully so. It's just like, yeah, you can feel like a real strong presence. Rue then says, "Or what, Ali? Are you going to hit me?" So she picked up on this too, and she's like channeling it in this moment. It's a wonderful scene. It's an excellent payoff from the special episode. It's really heartbreaking as well, watching these two people that should have had each other's backs kind of fall apart. And it is Rue's fault, don't get twisted. Now, one of my favorite montage sequences of season 2, one that's always stuck with me, is this beautiful montage sequence set to the song If by Joe Stafford.
Stars and moon so bright.
Are those my clothes? Yeah. I was auditioning for Lexi's play.
We cut to a bunch of characters. You know, Lexi's holding auditions for the play. We see Ethan auditioning. Yeah, I love this song, that If I Had the Right. The way it kind of crescendos in different emotional moments, particularly at the end, but we'll get there in a second. We see Cassie leaving dressed up, looking absolutely gorgeous. You know, her mum says, "Where are you going?" And she says, "A friend." And like, you know, the mum gives Cassie a look in this moment. Cassie's like, "I know, mum, I know." We also see Rue get home to her mum. This actually reminds me of the sequence in season 1 where Rue's mum was giving the speech and we're kind to all the different women of Euphoria and all their different dynamics with their parents, etc., etc. Really well done. So in this moment, we're coming from Cassie and her mum to Rue getting home, and her mum is like, "Oh my God, are those my clothes?" And then she goes, "Yeah, mum, I was auditioning for a play." And Rue's mum then backs off, seems proud of her, and says on the phone, like, "Yeah, she's doing really well. She's doing really good on the phone. You know, I'm proud of her." And then we hard cut from there in a really great moment of editing to Rue flipping the briefcase open and shooting up drugs and like fading off into the distance. It's really sad. And I think the cut from the mum saying she's really proud too, that is really well done. I think this season is showing how she's kind of been an addict under the radar and the effect, and like you are meant to feel a little unsettled. Next, Cassie is waiting out in the cold, waiting out on the street. Nate is driving around with flowers. You've seen that for a second being like, oh, like that's kind of a nice escalation of their relationship. But then we get a looming sense of threat, right? Because Maddie is now kissing Theo and putting him to bed. Ethan's calling Kat and saying he's got the part. She could not give a fuck. We're watching Rue get high. We're watching the world get black. All of this feels inevitable. It feels like this tragic conclusion. Not like that it's the end of the character, but it's like, of course, we're going to get back to here. Nate then sends a text to Cassie. Something came up. I'll see you next week. And then he shows up at Maddie's door and the song crescendos. It's really wonderful. Like really wonderful sequence. And there's this sense of tragedy for Cassie as he shows up to Maddie's house, which like you can agree or disagree with it ethically, but I think just the way the music crescendos, it feels like inevitable. It feels all these characters doing inevitable things. Kat is reverting back to, you know, away from Ethan, pushing Ethan away. We're watching Rue get high yet again, and we're watching Nate go back to Maddie, which is notably a dynamic that's terrible for both of them. And Cassie's left out on the cold with her abandonment issues. I think all of it is well done. The music's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful episode. So before we go to episode 4, we will cover the inside the episodes of Euphoria season 2 for episode 2 and episode 3. We'll get to that, and then we'll go to episode 4. Thank you.
Z is such a likable actress. I was really excited to see how far I could push her likability.
The beginning of the season is about her trying to be a functional drug addict. Rue has no intention of being clean or staying clean, and she feels like as long as she can keep it that way, she's not hurting anyone.
I think His intentions overall are fine. I think that they're the same, Rue and Elliot.
Elliot represents part of her life that's killing her, but that she's trying to keep alive.
Rue feels like she can really be herself around him. I really don't think he judges her. Our intentions with episode 3 is that we allow the memories of the past to exist alongside the present.
I didn't realize how influenced he was by his family of origin.
Someone may have hated the character of Cal before this opening, but that backstory was always a part of him. It just wasn't something we knew. Any empathy gained for him becomes more of an indictment about our lack of imagination.
Right, hello everyone. So Euphoria season 4 episode 2. Now I will say I see a little bit of the cracks in this episode. Now, in saying that, if all the previous episodes were 9s or 10s out of 10s, this is more a 7 or an 8. There's still fantastic scenes, and compared to other shows, this is still a lot better. But I will say there was a little bit of the rhythm of this episode, some of the pacing, some of the montage editing where I was like, it might just be ever so slightly up its own ass. Like, for example, there's a shot towards the end where Elliot is standing in Rue's church, you know, the one she's imagining with her father. And it's sort of like, I don't know if I have enough of a grip on Elliot to really understand what you're communicating here. There's shots of Lexi, there's shots of Ethan and Kat towards the end of this episode where you're just like, okay, you know, there's some montages here that I think needed a bit more beefing up of some of the characters for them to properly land. As it stands, some of these shots here are just kind of visually striking without meaning as much as they could have with proper development with some of these characters, but we'll get there when we get there. Still, in saying that, there's still absolutely wonderful sequences here. We have the fight between Cassie and Nate. We have everything with Cal in this episode, I think, is wonderful. And we do have some interesting dynamics at play between Elliot, Jules, and Rue in spots. But this is one of the few episodes of Euphoria where occasionally it feels like it's spinning its wheels in moments. I actually think this episode could have just benefited from being 40 minutes, or this season could have benefited from being 7 episodes instead of 8. Do you get what I mean? Like, this is just one moment where I'm like, something about the rhythm here isn't quite working. I'm not exactly reflecting the way I should be. Regardless, let's get into it. So episode 4 opens with Jules going down on Rue, and Rue kind of isn't into it. There's a quote where she says she may as well be going down on her ankle because Rue is high all of this season. Again, it's a plot line that I am interested in, and I appreciate them exploring Rue's sobriety, but the fact that Jules hasn't cottoned on to this yet and needs to be told by Elliot feels a bit strange to me. I will say we've also ditched the cold open sort of for this episode. I guess in theory, the cold open is this exploration of Rue and Jules's relationship, but in saying that, we then just kind of start the episode when Elliot starts talking to Jules about this. It's a bit of a strange opening. Normally there's a clear reason we have the opening. It's either a cold open or a very distinct scene, but in this one we get what feels like the normal cold open, which is this Rue and Jules exploration of their relationship. But then the episode just kind of starts with Elliot being like, did you fake an orgasm? Blah, 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 blah. And then we get the title drop. It's a bit of a strange one. All in all, this episode does actually just feel like maybe they got a different editor or something. But regardless, in this opening montage sequence, there's a lot to like here. I think the recreation of all these famous movies like Titanic and Brokeback Mountain are all really exciting and well done. The kind of recreation of Snow White is funny and tongue-in-cheek, and it again feels like Rue's view of all these famous movies. The line in the Snow White section where it's like, I guess I have no choice in the matter, or even though I can't consent, I will. Something like that, right? It feels like you can kind of picture Rue when she's clean making these sort of jokes. And I was seen here being like, I wonder how much all of this costs. Now we do find out, or Rue kind of says this line that indicates that this is her first actively consensual sexual experience. Yeah, she's had some finger bangs here or there, but it feels like in this moment, this is her first time actually probably trying to do something sexual with a mutual partner. Yeah, she clarifies to the audience that she can't feel anything because she's done so many narcotics that she's essentially out of her mind. But Rue keeps going, oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. And Jules is like, well, clearly it's not amazing because I've been doing this for 25 minutes. Rue then proceeds to fake an orgasm, which if you've read Women Don't Owe You Pretty, like she really shouldn't be doing this. Naughty, naughty, naughty. But yeah, I do think this is an interesting scene. I like that they're showing kind of the impact that this drug addiction is having on their relationship. Like they're not really connecting the way they could be. Jules obviously is hurt by this whole situation, and you kind of start seeing the rifts form between Rue and Jules and why she'd gravitate towards Elliot here. And Rue is so high that she can't even muster up the energy to do a convincing fake. Like it's pretty rough. I do like the line from Elliot where he says, nah, no way Rue faked it. She's too lazy to do something like that. And again, Elliot is a really cunning snake, all right? At this point, he knows that Rue is absolutely off her chops. He knows that she's relapsing. He knows that she's getting high. It's pretty devious what he's doing here. Jules then says, maybe she's not attracted to me. Elliot says, you know, maybe you just suck at eating puss. Jules says, oh no, that makes me feel like a guy, which I do really like. At this point, it's almost starting to feel like a complex for Jules, if that makes sense. It's like any sort of characterization of her that she gets, she's constantly sort of reframing in her mind. Does this feel masculine? Is that a sort of guy thing to do? And I think here, I'm not going to say it's necessarily a reach. It's a fun throwaway joke, but it does kind of mirror what she was saying in her solo episode in between season 1 and 2. Elliot then gets her to close a fist and kind of munches on her hand, showing how it's done. And yeah, no cold open. We're right into the episode. We go Euphoria title drop and then boom. Oh, I forgot to add, important note, Jules and Elliot kind of make out, then we get the title drop of the episode, which is actively cheating on Rue. And I think I find this scene really interesting because it's one of those great moments where technically if Jules knew what Rue was doing, which is getting high, like that's a sense of betrayal as well. So you could almost even out the moral playing field here if you really wanted to try, but at the same time, not really. And also Jules doesn't know that Rue is doing this. There's no real moral justification here. Do you get what I mean? It's like, yes, as audience members, we can be like, oh, okay, well, I mean, I guess Rue is adding a sense of betrayal towards Jules, but no, you know what I mean? Like Jules doesn't know this, and I think she needs to be judged accordingly. It's a pretty shitty thing to do. But at the same time, it's really interesting because Elliot also knows that Rue is high, but hasn't told Jules. So it's like if Jules knew that Elliot knew about Rue, she wouldn't want to get with Elliot. And you get what I mean? It's all like these layers of deceit, right? Like Elliot's being snaky and hiding things from Jules. Jules is hiding things from Rue. Rue is hiding things from Jules, etc., right? We then get this beautiful sequence sent to Sometimes I Feel Like a Motherless Child, which feels like another sequence reminding me of that wonderful If I Had the Right from the last episode. Now we start getting Nate in proper soft boy mode. I do feel like the head injury kind of pivoted him in a different gear, and I do think there's some moments of earnestness from Nate in this episode and in this montage. There's this great moment where he mirrors that scene with Cassie in I think episode 2 or episode 3 where he's kind of like about to munch down on her and looks up and says, you have no idea how much power you have over me. He does this to Maddie here. It almost feels like maybe Cassie was a rehearsal for getting back in Maddie's good graces. And I don't actually think Nate is full on trying to get back with Maddie here. I think he's trying to get closure in a weird way. I think there is actually a shred of truth to what he says later in the episode when he's arguing with Cassie and says like, we're not getting back together. And she's like, oh, so what? You just met up and talked about love. I do think there's some truth there. I think he knows that if he wants to get back with Maddie, he could, and he's kind of playing it a bit differently. I think he's on this weird soul-searching quest, and he's using these two women to kind of get there. I'm not saying that's right, and he's definitely forming like emotional bonds, and he's emotionally cheating with both of them, like no doubt. But I do actually think what he's doing here with Maddie is a bit different. I think he's trying to learn about himself, and I do think him and Cal have both had these like come to Jesus moments where they're kind of like re-shifting their priorities and their moral compasses. Next in this montage, Cassie brings Maddie a birthday cake. She also brings her like a photo book of their memories together. So Cassie is just digging the hole deeper and deeper. She either needs to start distancing herself from Maddie and go more towards Nate, or leave Nate and go more towards Maddie, but either one, like she's kind of cooked. You know, we have Cassie crying after giving Maddie the photo book. Like, yeah, these are the consequences of your actions, Cassie, which is funny because that mirrors what she's saying to Nate later in the episode. Maddie then says to Nate that he ruined her forever and then, you know, talks about why do you still love me? Nate then says you're smart and cruel, but not really cruel. Maddie says she didn't realize that about herself until after they broke up. Maddie then says, you know, I did actually love you. Did you feel loved by me? And Nate says, I don't know. And I don't think he's being manipulative or kind of like, oh, like I don't think he's trying to fish for compliments here. I think this is actually an earnest answer from Nate in this moment. I think the interesting thing looking back on Nate in season 1 and season 2 and what we learn about him in season 2 is I think there is a scared boy in there somewhere. Now, that doesn't excuse any of the violent stuff he's done, but I think the show has made this effort to show these moments of softness leak out when no one's looking, when no one's around. And I think in season 2, he starts dressing and carrying himself in a way that kind of reflects this inner sort of conflict. I think in the scene later in the episode where Cal is scolding the family and saying like, my biggest regret is you, I think you are meant to have a bit of empathy for Nate here. And I think in this moment, like, I do think Nate probably, like I said in the season 1 video, I think Nate's an interesting character. Like I said earlier in one of these videos, I think Nate's interesting because I do think maybe with Cassie, there is a softer side to him. He doesn't feel like he constantly needs to compete. And Maddie isn't to be blamed for Nate's shortcomings, not at all. But I do wonder if Nate would be better paired with someone who doesn't challenge him, all right? And that is a sign of like a weak guy, all right? I'm not saying this is a good character trait, but I do actually wonder if him and Cassie long-term will result in Nate softening out, or whether he's always destined to be this sociopathic, you know? I do get a sense that Maddie and Nate bring out the worst in each other. I think that is a fair and accurate statement, but I do wonder how much softer Nate would be with someone else, or whether that's just him lying to himself and he's always going to be like this. We have this amazing fight with Cassie and Nate though. Just as I was saying, oh, I wonder if he'd soften out, we have this pretty relentless fight. So it opens with Nate saying like, you knew I still had feelings for Maddie, and then she's like, well, that doesn't mean I thought you were going to get back together. If you're going to get back together, I wouldn't be with you. He says, no, we're not back together. She says, what? So you just hung out and talked about love, which I do think is what he actually did, as weird as that sounds. She then says, if I knew you were going to get back together, I wouldn't have done that. He then calls her out and says that's a lie. He says, you think you're a good person, but if you were, you wouldn't have fucked your best friend's boyfriend, which is hilarious because it's like he was kind of the instigator in that situation. Like it's real rich coming from him. But I do also appreciate, I think he's kind of been the voice for the audience here, where everyone else at home is like, Cassie, what are you doing? And I think he's kind of holding a mirror and being like, okay, I'm a piece of shit, but like, you're not off the hook.
If I would have known you were gonna get back together, I wouldn't have done this.
That's a lie.
You two were broken up.
That is a comfort to nobody but you. You're afraid that I'm still in love with Maddie, so you're gonna do whatever the fuck it takes to destroy that.
Really feels like he's speaking for the audience here a bit. Then says, you're scared, I'm still in love with Maddie, so you're gonna destroy that. This isn't about being a good person, this is about getting what you want, which I think are true statements. Then Nate says to Cassie, you can leave or get in the bed, it's up to you, which reminds me of that famous meme where it was just girls and jumping in bed. Sydney Sweeney is pretty unbelievable here, might I add, but then Cassie comes in and she's like, you know, I don't care if I get hurt. I don't care how crazy Maddie is. You two shouldn't be together and you're toxic for each other. Nate's like, how do you know? And she goes, because she's my best friend and I'm in a relationship with you, which is such a fucking crazy quote to say. Nate then stumbles over his words. He gets Maddie and Cassie confused, which I think has been set up, all right? This idea that Nate is constantly getting his love interests confused, these wires crossed. What do they say about me? What do they say about my sexuality? You know, we saw in that montage at the start of episode 2 where they were all kind of blurring into one, you know? This hilarious exchange where Cassie tries to flex that she's crazier than Maddie and Nate just says that's not something to be fucking proud of.
Understand, Nate, is I am crazier.
That's not something to be fucking proud of, Cassie.
They then start getting into the semantics of what blackmail is because he feels like he's getting blackmailed into being in a relationship with her. Nate then starts to lose. I think what's great about this argument is they both make valid points at one another. It's one of those arguments where like she's making accurate assessments of Nate for the most part and he's making accurate assessments of her, but it's like you guys are meant to be together. You should probably be on the same team. You know what I mean? It's like neither of you are winning here because you're both trying to win. And then finally, he just kind of loses it because he's going around in circles and he does the whole, what the fuck is wrong with you? What
the fuck is wrong with you?
Anyway, she storms off and then he stands at the top of the stairwell, similar to, you know, she's running down the stairs similar to Maddie was in season 1. And he calls out, I love you, which does feel really manipulative. Like, Nate's bullshitting here. You know what I mean? This feels dumb dude bro-y Nate, all right? This is Nate at his, like, dumbest, you know? And, like, Cassie knows this too.
Cassie, stop. I love you.
We then get this pretty interesting scene where like Lexi is asking Cassie if she's lost weight. She's showing concern and we get this like montage where it's cutting between Lexi auditioning people and recreating this scene on stage with the conversation between Cassie. But it's like this is a moment where I think the style is slightly jumping over the substance a little. On one end, I appreciate that it's showing us that Lexi is kind of viewing the world through this plaything, through this framing device. But at the same time, it's like I would have actually liked to see this sisterly dynamic explored between Cassie and Lexi in this moment. You know, it's like we are getting it in a roundabout way, but it's like I actually felt like in this moment the style was getting in the way of what could have been an interesting scene between Cassie and Lexi. I'm willing to kind of walk this criticism back if on my rewatch of season 2 I am totally fulfilled by Cassie and Lexi. This was a moment where I feel like rein it in. We then have one of my favorite scenes of this episode and maybe one of my favorite scenes of the show, which is just Cal getting drunk. He's listening to INXS. Meanwhile, Nate's, you know, putting this Tiffany & Co present together for Maddie and Ryan, this card. Cal is kind of like roasting Nate, and he's like, let's make a toast to Nathaniel, winner of all winners, big swinging dick, Mr. Big Balls. Then he says to Nate, when Nate's kind of like sitting there judging him, trying to be stoic and quiet, which again is a nice change from season 1. Nate really does feel different here, but it's interesting because then Cal says, you're a part of me I will never understand, which again, I just find it so interesting that Cal doesn't put all of this stuff into his first child. If we're going with like traditional storytelling and just like what his first child would represent to him, it should be pivoted towards the first child, but I'm wondering if it's like his first child doesn't intimidate him. I wonder if it is because for some reason Nate has started to mirror Cal completely with his own struggles of sexuality and his own anger, and I assume that's it, right? Like Cal can see in Nate that whatever he's been hiding from the family, Nate has been smart and perceptive enough to pick up on and internalize and then externalize. And so Cal's sitting there being like, you are a reflection of me. Like, I can see it in you and I don't understand it. And then Cal says, but I do take full responsibility, and starts kind of laughing. He says, I'm going to go for a drive. Nate then says, wear a seatbelt. Cal's like, okay, Dad. Great performance from Eric Dane in this episode. We then have Rue and Elliot dancing. They're all hanging out at Elliot's house. Rue then goes off into the bathroom. She assumingly does drugs because we see Elliot catch the drugs under the cup later. I'm wondering if she was leaving it for Elliot, but I don't think so. I think she was trying to hide it very undiscreetly under a red party cup. Elliot and Jules start making out, and then Rue comes back, so it's like they are cheating at this point. Then Jules dares Rue to kiss Elliot, which I guess is in an attempt to make herself feel less shitty for cheating. It's like, oh, now we're even, you know, you've been making out with Elliot sort of thing. Rue then says the kiss was amazing, which Jules actually gets jealous about. And on one end, even though Jules has been cheating, I do get her getting jealous given the fact that like Rue wasn't really responding to her sexual stuff earlier in the episode. Again, this is all just like sticky, morally dubious territory. Like they're all being shitty to one another. Then Jules starts trying to make Rue jealous by getting like Elliot to lick from like her belly button up to like her boobs. We cut to the party. Kat is telling Maddie that she can't stand Ethan and, you know, says that something good happens to me and I'm a million times more miserable. Maddie kind of drops this wisdom where she says there's a difference between what you should want and what you actually want. Next, Elliot, Jules, and Rue go to steal liquor, and we have this whole exchange where Elliot is bullying this shopkeeper for looking like Kramer, and they steal the beer. Honestly, totally removable scene. Like, it just doesn't do anything, and it's also not fun or enjoyable. It's not dark. I'm not seeing there being like, fuck these guys. I'm not seeing there laughing. I'm not seeing there being like, oh, it's crazy. It's a scene that I'm completely emotionally disengaged with for the most part. Now, yes, it's a 45-second scene, but it's just one of these moments where you're like, okay, I think this episode just could have been 45 minutes, you know? I think it would have been all the better for it. If this episode was slightly shorter, I think there wouldn't really be too many indefensible rough spots in this season. Next, Nate arrives at the party. You can see that Cassie is disappointed. But it's like, what do you expect to happen here? Nate's not going to be able to walk around with you publicly at Maddie's birthday. Next, Cal gets back in his Jeep and he's genuinely excited. You can see this like euphoric sense of like, oh my God, I'm capturing my youth. Now, on one end, could this have been in episode 3 and felt more like coherent with that episode? Maybe, but I think as a season, it actually works better. I like that the show is hoping you've been paying attention with these payoffs between episodes. And I also think this is the best stuff in episode 4 is with Cal. So it's like, well, you know, I'm kind of glad it's here. Next, we have all these sequences of Cal drink driving. Meanwhile, Nate is putting the necklace on Maddie. Now, it's like a friendship gift, but also clearly like a sort of more, like that's not something you give friend. There's this like weird vibe of like, we're not getting back together, but also like here's this like gesture of goodwill. It's bizarre. And that kind of sums up what they're doing right now. They're in that like in-between stage that they feel like they are often in, you know, and that's reflected in this hot tub scene later. Next, we're in the car and Jules is annoyed that Rue is drinking. And this kind of annoyed me, to be honest. It's like, why'd you take Rue out on this exposition to steal drinks and then throw drinks in the back and then you're going to like be pissed off that she's like drinking? You know what I mean? On one end, it's like, up until this point, I've kind of got Jules' perspective of being scared and feeling responsible for Rue's sobriety. And I had some empathy for her in season 1. But here I'm like, why did you take her here? Why are you throwing drinks to her? Like, you are an active participant here. And again, like, it's not that she's blamed, but I'm like, I would have thought you would have been a bit smarter here. And also, yeah, I don't know. Rue then says she doesn't want to argue about anything. She just wants to go home. And next, Nate is almost ready to leave the party. And then Cassie comes down in this ridiculous onesie. Now, I will say, I think the way they're all reacting here and the way the internet reacted to this onesie, I think is because of Sydney Sweeney's body. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think she's just got these insane curves. So then when she's in this onesie, everyone's like, oh my God, what's she doing? I feel like if she had a less noticeable physique, people just would have been like, oh, who wears that to a party? But I think it feels like this bigger statement because of certain attributes of hers, right? Like, I feel like if Maddie wore the same thing, it wouldn't have gone down as weirdly, if that makes sense. Anyway, so Cal goes back to the bar that he was dancing with Derek in the previous episode and kind of tries to recapture his youth. It's a pretty sad, touching scene. He's walking around saying to people he hasn't been here for 25 years. Now, here's where we get a montage where it's like, I almost want to wish you're saying something here, but I actually can't tell if you just thought this was like neat. Like, what are you trying to say here? We're juxtaposing Cal dancing to the same song, and in universe, they're dancing to the same song. Cal has chosen the song on the jukebox. Meanwhile, at the party, Cassie is screaming the words about the Sinead O'Connor, the war song, right? So it's like, you are trying to draw a parallel between what Cal is doing and what Cassie is doing. I guess the linkage is the fact that Cal is about to live his true self. He's being closeted, and I guess Cassie feels like she's hiding the relationship she has with Nate. You know, they're both hiding parts of one another and they're trying to let loose, I guess, is the juxtaposition, but it's not the most beefed up one, you know? I assume the emotional parallel that's meant to be here is they're both relying on substances for relief, and they're both hiding parts of, they're not who they want to be, right? They're not being external with who they want to be at this point, and this is going to be the tipping point, I guess. Cal starts cuddling some random dude. He imagines it's Derek, you know, and I was seen here in this moment being like, I wonder what happened to Derek. Like, I wonder if they ever talked again. I wonder if they went off to different unis and he wasn't allowed to talk to, like, I do actually wonder, all right? Now, we find out later in the episode that Cal actually says he had sex with a man for the first time while Aaron was in his mother's belly. So I do wonder if he hooked up with Derek or what happened. And we do have this line from the song that says, you live in your own shell, you create your own hell. I do think that is meant to be summarizing what's going on for Cal and Cassie in these moments. Nate then asks Maddie if she's always like this, which is a bit devious from Nate. Like, he knows she isn't always like this, all right? Like, he knows Cassie has been banging her, all right? Rue then asks to be dropped off. Jules is upset with her, so they do actually drop her off on the side of the road, which I thought was a bad thing to do. I thought that was a naughty thing to do. Now, yes, Rue is an innocent, all right? And even though she is an addict, like, she's going to do things that hurt people, but I just think given the fact that Jules and Elliot are kind of cheating on her, Elliot's got her hooked on way worse substances all throughout this season, to leave her on the side of the road, it feels a little shitty. Maybe Rue is pissing you off, and maybe you don't want her drinking. Maybe she's being mean. Drop her home. Like, what are you doing? Next, Maddie asks Nate to get in the hot tub. I find this sequence so funny to me. Like, Maddie insists that Nate gets in the hot tub, and then he just gets absolutely roasted. I will say, out of Nate's scenes, I actually think he's perfectly reasonable here. If you just turn on this show and you'd never seen anything with Nate before, like, Nate comes off incredibly well in this scene, and everyone else is being like really antagonistic towards him. We'll get back to that scene. The whole editing of this episode is pretty like frenetic and out of order, so we'll get to the actual dialogue between them in a second. Meanwhile, Rue goes home and does drugs with the briefcase. This does feel sad. We get Labyrinth's incredible song I'm Tired start playing, and I will say, if you're a fan of this show, check out the Euphoria Season 2 soundtrack. There's about 3 different versions of I'm Tired, and each one is really interesting and powerful in its own way. Next, I love the way Cassie kind of stumbles into the hot tub. She like instinctively falls onto Nate, and he's like, oh my God, get off me. Like, he doesn't want to be caught. And then Kat, I think, says, so good that you guys are back together. Maddie then says, we're not back together. And then Nate says, no, we're not back together. And she goes, oh, I was going to say that, but why did you say no? And then the fight just kicks off. I think it's really well written, very true to life. And again, like, if you did not know Nate before this episode, you would feel so bad for this guy.
Definitive about it.
I wasn't being definitive.
It sounded like it.
No, I mean, she just asked a question.
That you didn't have to answer.
Oh, okay.
You and your tone.
But we're not back together.
Me.
Meaning what?
Meaning that when I say it, it means something totally different than when you say it.
It might seem that way in your head, Maddie, but it's the same word.
Yeah, but it's also the speed with which you said no.
Give me a
It was
fucking
quick.
break.
It was like his natural instinct, right?
It was hasty.
You really think she's gonna disagree with you?
If I disagreed with her, then I would. What, you don't think I have a mind of my own?
No, I'm sure you do.
Oh, he's such a...
Then Kat starts coming at Nate and being like, what, you think I don't have opinions of my own? Which I do think is a nice payoff to Kat's character. This is a moment of good writing where it's like, you've actually built up this storyline around Kat not knowing her place in the world, not feeling some sense of motivation. So here, it feels like a loaded comment from Kat. She's not only just coming at Nate, but it's like this insecurity of hers to be questioned about what she wants and what she doesn't want and what she knows and what she doesn't know. So it's like extra loaded, and it's a good little payoff. It's a micro moment, but it's good. Maddie then starts clapping, saying he's a gaslighter, and says, oh, he's such a C word. And again, I think he's weirdly well composed in this chat. And then, yeah, Maddie starts really roasting him and is like, oh, you know, you talk about how, like, I'm the best person ever and, like, marry me, come to college with me, have my babies. And I do really like that when Maddie says this line specifically, that's where Cassie actually throws up. I think it's relating back to the trauma of season 1 of getting the abortion. And this is where I need to interject and defend Cassie slightly. Now, I'm not defending her actions, but I'm going to show some understanding and some level of empathy here. I think Cassie had to keep the abortion a secret from everyone. I think none of her friends would have been particularly understanding. She doesn't know how it would have landed. She had to deal with everything with McKay. She had to deal with this whole arc in season 1 of feeling like she earned a genuine connection with someone and had a genuine connection with someone, and watched as like these toxic masculine ideals kind of weaseled their way into McKay's subconscious, got in the way of their relationship. She wasn't perfect either. She could have told Daniel to fuck off a bit more, but I do think she's dealing with a lot. And I do think that is kind of the reason she's so unhinged in this season, all right? It's not as simple as Sam Levinson just hates women with daddy issues. I do think there is something in there in the fact that she is reeling and recovering of something she couldn't talk about in season 1. I think that's kind of reaffirmed here when the thing that makes her throw up is the line about babies, you know? I do. There, I said it. I will say Cassie then vomits. It's pretty funny. I love this shot of Cassie's mum pulling her out of the bathtub, and it's like this, I don't know, like the visual of it's so funny. The way she slides out and feels huge compared to Cassie's mum. It's really, really funny. We then get this scene that reminds me of Pillion. It was making me laugh so hard, which is just Cal in this bar being like, you want to wrestle? You want to wrestle? He's trying to wrestle with everyone. Obviously, it was shown in the previous episode that he was wrestling in high school with Derek. And now, so wrestling has this like slight sexual undertone. It's like, come on, let's wrestle. It was really making me laugh. And he whips off his shirt and insists until he gets kicked out of the bar. I love the line from the guy being like, I warned you 10 times not to wrestle. I do feel bad for Cal when he's saying like, you can't do this to me, man. This is all I have. I do wonder if him getting locked out of this bar is the thing that sends him over the edge. He then also sees the mural wink at him, almost being like, go do it, man. And then he's talking about when he gets home, like he's the man with no name. So yeah. Next, Jules finally goes to hook up with Elliot. Elliot then says, you know, I haven't been honest with you. There's something I need to tell you before we hook up. He tells Jules that Rue is not sober. He hasn't been sober since they met each other. She's been doing heroin, benzos, etc. I will say at this point, it feels like Elliot is the manifestation of the drug addiction that Rue has. You know, like he is almost this physical embodiment of her drug addiction, which I guess adds some substance to the shot later in the episode where he's standing in her metaphorical church. You know, maybe if we're like really stretching, that's what it could be. But I think Elliot serves as this interesting, like obviously he's a real character, all right? I'm not going to get too into subtext. You know, I find some critics will do this thing where like the metaphor speaks over the text. It's like he is a real tangible character, but I do think he is also this interesting embodiment of the addiction and kind of serves as this manifestation of the rift that causes between them. You know, they're both hiding how they feel about each other, and they're both hiding their relationship with Elliot. Yeah, that's the best defense I can give of Elliot's character. I do love this whole I'm tired sequence. I love Rue walking into this like African-American church and like feeling bewildered, hugging Labyrinth. It feels like she's almost breaking the fabric of the show. You know, her narration is over the text itself, and she does feel omniscient. She does know things that she couldn't possibly know at times. Other times she's speaking for other characters, and I think her hugging the person that does all these songs for her is a really interesting moment. I also like that when she's walking down to hug Labyrinth, we see Jules and Elliot in the crowd. And I also think the line, how long can I stay in a place that can't contain me, is a really, really fantastic line from Labyrinth in the song. I think it represents high school. Now, when you're in high school, it does feel the way the show frames it feels larger than life and bigger than life. And yeah, a couple of years out of high school, you look back and go, God, why did I care about everything? But while you're in high school, it does feel like a movie. And I think this line of how long can I stay in a place that can't contain me, I think it is sort of speaking to this idea that these characters are not, like, they're ready to burst. They're ready to leave this stuff behind. And that becomes a thread throughout season 2. It's why I'm glad season 3 is going to be out of high school too. I also do like her then hugging her dad. I think it's a really sweet moment, and a moment where the montage of this episode actually works really well. Particularly the line where Rue is saying to her father, you don't really know who I am anymore. I think that's such a profound, touching line relating to grief. This feeling that, like, you know, if I had a chance to meet these people I've lost again, like, would they even know who I am? Would they be proud of me? Would they recognize me? You know, like, sometimes I even feel that about, like, people I've lost, and my dad and stuff, for example. Like, if I was able to see him again, like, would he be impressed? We'd be like, oh, you're doing YouTube, what? Like, it's interesting, right? And I will say this hard cut is brutal. I absolutely think it's a masterstroke of editing. This cut to Rue standing alone in her house through the window, just alone, hugging a ghost, hugging a spirit, hugging nothing. It's really devastating and well done. Next, we have maybe my favorite scene of Euphoria. I think this is so good. Cal gets home, he starts laughing, he's pissing on the floor. Now, I will say Marsha is surprisingly calm. I really love that Cal just says some crazy, unhinged, devastating stuff. But one, the family has already got a sense that he's an absolute psycho. He lives in an emotionally tormented household, a emotionally quiet, weirdly hostile. You know what I mean? It's a very strange family dynamic. And I think the fact that like when he's doing all this crazy stuff, they're all just kind of take it in. Like even Marsha, she doesn't freak out the way you'd expect. She's just kind of over his shit. And that's the vibe everyone gives in this scene, which I think is interesting given some of the crazy stuff he's saying. The only one that seems to be slightly shocked is Aaron, who Cal doesn't respect in the slightest. But Nate and Marsha, who I think also mirror one another, kind of know Cal and know this deeper, darker underbelly with him. Cal opens this scene by saying, I think I'm lonely. Marsha then's like, put your penis away. He's like, no. Then he follows it up by saying, I am who I am, which is always a hilarious line to me.
Cal, I'm not going to ask you again. Put your penis away.
I am who I am.
She says, can you put your dick away? And then he goes, Aaron, I was just telling your mum that I think I'm lonely. He then says, you guys should have seen me tonight. Maybe you wouldn't be proud, but you would have been impressed, which I find an interesting line, right? Marsha then says, you're not you. He says, I'm 100% me with his dick out. Then he says, you know how many men I fucked? And then Marsha clearly already knew that he like desired men or there's something going on with it. Like it seems like a confirmation of what she feared more than like a shocking revelation. And Nate obviously already knows all of this. So Nate isn't particularly shocked either. And I think the difference between Aaron's reaction to both Marsha and Nate, I think is really well communicated here. I think like they didn't need to spell it out properly. You kind of just feel it. Cal then starts like just roasting the family. He's like, I had sex with a guy for the first time when you're in your mum's belly. And then he says, you know, if I said tonight that I went to a strip club and I banged a chick, you know, you wouldn't be 1/10 as appalled as you are now. You might be like, Dad, don't say that in front of mum, but it's expected. You wouldn't say this whole thing of what are you talking about? There wouldn't be this level of shock. He's essentially implying that like if he was banging chicks, his family would have had a fairly different response than to him banging dudes. He's essentially seen his family as the thing that's stopping him being who he truly is. And it's like, to an extent, yes, like Marsha getting pregnant when he was younger did stop him living the life to the fullest, but also like you need to take accountability. You know, you could have been like, I'm not ready to get married. You could have got a divorce. You could have done a bunch of different things. Now, yes, there would have been hurt involved, but it probably would have been better than fucking up your kids in this way, right? With this weird double life, like he says later. Does that make sense? It's like, yes, there is some truth in the fact that having a kid before he was ready did get in the way of him being who he wanted to be, of course, but at the same time, like, again, not ideal situation, but like if you realize something about your sexuality or you want to live that, like you're allowed to divorce. Like it's better than what you did. And I found my response to this scene on rewatch really interesting because I remember when I first watched this season, I resonated with this scene, and it's going to sound pretty fucked up, but I remember I was living at home and I really wasn't connecting with my family properly, and I had a level of like resentment and disdain and like discomfort, you know, in my own house. And I remember seeing Cal as a bit of a hero, like a fucking idiot, but also being like, yeah, like show him who's boss a bit. And like obviously on rewatch now, I'm like, this dude completely failed his kids as a parent. You know, on one end, there's some stuff he says where I'm like, all right, cool. But also like, yeah, like if you're not laughing, this is a really quite horrific scene. And I think it's an interesting release for Cal, for Nate, and for Marsha. He then starts going on about like, I'm a man, I'll fuck whoever I want, I'll fuck men, I'll fuck women, I'll fuck transsexuals. Marsha says, I'm going to bed. He then cuts in by saying, I'm an F-slur. Hilarious line delivery. And I have to give credit to Eric Dane for full sending this sequence. I think he's so committed here, and it's always been one of my favorite scenes in Euphoria. Then he comes with one of the most interesting lines of the season, where he comes up to Nate and he says, living a double life is not my biggest regret. You are. Now he says this as an insult. Maybe if we want to be charitable, there is something coming out here of like, my biggest regret is how much I failed you as a father and what I've turned you into and the monster I've created. I think that is what he's trying to get at. But the way he delivers this here is like, it's Nate's fault. It's Nate's issue. And yeah, there might be some truth to that. Maybe Cal has been looking at Nate and knows that Nate knows this dark secret about him and knows that Nate doesn't like him because of this dark secret, etc., etc. I think all of this is really interesting. They've definitely softened Cal and Nate this season, so it lands a bit differently to how it would have been season one. You almost can't picture season one version of Cal saying this to Nate and being this lively, but I think after this head injury and clearly some other stuff that's been going on, I think it does land really interestingly in this moment. Cal then calls out the family, says, we all live double lives. You know, Marsh, you've got this shoebox full of letters that cam counselor wrote you, you know, and I've seen you flirting with them on Facebook. I don't blame you. He then takes the family photo, which I do find interesting. And yes, there is a third child. I don't know what's going on there. Your guess is as good as mine. Like maybe this kid died. I don't know. I don't know. Finally, we get this hilarious line where Cal, for no good reason, just comes at Aaron and says, you know, the corn on your computer made my jaw drop. He starts talking about, you know, pissy and butts and like Bukakis on. It's crazy. It's crazy. He calls Marsha back, being like, you're the one that showed me. Like, come back. He then says to Nate, your whole life's a secret, a mystery. I've lived with you. I've lived with you. I've raised you. I'm your father, yet I know nothing about you, which is really interesting. And this is obviously coming off the previous scene where he got the head injury and realized like Nate has completely concocted this indecipherable web of lies and half-truths and like weird manipulation where it's like Cal is just like, I'm in a different league. I literally do not understand what's going on. I don't know who's lying. I don't know why Nate has sent me on this weird path. I don't know this kid I've created. I genuinely don't know him. He says, I know nothing about you. Actually, I do know that you're angry. And he says, I'm so sorry I fucked you up with my double life. This is a confirmation that Cal knows that he's the reason Nate is the way he is to an extent. I think there's some guilt from Cal. I think Cal also, he wants the right to live the way he lives, but also he's like, yeah, I did probably fuck you guys up. He then says, I have a problem and it's this family. I can't form an emotional connection and I'm an emotional guy, which is an interesting thing to say because you almost feel bad for him in this moment. But it's like, hang on, in season 1, I remember how awful and toxic you are. Like you clearly helped create this environment. It was a reflection of your own like internalized homophobia and like closeting yourself and like leaking this out into the family. You know, in season 1, we saw how he ruled the family with an iron fist and how he kind of communicates to his family. It's like, yeah, we see in season 2 that there is this emotional tender side to him when he's been who he wants to be, when he's drunk, when he's free, when he's experiencing euphoria. But it's like, no, this is an inaccurate statement. He can't blame it on his emotionally distant family when he's the one that made them emotionally distant, you know. And this is where I start to really disagree with Cal. Earlier I was like, oh, you know, he's living his true life, whatever, fuck it. But here I'm like, okay. He starts pointing at them going, you fuckers back me into a corner. And then he says in reference to the piss on the floor, like, I left you guys a reminder of me. You can argue over who cleans it, which obviously is cruel. And then we get the montage that I think just doesn't quite work. We get this montage of rain to this absolutely gorgeous Labyrinth song. This like, woo! Crazy, right? Fez is looking around. It's just like, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? It's like we have found out like there's an issue with the body or whatever, but it's like, yeah, Fez is just looking to the difference. It's like we haven't seen Fez for like 3 episodes. Like, what am I meant to be getting here? Jules is also looking around. It's just kind of like, okay, whatever. Rue starts narrating I love you, which again, kind of whatever. We have Elliot standing in the church, which yes, I guess could represent him burying himself into Rue's psyche and kind of representing her spiraling drug addiction and the rift that's going to form between her and Jules. Sure. We then have Lexi in the hall, which just holds a little too long. We have Kat and Ethan driving in a background of nothing, which also just at this point, it's like ideally this montage should have felt like a really wonderful sort of climax and like reflection on the episode we've just watched. But as it stands, it's like, wait, where have all these people been? And then we have this shot of Cassie and flowers, which I'm in two minds about. I think it's beautiful and a wonderful shot, but it's also like I wish we had more around Cassie. I guess if I'm really reading into it, it's like given the baby comment, she's reflecting on all the mistakes she's made up until this point. It is a beautiful shot, but yeah, I just wish this montage hit a little harder. It's the only like objectively weak point we've had of the season so far, which overall in like a hour-long episode, having a 3-minute montage that doesn't fully land isn't the end of the world. But, you know, I'll try and be fair, and I'm defending Euphoria Season 2, but I think this montage at the end here is an example of something that is fine. It's not amazing, it's fine. You've composed all these beautiful shots, to not say as much as I would have hoped. You know, overall, this episode's probably an 8 out of 10, maybe a 7 if I'm feeling harsh, but probably an 8 out of 10. I really do love all the Cal and Nate stuff, all the Maddie revelations. I think that hot tub scene is excellent. The Cal scenes are excellent. It's just a montage at the end kind of left a bad taste in my mouth, truthfully. And like it ends with Jules saying, since before we even existed.
Since before we ever existed. No trust.
I guess they're communicating telepathically about how much they love each other, whatever. You know what I mean? It's just one of those moments where I'm like, yeah, whatever. Anyways, moving on to episode 5, I will actually go through the inside the episodes too at some point.
Because Cassie knows at some point it's going to come out. And that's where all of her anxiety comes from. She loses herself to love. Like, friendship doesn't matter anymore. I wanted something that kind of emulated Maddie in a way.
Episode 4 montage, I really like. Kind of iconic images of our characters. It feels like it's a turning point in the series and the trajectory of the characters. To allow for this certain kind of mystery inside the characters to sort of be alive, it became a way for us to be inside of their worlds without having to break down everything on a logical level. When Rue gets really high, she's able to kind of enter this place between life and death where she can reunite with her father. That Lab's voice serves as kind of the spirit world.
Hello everyone, welcome back. So episode 5 of Euphoria, this is kind of the Rue solo episode. Now solo episode in a sense where like it's not like the old episodes where we open with a cold open, a character deep dive or anything, but this is like a Safdie Brothers coded episode. We were following Rue trying to get access to more drugs, trying to escape, going to rehab. It's a wonderful episode. I think it kind of represented a good sort of objective moment of like, hey, Euphoria is still very good for the haters, you know? I think this is a really solid episode. Let's just get into it. Now, I will say I have less to say on this episode just because so much of it is Rue running around and just kind of the visceral experience of watching her trying to escape cops and not be caught and not be taken to rehab, etc., etc. So, unfortunately, this long video, instead of being 5 hours 20, might end up being, 5 hours and 5 minutes. But anyways, let's get into it. So, it opens with Leslie saying, we're like mid-confrontation, mid-intervention, I suppose. So, it opens with Leslie, who, by the way, all the performances in this show are pretty much excellent, all right? Leslie, Rue, and Gia here. Like, oftentimes, Zendaya as Rue gets really propped up, and she is excellent, but Leslie and Gia are really great scene partners in this opening section. And I do actually really love how long these scenes are able to breathe in this episode. It opens with Leslie saying, I want you to know I'm not angry with you. It also opens, even though we're hearing Leslie say this, it opens on Gia and her overhearing this discussion. She's scared and tense, and I think seeing the dynamic between Zendaya and Gia here, or Rue and Gia here, in contrast to season 1 is really well done. There is actually a clear difference between how Rue is when she's clean and Rue is when she's an addict, or when Rue is relapsing. Sorry. Now Rue goes full gaslight mode, similar to what we saw earlier in the season, and she turns on Gia and she's like, what, you're going to tell mum about a little bit of weed, just a little bit of weed? The performances here are top notch. Rue is just losing it. She's being nasty, she's gaslighting, she's pinning it on Gia. Now Leslie actually clarifies and says, no, don't be mad at Gia, I'm talking about opiates. And again, the actress that's playing Leslie is so good. And then Rue finally snaps and is like, fine, drug test me if you want to drug test me. And Leslie comes back and says, I don't need to drug test you, Jules told me everything. Now Rue goes and starts looking for the suitcase. She's freaking out. Rue slams the phone out of Leslie's hand when she goes to call the police. Leslie says to Rue that she's not a good person. Now we've had this consistent thread. Again, this was explored in the special episode where I think Ali says the virtue of trying to be a good person is what makes you a good person. So I think this probably lands like a ton of bricks onto Rue at this point, and she's already burnt Ali, so it's probably a rough moment, right? Now Rue comes back with some really awful stuff where she says, it's a shame Dad's dead because it stops you from admitting how shit of a mum you are. Basically saying Leslie always has this built-in excuse where she doesn't need to look at her own parenting because she can always pin the shortcomings of her own parenting on the fact that they lost their father figure. I'm not saying this is true, that's obviously what Rue is suggesting. Then she starts baiting Gia and says, if Gia isn't a fucking neurosurgeon, you're 0 for 2, mum. Like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, it's really rough. Now next, Rue pushes Gia over and Leslie slaps Rue. And I think at this point there was a slight bit of catharsis with the slap. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not saying she deserved it, but I got why Leslie was at her breaking point. It would be tough to hear this stuff. Not that I condone slapping your child, but I'm just saying, like, when she did it, I was sort of like, next, Rue breaks down the door with her entire body. This is a great performance moment. Oftentimes on the internet, we recognize acting as the most acting rather than like, actual the best subtle acting,
I'm a man and I'm angry. You know it's good acting because I'm yelling. The only tears I cry will be angry one.
And this is an example of the most acting. She's literally physically breaking down a door. But it is impressive, especially coming from Zendaya, who normally carries herself so differently. Normally she's doing the stuff.
So, what group has Batman joined in the past? The Fantastic Four, Defenders, or the Justice League?
I didn't hear the question.
I will say it's a really interesting character moment, the fact that she's terrified of the pills being gone, and it's because, like, she was probably never going to successfully sell them, right? I think we all know this. But at the same time, I think she sort of convinced herself that she was going to sell them, or in this moment, she's genuinely sitting there being like, Mom, you've ruined me. Mom, you fucked me. And it's like, it's this feeling of like, oh, Mom beat me to the punch. I think Rue probably somewhere in her soul knows that she was just going to shoot up all the drugs herself. She knows she was never going to sell them properly. But in this moment, it's almost easier to subconsciously pin it on Leslie. You get what I mean? And be like, you're the one that's fucked me, not me. Does that make sense? Like, I think in this moment, there's part of her that genuinely believes she would have sold the drugs and Leslie's the one that cooked it. But if she looked inwards properly, she would probably know that she was always going to shoot those drugs up herself and not sell them. Now, Rue starts breaking down to her mom, apologizes to both of them, and I think what this episode captures is this really difficult cycle where it's like Rue can be genuinely horrible to the point where when Leslie slaps her, you're kind of like, okay. But at the same time, when she starts apologizing, you do see this scared, tortured soul, you know, this young woman who's just freaking out. It's a really tough dichotomy, and you feel a lot for Leslie and Gia in this situation. You can tell they're feeling the same thing we're feeling, but it's like, what if we bite and we're just hurt again? You know, she keeps asking her mum what'd she do with them, the drugs aren't mine, etc. And then she really starts freaking out, like, why'd you do with them? Why'd you do with them? And then we get a surprise entry into the scene from Jules. Jules yells out, we flush them down the toilet. And Rue is clearly embarrassed. Leslie actually highlights this. It's like, are you fucking embarrassed, Rue? Now, Rue storms off down the hallway, and, you know, Elliot's there too. Like, what is Elliot doing here? You get what I mean? Like, oh, yay, Elliot. Now, Rue goes up to Elliot and says, you know, don't trust anything he says. He's an addict, so he's a liar and a snake. Now, this is obviously projection. This is pot calling the kettle black. Takes one to know one. I don't think I need to really break that down. We obviously know what's going on here. Now, there's this interesting moment I want your guys' take on, which is Rue asks Elliot, you know, why did you tell Jules? And then she looks at Jules and goes, we're fucking done. So I'm wondering, do you think Rue kind of in that moment is like, why would Elliot have told Jules? And then kind of clocks like, oh, there's some intimacy forming there. Maybe they've cheated with one another. Is that what's going on? Does that make sense? Or the allegiance? Like, I do think Zendaya/Rue clocked in that moment. There's something brewing between you two. That's why Elliot chose to tell you, you know, because like in reality, Elliot did tell Jules because Elliot was about to hook up with her and then was like, oh, well, I feel weird if I don't tell you this. So I wonder if Rue actually figured that out. Rue starts saying, we're done. There's nothing fucking there between you and I anymore. And then she mirrors Cal when she says to Jules, I've got a lot of regrets in my life, but meeting you is at the top of my list. I think this is really interesting parallel writing. Again, I think Cal represents characters that haven't reached euphoria. I think the kind of consensus of this show seems to be reaching a true state of euphoria is unpacking your trauma and dealing with the turbulence of growing up and like life. You get what I mean? Like in order to reach euphoria properly, you either go down degeneracy routes or you come out the other side. And I think Cal is representative of going down the wrong path. You get what I mean? So maybe that's the reason all these young characters are kind of mirroring Cal. Maybe this is a bit of a reach, but let me know what you think. Rue starts saying to Jules that she just sucks the love out of people. She's essentially just a soul sucker. These were harsh characterizations. Jules starts retorting back, being like, I love you, which I guess is mirroring the end montage of the last episode with those repeated I love yous, I love yous. Rue starts doing, dare I say, this performative feeling, you fucking left me at my lowest. Now, I don't think it's a bad performance from Zendaya, but I do think there's meant to be this feeling of insincerity in this moment. Like, almost she doesn't believe the shit she's saying to manipulate Jules.
When I fucking needed you, you fucking left me when I was at my fucking
It's like this whole, you fucking left me at my lowest. Like, there's something about it. I don't think it's a bad performance from Zendaya, but there's something about where it just feels like she doesn't even believe this shit. I think on purpose. Then Elliot just nopes the fuck out of the situation, which I've always found hilarious because, like, Elliot, like, if you're really looking to defend him, again, like I said last episode, he almost serves as this interesting representation of her, like, drug addiction and, like, someone on the other side who can do drugs but doesn't have the brain chemistry where it really cooks them. But, like, at the same time, like, he gets up and he's like, I shouldn't have said anything. I like Rue the way she was. This wasn't my place. And I guess he's saying I liked her the way she was when she was an addict rather than what he's seeing now, which is a very immature statement to make. And it's like, also, who invited you here? Fuck off. Goodbye. And I will say, I guess it's an intentional part of the writing that he kind of got her back on drugs properly and was encouraging her habit and, like, you know, enabling her to an extent. I'm like, yes, she was already considering doing drugs, but he definitely exacerbated things. So I think it is very hypocritical of him. And again, that's not bad writing. He's just a shit bloke. Now, Rue breaks down to Leslie and says that she misses her dad and then finally says, yeah, you can take me to the hospital. A moment I like when they're heading to the car is Gia actually offers Rue shotgun and Rue chooses to sit in the back, which is a nice payoff later when she manages to escape a bit easy. While they're in the car, Rue kind of starts, you know, mocking them and like baiting them. She starts going, truth is I relapsed straight out of rehab. She actually freaks out because she realizes they're taking her to rehab rather than ER. So she starts, rubbing salt in the wound, telling her mom and her sister, like, my chances of recovering are 1 in 20. Leslie comes back with like, well, you just got to try. That's what'll really make or break this thing. And she says, every mum says that, even the ones that bury their kid. Gia starts crying. Really well done scene. Next, Rue jumps out and starts running. And then we get this incredible Labyrinth song playing again. The one that played at the end when Nate was confronting Cal. The Yeah, I Fucking Did It. It's so well done. Praise the Lord. And I will say, I've heard a lot of criticism around Euphoria, this idea that it glorifies drug use or glorifies a lot of the stuff it shows. What part of this sequence is glorifying it? Like, this is fucking awful, all right? This is stressful and disgusting. Like, this is a hard to watch episode. This does not make drug addiction look good. I don't know what part of this show really makes drug addiction look good, but watching Rue run down the street and then hard cutting back to Gia screaming, great performance from Gia. Love how frenetic the shot is, and we're kind of in Safdie Brothers territory here. Next, Rue goes to Lexi's in one of season 2's most iconic sequences. This scene is fantastic. She wants to use the bathroom. Of course, it just so happens that all the friends are hanging out there. Cassie's mum comes out and goes, "You look terrible. You look terrible." She's, I absolutely love Cassie's mum. I think she's such a good actress. I think such a good character, and the performance is so good. And she's like, well, don't get me sick. I have a compromised immune system. Susie starts asking a bunch of questions about getting clean, starts comparing it to her own experience going to AA rather than NA. And then I love this moment where she says to Rue's face, "You look really good," and then walks off and says to Lexi, like, she looks fucking terrible.
Nice to see you. You look great. She's not doing good.
Now, Rue snoops around the bathrooms looking for drugs to steal. She comes out and turns out there's an impromptu intervention happening. Leslie has been told. They're all there being like, "Rue, we're worried about you." Now, either Susie actually called Leslie after saying she looks terrible and was like, "Oh my God, like, we gotta call Leslie," or Leslie already knew instinctively that Rue would be here, one or the other. She did get there kind of quickly, I will say. And then, Rue's like, "I can't be clean." And Cassie says something along the lines of like, "You don't have to do it alone. Just take it one day at a time."
Can't get clean. I can't do that shit forever.
You don't have to. Take it one day at a time.
And I think this like ignorant but sweet approach, like, I don't think Cassie was intentionally being condescending here, but I think this like privileged way of speaking and just how ditzy Cassie came out really pisses off Rue. All right, Rue's sitting there and she's like, "I'm just going to demolish your life right now. That was a microaggression worth destroying your life right now." But I love that before this, Maddie gives Cassie this look of like, yeah, nice. Like the dum-dum just tried to make a good point, will encourage her. And so Rue just starts brewing this evil statement and comes back as like, "Cassie, how long have you been fucking Nate Jacobs for?" Hilarious moment, comes in like a fucking truck.
Hey, Cass, I have a quick question for you.
What?
How long have you been fucking Nate Jacobs?
I will say Sydney Sweeney as Cassie here is excellent. This like sheer panic in her eyes, this denial, like really good performance. I know it's not cool to like Sydney Sweeney, but I think she's very good in this show.
Like a month ago.
No, I don't even know why she would say that.
I also love the parents kind of highlighting like there are bigger issues in life than this bullshit. Like, I know it feels Shakespearean in the moment, but like, Cassie's mum has been, "Maddie, shut up." And Maddie's like, "You're going to tell me to shut up?" When she's been, and she's like, "Shut up." And Leslie's been like, "I don't care who's fucking who, get out of here." I think that's sort of what was lost in some of the commentary around Euphoria season 2. I remember thinking like, okay, yes, all this like sleeping with the ex is not great, but also look at what the characters are dealing with. Like, at the end of the day, are they going to be thinking about this in 10, 15 years? Probably not. And I know part of the appeal of the show is high school feeling Shakespearean, feeling bigger than life. But I do also think that the show has always been playing with like, where should you be putting your emotional energy into? Again, Maddie has every right to be upset. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like, I remember thinking that Cassie was the most hated character we'd ever had in Euphoria season 1 or 2. Had slight feelings of misogyny. Do you get what I mean? Like, I always thought the way people were coming at Cassie felt particularly loaded. I was wondering if there was something else wrapped around like general distaste for Sydney Sweeney and what she represents in terms of like male desire or something, because like, yes, she's objectively doing like not the best thing and she's being a shitty friend, but the show acknowledges that. And it's like, this was a show where in season 1 people were choked and forced to admit to crimes that they never did and like assaulted and all this stuff. Like, I don't know, man. Like, yes, Cassie has has fucked up, she's also a child. You know what I mean? When she's 17, like she'll grow out of this phase. I will say though, just as I'm kind of being charitable to Cassie, she does say this line of like, I don't know why you're listening to Rue, she's a drug addict, which is a diabolical thing to say, especially when what Rue has said is true. Maddie then comes in with the whole, Rue, when was this? And then it just explodes from there. I like the parents interjecting, being like, get in the car. Rue eventually runs off. She shows up to Fez's. She says, you know, I need something. He says he can't help her. Fez catches Rue trying to steal pills, kicks her out. I do love that even Fez has had enough of Rue at this point. I think it's really good character growth for Fez, and it shows this turbulent effect Rue is having on everyone's lives. I also appreciate the sequence where she breaks into the rich people's house and then there's a big scary dog there. My dog was loving this sequence. Anyways, the rich couple actually come home quickly because they had a fight. They find Rue under the bed. She runs off and then we get this really wonderful cop chase. I just think it's really well sequenced, really well shot. The music is excellent. The way it's filmed is excellent. It feels high stakes. There's a moment where the police sirens are in time with the music, which I really appreciated. There's also this whole sequence where she essentially plays Frogger along the highway, which is also a really good sequence, but there's also this sense of chaos. She's ruining everyone's night one after one. She's smashing into glass tables. I love the shot where she's running by almost Ferris Bueller style. But yeah, I think this sequence really kind of communicates the way like just this one little drug addict will like blow up everyone's lives around her. Then finally she goes to Laurie's house, which I think is always an overlooked scene. It always bugged me when people talk about season 2 being like, what was the point of Laurie and the suitcase? Now, yeah, bitches, like in season 3, it's coming back, but also it's just like, yeah, like, I mean, I always felt like this was foreshadowing something deeper and darker is coming. Like, Laurie essentially suggests here, like, hey, because you're a woman, I'm going to find a way to use you. Like, we know this is coming back. Like, have some faith in Sam. So Rue offers her, like, I think it's either $1,000 cash and $2,000 of jewelry, or $1,000 of jewelry and $2,000 of cash. I kind of couldn't figure out which one it was. I went back a couple times and missed it. Laurie then talks about how she feels like she's never been angry before. And this sort of is interesting, right? Because I think you guys would have noticed when you first meet Laurie, she's incredibly like stone cold and it's kind of scary, but kind of funny, but kind of strange. Like it's something NQR about the whole thing. And then she explains that she used to be an athlete, then she got surgery, she got put onto Oxy, then she got addicted to Oxy. She became an addict, which kind of suggests that this might be why she is the way she is. And I will say, Laurie would have known Rue was an addict and currently like an addict in that moment, all right? Like Laurie starts being like, oh, if you told me like you weren't sober, I wouldn't have let you deal with the drugs or something along those lines. But it's like Laurie's bullshitting. Laurie knew that. You can tell. Go back and watch the first scene. Like she's egging Rue on because I think she thinks it's a better deal to sell Rue out. Laurie then says, look, you have to pay the rest of it. When do you think that will be? And then says to Rue, you don't look like someone who's going to have a lot of money soon. And then she talks about, you know, there's been brain studies done on people who did opiates. Chemicals make you happy. You know, over time, the chemicals that make you happy start to decrease, but that also means the negative emotions also start to decrease too. And I think this explains why Laurie is the way she is. I think she was also an addict and her emotions have just been completely numbed over time. I think that's what Rue can look forward to if she doesn't get clean. Furthermore, Laurie says it's basically like having the same brain of people who have had strokes. And I think Laurie, not to be cruel, but she does kind of give off that vibe. There is something off about her whole demeanor.
It's one of the good parts of being a woman. Even if you don't have money, you've still got something people want.
She then says one of my favorite lines of the season, which is one of the good parts of being a woman, even if you don't have money, you still have something people want. Again, direct confirmation that she's planning to give Rue away into sex trade. Laurie said earlier in the episode that she couldn't inject Rue with morphine, but then does it anyway, a moment I found interesting. I'm Tired by Labyrinth starts playing again, but this time Rue is singing the words. Again, a nice moment of metatextual commentary, and this song in the actual soundtrack is wonderful as well. As Laurie is bathing Rue, we are flashing back to Rue as a child being bathed by her mother. I think it's a really well done parallel. It communicates that like in all this chaos, there is just this scared girl missing what she had when she was younger. Well done and sweet. We also get this speech, a very notably young looking Rue, really well done, but giving this speech at her dad's funeral. Rue is then locked in the room. She manages to actually get out fairly easily. Yes, this sequence goes on for a while, but I almost wonder if they let her go to an extent. Yes, they locked the front doors and she had to go out a window, but it just seems like a strange oversight for this really organized criminal to have. Like, I do actually wonder if they're kind of looking forward to be like, we can punish her more. We're going to get her. Like, anyways, regardless, that might be a reach. Maybe she did just get out. But yeah, she gets out relatively easy, gets home to her mum, and, you know, her mum says, Rue, and that's the end of the episode. overall, excellent episode, almost undeniably really quite solid. I'll get into the episode explain video as well, and we'll interject those into the episodes.
I love Rue and I care about her, but watching her hurt all the people that she loves, it broke my heart. Shows, I think, the devastation addiction can cause.
If this show is going to be honest about addiction, it needs to be honest about the person that addiction can turn you into. I wanted to kind of just portray what an intervention looks like just from a family perspective, someone who's in a state of true irrationality.
You wish I was different? So do I!
I'm really thankful that Jules did tell Rue's mom. One of the more mature decisions. It's been a very bittersweet, heartbreaking storyline. I have to have so much anxiety as Cassie.
But now on to episode 6. All right, so episode 6 of Euphoria, yet another episode I really, really loved. Some of the pacing in episode 4 and the abstract editing at times, I wouldn't say it was above my intellectual pay grade. I just don't think it came together particularly well. But episode 6, we're back to like really good Euphoria in my opinion. It starts off a little in a way where I'm like, okay, what are we doing here? And then once it gets stuck into it, I really, really enjoyed it. And I will say, I really like the more adult texture to this show. We really do have to sit in certain scenes for a while. I think, yes, it feels less like a high school show and more like just a show of adults that don't seem to have responsibilities other than causing turmoil on one another, but I do really enjoy it. Like, I'm not going to front. So episode 6 opens up with Rue. This is off the back end of her Safdie Brothers like episode last time. So Rue is struggling to open the Jolly Rancher. I really love the payoff with the Jolly Rancher. Initially, I was sitting there being like, as reductive as this is going to sound, I was sitting there being like, how much do we know Rue outside of her addiction? And I know for addicts, the addiction is the entire thing. But I was sitting here thinking, okay, if Rue isn't someone's favorite character, if they're not interested in this stuff, I'm not sure if this is fully working. And then by the end of the sequence, I was like, this is 100% working. You know what I mean? There's no other way to explain it. I'm not trying to lack empathy here, but I was sitting here at the start of this episode being like, oh, I'm starting to, I think I kind of get the point here, and the presentation isn't as interesting as something like Train Spotting, for example. I'm finding the tension on whether she's going to relapse or not is kind of deflating a little. And then by the end of this opening sequence, I was like, hell yeah, we're back. So very minor, like 40 seconds of doubt sort of thing, you know? But yeah, so she's trying to open the Jolly Rancher at first. It's actually really reminding me of that sequence in Kill Bill Volume 1 where it's like wiggle your big toe. We watch as a character does something that we find very simple to do feel like a massive achievement, you know? We'll say we're getting full snot boogers from Zendaya here, and I love that the like lighting, the endochrome film stock, you know, the lighting bounces off the booger, like really nice touch. Leslie, we see as this long-suffering mother. She brings water over to Rue. Rue can't drink, she can't eat until she opens this Jolly Rancher. And then she starts breaking down when she can't open it. I also really like this monologue where she says, I love hospitals because they don't need to know how good of a person you are. This is in stark contrast to season 1 where she lays out the reasoning for loving hospitals, right? She then says the good thing about Rue's mum is that she's a good person and she doesn't care what you've done. She'll still take care of you, similar to what she was saying about hospitals. We then get insight into Rue where she's saying, I wish I could say I didn't mean what I said to my mum, but maybe I did. I thought it, I felt it, and I said it. And I appreciate this sort of like introspection from Rue. Rue then says most people would think the world is a better place without her. She says that us, the audience, are probably thinking that too. It's an interesting moment where it's having a conversation with the audience itself. It knows that the audience is probably judging her and probably a bit over her shit at this point. And I think, if anything, this show almost captures that well in its pacing. When we're with Rue, it feels slightly like a repetitive cycle. You're starting to rub against her slightly, and I think it's captured really well. It might not be the most enjoyable TV, but I think there's a rhythm to it that feels like addiction, you know? Like just when you're kind of like done with this arc, it brings you back in, similar to this Jolly Rancher sequence. Rue then starts talking about how like the negative self-talk she's having on herself, she's sure her daughters have said about Ali, and then she starts thinking about how she needs to apologize to Ali. She says she feels bad for reducing Ali's life down to a moment, and she says that's something cops do. It's this interesting moment where normally in Euphoria, the narration feels a bit above Rue's current intellect, if that makes any sense, or at least her state, right? Normally Rue in the present will be kind of like zonked out and out of it, but her narration will feel clean and transparent and very astute, if that makes sense. And I think in this moment, it's interesting because it actually feels like, I don't disagree with the point she's making. It feels like a very interesting rogue comparison, if that makes sense. It does feel like the way a young, socially aware person would talk, if that makes sense. Pulling two different things. She clearly has police brutality on her mind and just bringing it in. It feels like a genuine sort of like not intrusive thought, but kind of. You get what I mean? And I'm not saying I disagree with the sentiment, but it's an interesting moment of narration. It's almost breaking this omniscient flow to the narration in a way I really like. Rue calls Ali to apologize. Initially, Ali sounds a bit cold and a bit disjointed, but it's almost like he's waiting and trying to pull out the words of the apology from her. Ali then cuts her off when she starts really sputtering and tearing up and trying to apologize, and he says that he forgives her. He goes, I forgive you, don't worry about it. And once Ali forgives her, once she gets the apology out, she's now able to open the Jolly Rancher. So despite at the start being like, okay, we're spending a lot of time with Rue and this drug thing, by the end of this sequence, I'm like, hell yeah, we're back. I'm really, like, it gets you, you know, it gets you. I was like, oh, I didn't realize how invested I was in this. Very nice. I now know what this was all for. It's like I find with season 2, these little moments where I feel like it's losing me, and then just like pulls me back, you know, even in that sequence last episode between Cal and Cassie, you know, hard cutting between them, I really felt for Cal in that moment. Despite some of the fucked up stuff he's done, I felt bad him just hugging a random person trying to connect with Derek, and when he got kicked out of the bar, I really felt bad for him too. And this is a similar sequence where at first I'm like, am I feeling this? And then by the end I am. We then get the Euphoria title drop signaling that this Jolly Rancher thing was essentially the equivalent of a cold open for this episode. Ali then comes over, he says he wants to make dinner. He roasts Rue about stinking and says, you know, get your stinky ass out of the kitchen. He also says that to Leslie as well because he knows Leslie has been washing her. He then starts cooking with Gia, and he says to Gia, it's not wrong to be angry at Rue. I do like Ali's presence in this family. He consistently kind of reiterates to the family, like, hey, you're allowed to be hurt. You're allowed to be put off by the things she said. It's a total human response. Now we cut to Nate, and I will say I think Nate is easily the highlight of this episode. We get some really good character work for Nate, and I will say I think I'm starting to get why I really like season 2 and maybe other people don't as much. I think, yes, like you get less Jules. Again, I do think the special episode more than made up for it, but yeah, you get less Jules this season, and Kat is clearly on the way out of the show, but I think the stuff around Nate and Cal and his family, as well as Rue and her family, is genuinely like a highlight of the show. I think Nate, especially in this season, is infinitely fascinating. Even little narration stuff like when they say that Nate didn't know about the whole Cassie and Maddie drama because he was working out and he has his phone on silent is such a neat little character thing that they throw in there. And the narration actually says, you know, it's actually kind of ironic that all this stuff was unfolding because Nate actually woke up feeling really good despite the fact that Cassie and Maddie drama is blown up behind the scenes. We get the line that Nate has been in an 18-year dick swinging contest with his dad and he had finally won, which I think is such an interesting summary between what's going on between Cal and Nate. They both see one another in each other and they both hate those parts of themselves and they take it out on one another, and he feels like he's triumphed over his father. And I love that both the mum and Nate are happy again. I feel like Nate does mirror his mum to an extent. He has that like emotional intelligence and like reading people and knowing how to manipulate people, which we see Marsha do in this episode. But it's really interesting that the brother just doesn't get it at all. And maybe that is why Cal doesn't see Aaron as this big regret, because he is a fucking moron that doesn't read situations, doesn't know anything that's going on. You know, Nate can see Cal for who he is. Marsha kind of knows this too. They're emotionally kind of evolved enough to know this stuff, even if they're cunning and nasty people. And Aaron's just a fucking numpty. We then get the line, it wasn't 38 missed calls that concerned him, it was 0 calls from Maddie. That's what scared Nate. We then cut to Maddie and she's tapping away at the disc. She's clearly trying to think, how can I hurt Nate the most? We then get the line that Nate loved Maddie because she was loyal, but he's also scared of her now because anyone that crosses her, she will destroy. So Nate knew she was going to do something with that disc. Next, we have this phone call between Maddie and Kat, where Kat's kind of saying she never trusted Cassie. Now, I will say, Cassie is objectively in the wrong in this situation, all right? But the way Kat is talking about her, I don't know, Kat was in full-on C mode this season, all right? Like, the way Kat was kind of talking about the whole situation is just so lacking any sort of like humanity in the conversations. Essentially just like, fuck that bitch, this is stupid, fucking, you know, like Kat's vibe this season was off. She says that she never really likes Cassie, which I feel like isn't particularly true, and maybe she's just saying that to validate Maddie. And she says that, you know, Cassie seems like the type of person that would fuck your boyfriend. Maddie compares her not knowing what Cassie was doing to parents of mass shooters not knowing that their kid was a little freak. And yeah, we essentially watch as Kat is this blind validation tool for Maddie in this moment. And it's essentially stuff I agree with. It's just the way Kat is kind of talking. I'm like, okay. I feel like Kat from season 1, if this was turned on her, would be her. We saw that in season 1 where Maddie roasted her and Kat left crying. And it seems like Kat is egging this sort of like mentality on in this moment. We then cut to the phone call on the other side. Kat is actually on the phone while on a date with Ethan, on a date. The waitress isn't happy she's on her phone. Ethan isn't happy that she's on her phone. Ethan goes to kiss Kat. It doesn't land well. He says, you know, on the phone you made it sound like an emergency. You asked me if I could cancel rehearsal. Is this just a date. Kat then launches into this insane tirade, and I will say, whether you think what they're doing with Kat this season is character assassination or not, I find this scene utterly hilarious. I think Kat represents a certain type of person that uses all these TikTok sort of buzzwords to kind of like manipulate and maneuver around conversation where you're like, who the fuck am I talking to right now? You know, first she says she has a brain disorder, so she thinks the relationship won't work. But she's trying to put it on Ethan. So she's like, look, I do have a brain disorder, but I feel like you wouldn't want to take care of me. And Ethan's like, I think you're lying. I will say I really like Austin Abrams' performance in this moment. I think he does a really good job. You know, Ethan quotes back to her, you've been thinking a lot about our relationship because you have a terminal brain disorder. He then says, I feel like you're lying to me. And I will say, like, yeah, it feels strange and odd, but it does feel very high school. Like, we need to remind ourselves that these characters are high schoolers. I do remember meeting people that were serial bullshitters like this that would make stuff up like that where you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't believe that. Like, you feel like a bad person, but I knew about 3 people in school that faked having cancer, so this scene doesn't actually jump out as that weird. Ethan then calls her out and says, look, in the beginning, I feel like you just want to break up with me, and then you pivoted to brain illness, so it could be on me. She then says, that's your experience, and then Ethan says, no, I think that's just the experience, which, yeah, sometimes the whole your truth, my truth thing is nonsense. Sometimes there is just an objective truth. I do like this line exchange. Kat then can't even handle that, and she's like, well, it's your experience of the experience. Ethan then says, look, you're trying to break up with me, just say it. And she says, did you learn this on an incel forum? She starts trying to like dig at Ethan a bunch, which is similar to what she did when she first met him, when she was describing him as like a shooter or whatever, if you remember correctly. So it's like, this is in Kat's character to an extent. She has been like this before. I think people just kind of forget. There's then this exchange about expectations where Kat is like, oh, I really expected more from you, Ethan. And he says, yeah, I expected more from you too. I at least expected you to be honest. And then says, you're right, we do need to break up. Next, we cut to Cassie's mum telling Lexi to hide all the knives from Cassie. I will say all these scenes between Cassie, Lexi, and Susie I think are absolutely wonderful. Next, we cut to Fez telling Lexi to go on with the play regardless of people's feelings, whether people's feelings are hurt, whether it's exposing stuff, you should just do it anyway. This does feel a little like Sam Levinson giving himself an excuse. I'm sure a lot of this stuff is based on his own life, but I enjoy it regardless. I think Fez and Lexi are sweet together. They then have this long discussion about Stand By Me. Then we cut to some of my favorite stuff in the episode, some of my favorite stuff of Euphoria in general. I do think the way the scene between Marsha and Nate is written is really wonderful, really well lived in, really true to life. I'm wondering how they got this level of like chemistry and understanding. Look, maybe Sam Levinson wrote all of this as we see it presented, but it just feels so real and so lived in. And like the range of emotions Marsha has as this sort of like master manipulator, going from genuinely empathetic and concerned about her son to really nasty and mean and kind of baiting him. And Nate too, like Jacob Elordi as Nate is also doing really interesting stuff where it seems like he's almost in denial and believing his own lies. It's a really wonderful scene. So it opens with Marsha saying, don't marry who you met in high school. She says, I could have had anything I wanted. I used to be hot, and then I fell in love with your dad. So it seems like she's almost mirroring what Cal had, which is like, we got pregnant too early. I didn't want to be in this relationship. I could have been XYZ. Marsha seems to mirror that. Maybe she didn't act on it the way Cal did, but it does seem like she believes that too. It is interesting to wonder whether it's Cal's mentality leaking out into the rest of the family, or this is something Marsha would have come to on her own accord. Nate is sipping alcohol. He says, I'm very happy he's gone. You know, the mum starts like baiting at him, being like, oh, well, you're such an angry guy. Don't take your anger out on me. It's like this weird position. She's trying to position Nate to kind of defend himself. She's poking at him a little. Like if you rewatch the scene, it is very sort of, it's unmotherly. It's a nasty, brutal scene to watch.
I'm very happy he's gone.
Yeah. Do me a favor. Don't take your anger out on me.
Why would I be angry at you?
But there's also some layers of empathy sometimes. It ranges from genuinely concerned about Nate's mental state to kind of like ridiculing him for it. It's really well done scene. She describes Nate as an angry guy. This is a similar characterization that Cal gave, and Nate pushes back and goes, nah, I'm not an inherently angry person. I was just angry at Dad. And again, it's interesting because I do think Nate skirts accountability a little bit. And again, I do just want to reiterate my point about whether Nate would be the same if he was with someone softer like Cassie or Jules rather than Maddie. I'm not saying that Maddie is the reason he's a psycho, but I do think Nate has some built-in issues, obviously. But I do wonder if he was surrounded by, you know, more empathetic people that did understand that about him and tried to bring the best out of him, how much his life would be different, how the way he responds to things and does things would be different. You know, you can see in this dynamic between his mom and also in the last episode with Cal, like he was not given parents that could handle his emotions and his own trauma. And, you know, I do think there is something in there about the fact that if he was with Jules, and we see later in this episode, he feels the ability to be warmer and softer and more earnest, you know? So again, not making any excuses for him, but I think this scene's very telling. I do think there's some truth in that. I do think now that his dad's out of the picture, there will be some level of closure and that anger will dissipate slightly. I think we start to see that by the end of this episode. So after he says, I'm not an angry person, I was just angry at Dad, Marsha says, I'm not saying angry people don't have a reason to be angry. So she's sort of like sticking to her guns and being like, no, you're an angry person. And it's clear that Nate is hoping for a more empathetic, understanding response from Marsha in this moment, and she just isn't biting. We then cut to Cassie and she's crying. I love the performance from Cassie in this episode, this hysterical crying. She's going, everyone thinks I'm a bad guy, but I'm not. There was no crossover. And then she says, I'd never hook up while they're still together. I love Susie cutting and being like, Cassie, you're driving me nuts. It's all just really good performances. And then Susie says what I think we're all thinking at this point, where it's one thing to do what you did, which is sleep with Nate. It's another thing to act like you're all innocent and like just a victim of circumstance. And she says, you know, it's the principle of the whole thing. And then Cassie goes, what principle? And she says, don't fuck your best friend's boyfriend principle. We cut back to Marsha and Nate, and now they're talking about Cassie. Marsha says she prefers Cassie to Maddie. Nate then cuts in and says, yeah, well, Maddie's not going to talk to me again. Marsha then talks about this idea of like, oh, thank God you didn't get Maddie pregnant, which is obviously mirroring what happened with Marsha and Cal. So there's some clear projection here. And then she says she's the type of person to keep it just to spite you. Again, I'm not saying Marsha kept Aaron out of spite to punish Cal. You know, it does feel like a slight Freudian slip here that almost she probably did keep the baby to keep Cal around and saw what was brewing between Derek and Cal and probably felt a sense of urgency to keep it. Again, this is just speculation, but I do think this scene is rather telling. Nate then tells his mum that it's Maddie's best friend and they both start laughing, which you can see like a little bit of hope for a bond between them here. And then we get some really interesting insight into Marsha here. She says, you know, when you grabbed Maddie, I was thinking that's my boy sticking up for his mama. So she seems proud for him for a little and then starts roasting him about the whole choking thing. Now, Nate says it was a pretty insane thing to do. I guess he's talking about Maddie spilling the chili, but it also landed at me initially that maybe he's saying like dragging her away was the insane thing to do. But no, I think he means Maddie's chili thing. Marsha, after encouraging his behavior and encouraging him pulling her away, then like comes back and says, well, you didn't need to fucking choke her. And then Nate starts going, I didn't choke her. And it's interesting because I think Nate deep down knows he did choke her. I don't think Nate has actually managed to convince his own brain that he didn't. I don't think Nate's gaslit himself and has a false memory and is lying to himself. I think Nate is actively lying to his mum, but I think what's going on here is Nate is hoping that his mum doesn't see him as someone capable of those things, and I think he's heard that the mum is like, well, you did choke her. You know what I mean? Nate managed to skirt any legal responsibility, but he knows that Cal knows he did it because of that scene in season 1 where he's like, I don't know how you got away with what you did, but I respect whatever it took. And similarly, I think he's kind of hoping from a softer approach from his mum. He's wishing that his mum did believe that he didn't do it. You know, it's that interesting. It reminds me of the O.J. Simpson, if you guys watch the O.J. Simpson show, where it's like, obviously OJ gets away with what he did, but then everyone around him in his life still kind of feels that he did it and he has to live with that. And I think that's what's going on here with Nate, but it's like he really wants his mum to not believe that of him. And it's interesting insight into Nate's sort of shame. Nate did fly off the handle and he knows it's wrong afterwards, but like he would never admit that to anyone. It's just something he torments himself with. Really interesting moment. You know, and then she says, yeah, well, don't fucking choke me. I won't drop the charges. I'll fucking clean house. And you can see Nate's hurting her. Cut back to Lexi and Cassie. Lexi is saying, I thought you hated Nate. And then Cassie's like, when I didn't know him. Cassie and Lexi then start arguing about the whole timeline and why she ratted on Fairs and whether that was because of Nate, etc., etc. Cassie then ends this by saying, no one trusts me. And she's like, of course no one trusts you. You fell in love with someone who bullied you for years. Cut back to Nate and Marsha, and Nate then asks Marsha, did you know Dad was cheating on you? She says no, and then goes, did you? No. I think they're both lying. I think Marsha knew for sure, like instinctively, even if she hadn't seen it. And I think Nate obviously does know, and he's just lying to his mum because he doesn't want to have that discussion. Marsha then says, I don't believe that because when he came in ranting, your response was way different to Aaron. You seemingly knew all this already. And then Nate comes back saying, because Aaron is a fucking idiot. And I think what Nate's getting at here is even if he hadn't seen the discs, he would have known in his heart that something wasn't right with his dad and he was fucking around. The same way, whether Marsha or not has seen explicit proof, she knows it in her heart too. Whereas Aaron is an idiot for not piecing it together at any point and genuinely being surprised, you know? But then Marsha, this is where Marsha becomes nasty, and I go, okay, maybe there is a reason Nate is the way he is. Not just Cal, Marsha too. Marsha starts going like, why is it you only have the bad qualities of your dad and none of the good qualities? It's a big blow, all right? And again, like, it's this interesting moment of empathy because, yeah, Nate has done despicable things. Like in season 1 especially, doing some of the worst shit I've ever seen in a show, but at the same time, I don't know how much of this Nate's mother knows, all right? And like, yes, she does know about the choking. She does know about that, but I don't think she's really coming at Nate for the choking here. I think she's coming at Nate for just personality irks she doesn't like. I think that's why this moment lands as hurtful. If the mum was sitting there being like, you're a violent, toxic abuser, you've sent all these people to jail, you've done all this awful stuff, I see your hands covered in bruises, I know you're doing this, that, and the other, you're treating Cassie terribly, we'd all be cheering, hootering, and hollering. But I think the reason this scene lands as a moment where you almost feel a little bad for Nate is because she's essentially saying, I don't like your personality and vibe. It's got nothing to do with any of these illegal activities he's done in season 1 or any of the abuse he's inflicted on anyone. It's a clear moment of like, I just kind of don't like the parts of your dad that you mirror. And you can see in Nate's face, that's how it's registering too. That's why he's hurt. So yes, as an audience, I know you're all probably sitting there being like, well, fuck Nate, this is what he deserves. But it's like, we can get into specific technicalities. You know what I mean? It's like, yes, on the overall moral scale, like, he does deserve this, but given what Marsha is rejecting, given what Marsha doesn't like about Nate, it's not the virtuous thing she shouldn't like. You know, she was kind of cheering for him to drag Maddie away. She doesn't like these specific traits that he resembles from his father, you know? The fact that he sees Marsha, the fact that he reads emotions well and he's kind of scheming. And you know, I think she feels like a bit of a failure of a parent for the fact that he darkened, and she doesn't want to admit that, you know? I think she feels like, oh, he used to be a loving boy. He's not a loving boy anymore. And I think there is some sort of like resentment coming out of there because she feels maybe she failed him as a parent too, but she would never admit it. And to back this up, Marsha then says, you know, Cal is deeply flawed and we managed to raise someone even more flawed. And you're like, fuck.
Why is it that you only have the bad qualities of your father and none of the good qualities? He's deeply flawed, and somehow, some way, we raised a child who's even more deeply flawed. Do you ever wonder about that? What went wrong? Do you ever think about that? No, of course you don't. Because your fucking dumbass dad didn't believe in therapy, so self-reflection's off the table. It's just a mystery to me.
She says, do you ever think about that? I tried to talk to your father about it, but your dad didn't believe in therapy. And it's like, your dad probably didn't believe in therapy because he didn't want you going to therapy and spilling the beans on what the dad has been up to. He probably didn't want to take that risk, you know? Marsha then gets into it, and this is where you see a warmer side, but it's like she can't give any warmth to him in the present moment. It's only in fond memory. So she starts talking about like, you were such a sweet little baby. You used to come in and ask if I wanted a drink, and I'd always say yes just to see if you'd do it. And you'd bring it up, put my drink on a nightstand, give me a kiss. You do the same for your dad, but not give him a kiss, which I think speaks to kind of like, you know, not toxic masculinity, but the awful like sexual wires cross that the dad has done, the awful trauma he's got from seeing these tapes. You know, it's like he can't even begin to like do anything like that with his father. And we see in, I think, episode 7 or 8, those like visions of his dad like bumming him from behind. So I think, yeah, there is stuff in there where it's like, that's why. Now then she says somewhere around 8 or 9 you darkened, and I know in the flashbacks in season 1 it seems like he was younger than 8 or 9. He might have been 5 or 6 or something when he saw the tapes. I've seen discussion on Reddit that this timeline doesn't match up. I think it's pretty simple, guys. She's a bit drunk. Her memory's not perfect. Whatever. She's just got the timeline wrong. I don't think there's a separate thing that happened. I think you are meant to be sitting there when she says around 8 or 9 you darkened and go, okay, that was when he started either reacting to what he saw on the tapes and really like manifesting it, or you're just meant to take it as, yeah, that's when he saw the tapes. You know what I mean? I don't think there's like some alternate theory that came out. There's nothing to do with that third Jacob's child we see in the photo. It is just, I think the writing is implying it is just the tape stuff. And she says this to the point where like we were wondering if a baseball hit you in the head or something because there was such a serious personality change. I think Sam is layering in that like Nate did have potential to be something different, and this potential kind of got snuffed out by what he saw. And you see Nate is almost tearing up and crying in this moment, and he says, what's the point of all this? And he says, I feel like you're trying to say something without saying it, you know, which I guess is something along the lines of, I don't like my son, I don't understand who's standing in front of me, you're exactly like your father, or I know you've seen what your father does, something along those lines. Let me know in the comments what you think Nate is implying. I almost wonder if it's implying like, I know you don't love me. Like, you don't love me, just say it. We then have this exchange between Cassie, Lexi, and Susie where Cassie's like, let's talk about Rue. And she goes, Rue's a good girl.
If we want to talk about people, let's talk about Rue.
Rue's a good girl.
Rue's a good girl. She's had a tough life. And then Cassie says, you know, not harder than Lexi's life or my life. And she says, yeah, her dad died. Our dad just stopped calling. What's worse? And like, it's a nasty thing to say. It's framed very nastily. But, you know, I do think Cassie and Lexi have gone through something too that is pretty awful. And we see flashbacks to that in the next 2 episodes too. So I do feel for Cassie here slightly. And it does seem like Rue always gets a free pass for her dad-related stuff and Cassie gets no free pass at all. So I do understand her saying it. I'm not saying I agree, and I don't like how she said it, but I do get her feeling slightly fucked, all right? Like, she's jealous of the fact that her mum's giving empathy, and like, yeah, Cassie doesn't really deserve empathy in this moment, but I get the human place it's coming from. And then Cassie says very nastily to Lexi, if you weren't such a fucking loser and had some self-respect, you would drop Rue because she treats you like shit. And then we have that incredible exchange that ends with like, you don't have to say it, I can fucking feel it.
I never said you didn't have any self-respect.
You don't have to! I can fucking feel it!
Oh, she needs a fucking exorcism.
We then get more Nate. So yeah, this is really Nate's episode. I think it's a fantastic episode, but really is Nate's episode. So the narration comes in. Truth is, Nate didn't give a shit what happened to his dad. And again, I do think this is meant to be reflecting Nate's inner view, but he did care about his dad's business. He didn't know much about business, but he knew there wasn't much business for PDFs or sons of PDFs. And then there's this line where it says, I mean, technically his dad wasn't a PDF given what he knew, you know, essentially the thing about Jules' line about the age, but like same shit, different toilet, essentially. It's saying like all this stuff is technicalities. Either way, Cal is kind of in trouble, which I do think when we get to the end of the season, we'll talk about, because I do think there's a bit of miscommunication around what Cal would actually be in trouble for, because ultimately I think he'll be in trouble for recording without consent. I think the underage stuff he might be able to get out of, in my opinion. So I think it's just the fact that he recorded without consent, which I've seen certain video essayists say. Macabre Storytelling, for example, who I really like, has said that this is kind of a plot hole because in season 1 we did see some people consent. I've just assumed that there are a couple of encounters at least that weren't consensual. We know at the very least that Jules wasn't consensual in terms of filming, and the other ones maybe 50-50. Who knows? I will say I do love this moment. I assume Cal left this message when he was drunk at some point or something. But there's this little because last time we saw him he like ran out, so I don't know when he would have left this message. Maybe he came back another day, but regardless, he leaves this message in the drawer that used to have all the discs. I'm pretty sure it's the one that used to have all the discs, which I do find interesting because then at the end of the season, Nate does have a USB with all the content of the discs. I'm not sure if this is a different drawer, but I thought the drawer that had the lock on it was the one with all the discs. It looks like it's empty though. I might be wrong. But regardless, Cal does leave a note that says, enjoy being the man of the house. So he knows Nate knew about the discs. He knows Nate was going to look here, and he was banking on Nate seeing this note. It's an evil, mean taunt. And as much empathy as I have for Cal in certain parts of his personality, and maybe he just did this when he was drunk, it is like, holy shit, man, like, what are you doing? I think when he got drunk, he got really carried away. I think that's the thing, right? And we see he's kind of a different vibe towards the end of the episode and normally, but I think, yeah, when he got drunk after the head injury, and essentially what Nate says, right, which is Cal had a mental breakdown after someone stole the disc, which always makes me laugh as a line. But yeah, I think Cal did start acting out of character, kind of mean and like nasty and jovial. Next, Nate finds the gun. He starts playing with the gun, kind of like spinning the chamber around. Next, we cut to Jules very briefly, and Rue's narration, it breaks the show as Rue's narration. She literally just says, I don't want to talk about Jules and Elliot right now. Fuck them. And we move on. It's implying that what we're seeing is an amalgamation of Rue's memories and interpretations and stuff like that. And like occasionally the subconscious of the characters leaks in. But yeah, like Rue just cuts it away. Now, I don't think that's to say Rue is an unreliable narrator. I will not be hearing that, all right? I do think everything we see does happen. But yeah, I think Rue is just being like, okay, like I'm the editor of this show. Can't be bothered with this right now. Fuck him. All right. It's showing that this show is almost selfishly conducted by Rue in a way. You know, the songs mirror her mental state. She breaks the fourth wall. She'll hug Labyrinth and she'll cut off a storyline because she doesn't want to spend time with these people because they've hurt her. Really interesting moment. I like it. It's a little thing, but a big thing. And yeah, we go back to Maddie. So Samantha and Maddie go for a swim. They start talking about Nate and Cassie, and Samantha actually admits that she has been the Cassie before. She slept with her best friend's friend. I think what this scene captures, I've seen a lot of people wonder about the point of this scene. I think it's essentially trying to get at, this is high school shit. All right, it's not great, and while you're in it, it feels fucking terrible, but it's basically saying, hey, look, you really like me, and you clearly love my house and my outfits, and there is a parallel of Maddie clearly wants to kind of be Samantha. You know, she likes her life essentially, and Samantha saying like, hey, like I was Cassie once. I think it's kind of getting Maddie to grow up a little. I think by the end of this season, Maddie is one of the most mature characters. If I remember correctly, she gets the fuck out of town because she's done with all this high school bullshit. I think her bond with Samantha is showing that. Maddie's realizing she's mature enough to converse with Samantha and get along with her as friends and be invited in the pool and blah blah blah. And I always saw people being like, what was the point of all these scenes? But I'm like, I think it's to spur on some maturity from Maddie after what she goes through in this episode and in this season. Samantha says the reason I fucked that guy is because he gave me the right attention at the wrong time, which does summarize essentially what Cassie's doing as well. And yeah, Sam is essentially who Maddie wants to be. And as Samantha says, what I was saying before, you're 18, who gives a shit? Life's gonna throw more at you. Next we have Fez and Lexi. They're singing Stand By Me. It's a sweet moment. We cut to Nate driving with the gun to Stand By Me. I think this scene, maybe accidentally, like it's such a great juxtaposition to the earnestness and the sweetness of a thing like Stand By Me, and then the nasty pain and depth of sorrow that Euphoria is. Like every time I'm watching Euphoria for this rewatch, for this video, and my wife comes down, and it's just like the craziest shit ever, you know? Next we find out that Custer, that little snake, is cooperating with the police after asking Fez and Ashtray to look after Faye. Like honestly, fuck this guy. I can't stand Custer. He completely screws the pooch on this. But I will say I like in the later episodes that Faye does align herself with Ashtray and Fez. Next we cut to, I hate to say it again, one of my favorite seasons of the show, which is Nate in Maddie's room with the gun. I actually really like how long we sit on the shot. Again, I know some people complain about how long these scenes went on for. I really like just watching Nate in this mirror. I love how it's framed, holding the gun for like, what, a minute or two? Watching Maddie get changed, it's so interesting because they used to have all this really intense kind of violent sex, and now it's just like this completely impartial, like, yeah, she's getting changed in front of me, whatever, I'm here with a gun, I've got stuff to do. I really think it shows how much the relationships changed between them. Like, I can't picture them ever connecting intimately anymore, and I think the fact that he's watching her change this way with such this cold stare, I think is what elicited out of me. That was genuinely a thought that passed my brain while I was watching it. I also like that this feels like an evolution of the approach he took with Tyler in season 1, showing up in the house, waiting for them to get home, sitting in the chair. It very much is mirroring what he did with Tyler in season 1, and they really make us sit in the shot. He then says, I'm not here to apologize, almost laughing to himself, saying, can you imagine if I was here with a gun forcing you to accept my apology? I will say, the labyrinth music that starts playing in this scene, go back and watch this scene on YouTube or something if you can handle it. The labyrinth music playing in this scene is absolutely incredible. I absolutely love it. I wish I could find it, like just the music. It's so, so good. Now, Nate then kind of sums up why Maddie's hurt. He says, I know you better than anyone in this world. I humiliated you. This relationship's over, essentially. It's a big moment. He takes back the Tiffany necklace, which if I remember correctly, he gives to Cassie as well, little fucking snake. And then while he's picking up the necklace, he says, why does my dad like to fuck himself film? Wow. While he's picking up the necklace, he says, why does my dad like to film himself fucking? Or why do you think my dad likes to film himself fucking? Maddie in denial mode, and I think Nate was fishing here to see if she would just come clean and give him the disc. She goes into denial mode and says, I don't know what you're talking about. Nate then says, can you believe it was Jules? And then he goes, where's the disc? Maddie starts saying, I don't have it. Now, I will say, he starts playing this game of Russian roulette, and I do believe there's a bullet in here. I think the scene lands better if there's a bullet in here, and I'll explain that as I go on. I know afterwards he says, I was just joking, there was no bullet in the gun. Now, I will say the delivery of that does seem earnest. It does seem like immature, boyish earnestness in like, oh my God, chill, I was just joking. But I don't know. I've always liked this scene better if it's this like summary of Nate's egomania and like the fact that all his plans always seem to like work out in this like divine way. I love this confidence of like, yeah, there's a bullet here and it's not going to kill me. And if it does, then that's what's meant to be. I really, really like it. I prefer that read. I prefer that he's lying, but I will say you kind of see him play with the bullet initially. But also when he holds up the gun, it looks like there's a bullet there, but I'm not a gun expert, all right? But I'll give you both reads at the end of the scene. You can let me know what you prefer. He lowers her onto the bed. He's holding the gun at her temple, I think, lowering her onto the bed. Now, what I do like is he puts it onto himself. I'm not saying this makes the scene any less traumatic, but I think there's a lot of things going on here. First off, he's gambling on the idea that she still gives a shit about him. He's gambling on the idea that she still loves him. He's not threatening her life. He's threatening his own. Now, yes, of course, no one wants to go through that trauma, but I think there is a bit of like, I think she cares about me. I'm going to prove this. And he starts clicking through the gun. I love the sound design of the gun. Labyrinth's music is popping off. But yeah, I do love the idea that there is a bullet in there because it shows that Nate really thinks he's invincible. And if not, if he's not going to get this disc and he has to die trying, then whatever, you know, what life is he going to live? It's almost this moment of like, he's in pain, you know, in the previous conversation with Marsha, he was in pain. So either, yeah, he does believe it's going to genuinely work out, you know, like all his schemes always seem to work out. He believes he's above fate. Or in the other direction, he is genuinely seen there being like, well, if life takes me out, life takes me out. I only know a life of pain and suffering and hiding who I am anyway. I think either one is really interesting and compelling. Now, before Maddie eventually cracks and says it's in her purse, I love the performance of Nate breathing really heavily. You can see there's a bit of fear or excitement or something like... He simultaneously is going through with this, and I don't think it's acting. That's the thing. You see his face is like red. He does seem genuinely like tense and kind of scared and kind of angry, and like there's a whole range of emotions that, yeah, maybe he's just a really good manipulator and actor, but I don't know, man. I don't know. And I do also love after it's done, Nate groans like they just finished sex or something, some really rough sex. He's like seen there like an animal groaning to himself. It's a really interesting little moment. And yeah, in a way, it does feel like, you know, the fact that happened on a bed, it does feel like this dark inverse of what sex usually is. It's a really, really well done scene. Really excellent scene. I'm not saying it's fun. It's awful for Maddie too, but excellent scene. And I think also it's like Maddie having confirmed just how dark Nate truly is, how abusive this relationship actually was. And I think it's interesting because it comes to her in a moment where she's starting to outgrow the people around her. I think this conversation with Sam represents a moment where she realizes she's above all this high school shit. She's going to leave. And Nate shows back up one last time to do something genuinely heinous and evil. And there's an argument to be made that him trying to get the disc is trying to do something for the greater good. I'm not saying that like doing what he did with the gun specifically is a good thing to do it, and he acknowledges this later in the episode, but he is trying to do a good thing, which is get the disc back to Jules. There's no sense of like, I want to protect my dad. As he says to Jules, you can do whatever you want with the disc, you know? So I think he is also acknowledging that there's a chance Jules takes the disc and ruins the dad's life. And at the end of the season, if you know how this goes, you know what Nate does with his dad as well. So it's like Nate is doing something virtuous here by wanting to get the disc back and give it to Jules. That is a virtuous thing, but how he does it is fucking terrible. You know, both can be true. Both can be true. I don't think Nate is doing this for his own selfish gain. He's doing it for Jules and to give her control over this thing because he realizes how he fucked up. But it's interesting because Nate wants to be with Jules. He wants to be good for Jules. But it's at the expense of Maddie and what he's doing to Maddie with the gun, and also trying to get Cassie to essentially be this Barbie doll version of Jules in a weird way. You know, you watch throughout the season as he slowly starts to turn Cassie into Jules on a physical level. I will say though, when Nate looks over at Maddie, I do think there's an element where he thought Maddie was built for this slightly. They did used to have these really intense fights where he'd grab her throat and she'd still be mocking him about not being able to get his dick hard. And I think in this season, it's either a softening in Nate, or he's realizing that Maddie is vulnerable, or he realizes he just crossed the line. I do think he's earnestly surprised, which isn't a good thing, all right? This guy is off his chops. He's nuts, all right? But I do think the delivery here of like, like when he looks over and he's like, he's sorry. I can't picture Nate from season 1 doing that, especially in this way.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was joking. I'm sorry. There's no bullets in the gun. Goodbye.
I'm not saying Nate is forgiven or that this is a good apology, but I think in Nate's face here, you can see there's almost this like reflection, like a little bit of like, yeah, damn, I really fucked her up here. Like this is, yeah, okay, we're not good for each other. Like, I think he's like simultaneously being the worst person ever, but he's starting to become aware of how bad the fucking shit he does is. Really interesting moment. I'm not saying he's a good guy. He just did something really bad, but there's this softening of Nate in season 2 that I find interesting. And even just the fact that he did try to console her in an idiotic way. He says, you know, there's no bullets in the gun. I was joking. Like, crazy thing to say. Crazy thing to say. So it's like he's either genuinely thinking he's a good person for not putting the bullets in the gun if he didn't put the bullets in the gun, or he's lying to himself. Regardless, he says goodbye to Maddie. Next, he drives off drinking again, which again, like I said, does feel out of character, but I do feel like he's on a total shift this season. Nate calls Jules and she doesn't pick up. He then texts her and says, I know you don't want to talk to me, but I'm outside and I need to speak to you. Nate then texts her and says, it's about my dad and I just want you to be able to to protect yourself. And I do think all of this is actually earnest. Jules grabs a box cutter to go with her, rightfully so. I love when she gets in the car, Nate offers a beer. I guess this just does feel really juvenile. And similar in that previous scene, you need to remind yourself that these are high school students. But when he was checking in on Maddie, being like, oh, I was just joking, are you okay? Like, it is very childish, young, teenage sort of like flippant emotions, you know? And I think this is another example of that. He's invited Jules in for a serious chat about something really fucked up, and he's like, want a brewski? Nate then says, it's good to see you. I know you hate me. I've done a lot of shitty things, but this isn't one of them. And I do believe that. He says, I want to apologize. Jules says she doesn't want the apology. He says, well, you're going to have to hear my apology if you want the second thing, and you will want the second thing. So we can see the side of Nate that is this master manipulator coming out again. He then says, I'm sorry for everything. He says, I was trying to protect someone who didn't deserve to be protected. So that gives more credence to his motivation in season 1 and why he was doing what he was doing. But along the way, he did genuinely fall for Jules. He says, I did what I did. I wish I could take it back, but I can't. And says, I found out about you and my dad from this disc. He secretly records every encounter he has, which I think might be an overstatement, might be an oversimplification. I don't think Nate's intentionally lying here. And I don't even think it's sloppy writing or a retcon as much as it's just like, maybe he said a slightly inaccurate thing that summarizes overall the issue with Cal. You know what I mean? Like, we could get into technicalities. Yes, there are some that weren't, but I just think Nate's paraphrasing here. And then Nate says, when I took the disc, he had a mental breakdown and moved out of the house, which I think is such a funny summary of what happened. Because Nate was kind of baiting him at the end of episode 2. And I will say the Nate that we have here feels so different to the Nate we had at the end of episode 2 with the, yeah, I fucking did it. Where's the disc, Nate? That whole thing. And it does feel really, it feels insanely different to Nate in season 1, but not in a way that feels like character assassination, just in a way that feels like weird, interesting, pivoting growth. Nate confesses to Jules that he has seen the tape, and I do wonder if in a weird way seeing the tape also formed like a bit of a wire cross the same way like seeing these tapes when he was younger fucked with him. I do wonder if seeing this disc specifically sort of like got him kind of on Jules a little, you know, if he already had these wires crossed, but I don't know, maybe that's a reach. Jules then asks, does he know you're giving this to me? Nate says no, he would kill me. Nate says it's the only copy, which does make me question what Nate gave to the police, but again, maybe a slight retcon. Maybe what Nate is giving to the police are the other non-consensual filming encounters that I guess we haven't seen. I'll need to rewatch that montage at the start of season 1, but yeah, regardless, do we think Nate is being true here? This is the only copy. If so, what did he give to the police? Is it just other people being filmed without their consent? I guess so. You know, maybe this one isn't specifically more useful than others because Jules lied about her age. Maybe all Cal was ever going to get in trouble for was non-consensually filming, which again feels like a new kind of pivot in this, but that's okay. Which aside from Jules feels like a new pivot. I'll need to rewatch that montage. Maybe there is some validity there. Jules then asks, why are you giving this to me? Nate says the answer is too stupid or simple. Better we keep it a mystery, which is obviously just Nate loves Jules. That is the answer. It's simple. It's a little silly. That's all it is. Jules then says, did you become a good person all of a sudden? Why are you doing this? And he starts laughing to himself saying, no, you should have seen what I did to get it. So it's like Nate knows who he is. Nate knows what he's doing. Nate then finishes the conversation saying, for what it's worth, everything we said, everything we shared was true.
Everything I ever said was true.
Same here.
What I love is after saying bye to Jules, the person he earnestly loves, he calls Cassie, who he is essentially trying to turn into Jules over the next 2 episodes in terms of physicality, softness, hairstyling, etc. You see her kind of like morph into a Jules lookalike. He then says, come to my place. I love you, Cassie. Cassie leaves home. You can see in Susie's eyes, she knows this is bad. Susie knows where Cassie is going. Cassie feels rejected and ostracized by the family. So Nate has her exactly where she wants her. It's a sad moment. And it's even sad for us. Even if as an audience, some of us are starting to maybe soften to Nate. Even if some of us wants to soften for Nate, it's like he's objectively, like even if we're not worried that he's going to hurt Cassie, and I don't think he would hurt Cassie because Cassie doesn't really challenge him, so there's nothing for him to push back on to an extent. But not that that's an excuse. I'm just saying I do think there is that aspect to it. I do find this scene sad just because it's Cassie running off with a guy that doesn't love her. Even removing all the toxicity of Nate, it's just kind of like sad to watch because she's just a fill-in for Jules. I do love the song that's playing over this sequence though. It adds a sense of tragedy. I also love Marsha watching as Cassie goes into Nate's room. She kind of knows the darkness in Nate too. It's like, who knows about Marsha and what she wants either? This look is so interesting. Cassie then says, I ruined my entire life for you. And you can see in his face, he almost admires this. And she starts pushing at him. We then cut to Jules watching the disc on the laptop. It says, you know, how old are you? Jules says 22. There's this whole exchange. Jules then bashes the disc with the hammer. Ruse says she's going to go to rehab to the family and then she'll get to apologizing. So she wants to go to rehab, get clean, then she can work on actual earnest apologies. Ali asks Gia how she feels. Gia is kind of doubtful and says, well, if she does do that, then great. Ali then says it's completely fair enough if people have lost faith. You know, Ali says he's not sure if Rue will even be able to get clean. And I do really love this end sequence. Gia is sleeping in bed with Rue. Leslie calls rehab and tells the rehab that she's on opiates and heroin. Leslie starts insisting she needs to be in a hospital. She needs to be in inpatient rehab, not just detox. And she keeps repeating the line, my daughter is going to take her own life. My daughter is going to take her own life, over and over again, but in harsher wording that I can't say for YouTube, unfortunately. It's a really bitter and somber ending, just hearing Leslie say this over and over again. I really like it. Anyways, thank you so much. On to episode 7. I will try to cover the inside the episode if it's worthy, but on to episode 7.
To have Ali be able to say that to Rue, I think, is such a relief for her, that she's able to accept all of the things that she's done.
Ethan is this really nice guy. He really loves Kat. He doesn't give her that rise, that like going on camming websites or exploring like casual sex. I think that's really what she's battling this entire season. A really internal fight of Kat wants and what she craves.
Being able to sort of provide more context for why someone is the way they are.
There's a lightness and a freedom to Nate with Cal being gone. It's like his oppressor is no longer sort of like lurking in the halls. But I think there's this constant feeling that even though he thinks he's free from it all, it never is really gonna leave him alone, you know? It was super eye-opening to do these scenes with Marsha, was that Nate was like, okay, Dad's gone. Now you'll be able to love me, and you'll tell me that it's okay and I'm not crazy. And when she looks at him and says, fuck no, like, you're still the problem, that's an incredibly broken, like, child.
The only thing scarier, that giant man on top of you with a gun to your head, is if he had a gun to his head. I think it speaks to the kind of demented psychology of Nate.
On paper, it seems like Nate plays a lot of games and everything's structured, but I really don't think in his head that he's playing games at all. Any kind of love, he's gonna like accept.
All right, so Euphoria season 2 episode 7. This is the first part of a 2-part episode, The Play, and I would have loved to have watched both episodes back to back as like one big movie and take all the notes, but I do one episode a day and then film this discussion. I find it easy to break up, so you will have to deal with the to be continued aspect yourself in the pace of this video, but I do really like this episode. I will say I do start to understand why some people might have disengaged a little with the back end of this season. I think if you're engaging with this show on a week-to-week basis, some episodes give you more to chew on than others, but in saying that, watch it back as just one giant movie. I mean, broken up, obviously, but I do find it really enjoyable. I find the rhythm of this season and the way sometimes the pacing is pretty relentless and other times it goes into more of an abstraction, kind of enjoyable. So yeah, sure, if this was the way the entire show ended, which I feel like is the way people were responding to season 2, then yeah, it'd probably piss me off, you know, but I always knew that another season was coming. So the fact that certain characters got less time in the spotlight didn't bother me as much because I'm sure we'll get more Jules. Yes, we're not getting more Kat, but in saying that, if you just enjoy the play for what it is, I think there is a lot of character stuff to glean from here. Anyway, so the episode opens, we have Lexi kind of psych herself up in the mirror before the play. Then we get like a pretentious ass overture. Look, I do enjoy it. It gets me settled into the episode, but it is a crazy thing to do in a show that originally started as like a teenage show. Like at this point, the show is making a statement. We are trying to do something more artistic and abstract than just that. And I feel this is where like half the audience engages with the show and the other half goes, fuck that, man. I just wanted a well-made Skins. What the hell is this? Anyways, we cut to Rue's dad's funeral. We have Leslie, Rue's mother, dealing with some dickhead neighbor, insistently asking about life insurance. And I will say, as someone who also lost their father to cancer, this is very true to life. People just say weird shit at the weirdest of times. It's like they hear their intrusive thoughts and they're like, yeah, now is the time to do this. So I've learned after going through stuff myself that, you know, writing stuff I used to judge being like, that wouldn't happen. You start realizing like, yeah, stuff like this does happen. My day job is working in disability, caring for people with disabilities. And I remember when I told someone I was like caring for someone, their first question was like, oh, how long do they have left to live? I'm like, why did you think that was the first thing to say? Not even engaging with what does this person do? or what? Anyways, whatever. Notably, we have Susie washing dishes. I know this is not like super deep analysis or anything, but it's nice to see. I think in season 2, they really established this living, breathing texture to the show. You know, you can see all these different alliances form, and like this parent hangs out with this parent, and these people know this person's gossip. It feels like a living, breathing community. I think the show captures that really well, and it is captured well here as well. Now, I will say, this is blink and you miss it. I find I only noticed this on rewatches, is Lexi walks past her friends in this flashback sequence, but it shows that the flashbacks and the play are kind of merging as one in the visual presentation of the show that we're seeing. So she walks by a bunch of friends that we don't know, but it is actually the actress versions from the play of Cassie, Maddie, and Kat. So it's like, these aren't randoms. It's showing that Lexi's memory of things is kind of morphed by the fact that she's constantly seeing her life as a play and working on this play. It's cool. I actually really like the way that it's presented. Half the episode is flashbacks where it's like, there's no way Lexi could know that, but it's for us. And then other times it is for the audience in the show watching the play. This sort of merging of reality feeling. Next, Lexi shares this poem about grief with Rue. You can just really, I think what I like most about this episode in particular is it really beefs up the friendship between Lexi and Rue. I felt like in season 1, it was talked about more than felt. I feel like the non-linear structure of this show really benefits rewatchers. You know, it beefs up Lexi and Rue's friendship. If I went back and watched the show from season 1 now, there would be an added weight to it. Similar to all the flashback and context we get around these characters, you know, even the conversation with Marsha and Nate, I feel like would beef up Nate's characterization in season 1. Now, we see Rue is watching the play and she's having a really heartfelt reaction to it. But more importantly, we see that some time has passed because Rue is notably clean. This is, if anything, the cleanest we've ever seen Rue. She's actually like having functioning responses to things. She seems emotionally entirely there. She reminds us more of Zendaya that we usually know more than Rue. Rue then looks over at Jules. I'm going to be honest, I'm glad Rue and Jules aren't together anymore. I think they were kind of bad for each other, and sometimes not in an intentionally bad way, but obviously Rue's drug addiction was not something that Jules could really emotionally handle properly, and we can't really blame her, right? Like, it was a lot to deal with, and we saw that in the therapy session. I think they're two people that want to be together, but I don't think they're good together, you know? And I think season 2 kind of explored this tension, and I'm glad they're not together, truthfully. It's sad, but that's life. Lexi says in the play, you know, I knew Rue/Jay, but I knew Rue was doing drugs. They're a better comfort to her than I could be. It also notes that Rue was 13 when she got hooked on drugs. We see that Ethan is playing about 6 of the roles. He's essentially like a rotating character. He's playing all these different roles in Lexi's play. He's almost like this form of actor cohesion throughout the thing. We then get this flashback where Lexi is tossing out whether it's a good idea to do the play with Fez. And I will say, at the start of this episode, I'm like, this is a terrible fucking idea. This is so cruel and narcissistic. But by the end of the episode, you see that the crowd and the people it's about are really engaging with it. So I guess what this is trying to get at is this like catharsis in art. Like, despite putting people through stuff, they've been through this stuff, like there's a release, there's true euphoria at the other side of art. Maybe it's a bit up its own ass and it is Sam Levinson stroking his own ego, but I will say, like, there are some good moments that come out of this play and there is some really fun stuff too. But you are initially rubbing up against Lexi, and that's fine. Like, the show is probably interrogating this, right? I think the show itself is engaging with, is this exploitative, what we do with this show, or is there something greater here? And I think you're allowed to sit here and judge Lexi for the play. Like, I was too for a lot of it. You know, there's a point where Lexi is tossing up not inviting her sister because of what she puts in the play, and particularly in part 2, which we'll get to when we get to, but when she puts up that scene of Cassie riding and climaxing on the horse, like, bro, what are we doing? And I don't remember if I covered that in season 1's video. I'll double check, but like, that's a tough moment for Cassie in season 1. Really embarrassing, poor thing. And making her live it back in part 2 of this season's finale is outrageous. We do get some backstory here where Lexi says the most defining part of her adolescence is when her sister went through puberty, basically saying that she was consistently overshowered by her sister Cassie, and the fact that her body is obviously what men really desire, and the way they look at her and all the attention that went to her, and she was seen there counting down the days where she would become her sister and get that sort of body type. And I will say, like, one, it's kind of a shitty thing to do in terms of like framing Cassie as this sexual object. Like, yes, this is what men do, but again, it's sort of this commentary on the toll that art takes, right? Honest art takes on the people involved. Ethan's playing alcoholic Susie, the mother, and I will say all of her friends seem to love it. Like, the friends like, hey, it's Susie, and Susie's like, hey, it's me. But it's like, for people that don't know these people, would they be actually having a good time watching this play? I guess the conclusion we're meant to draw is that everyone knows everyone's business. That's how high school feels. But like, dude, I would be seeing that being like, yo, is this play gonna get a good story with characters I care about? What the fuck are we doing? We then have Susie in the play saying to Cassie, I've never known someone with knockers like yours. I will say this whole play section does make it feel like a high school show, and not in like a bad reductive way, but it's nice to see high schoolers actually acting like high schoolers. I think sometimes when you're watching the show, it does start to feel like this weird abstract adult drama just because the actors are so tall. Again, like sometimes I do wonder if it would be easier to find the empathy in someone like Nate if he looked 16 or 17, even if he had the body type of someone like Ethan, who does look a lot younger physically, right? I feel like maybe there'd be a bit more ability to be like, okay, he's really fucked up, but he's also a kid. But he's also a kid going through a lot and growing up. But I do think the fact that Nate is so tall and imposing and like clearly an adult adds to this level of like, fuck, that guy is a monster. And I'm not saying like Nate needs more empathy, but I mean this with all our characters. Like even the fact that I think Maddie is a bit scary and a bit intense and not perfect herself, I do wonder if I would respond to Maddie differently if she did look earnestly like 16 or 17 at times. I think there is a sort of struggle there to see these kids as kids, but I think this episode does bring them back down to feeling like kids, if that makes sense. Now, there's this scene where Lexi's like complaining about the dress smelling like shit. I think she's meant to come off like a narcissistic diva here.
Someone die in this dress? Smells like shit.
I think we're meant to be looking at Lexi in this moment as a shitty auteur wannabe director, right? Like, I think Sam Levinson is poking fun of himself here. Fez then says, we cut back to Fez. He says to Custer he's going out because Fez is going to go see the play. Now, this is told non-chronologically. The timelines aren't matching up exactly, so this would have been in the past because Lexi texted Fez telling him she saved the best seat in the house, but then, you know, when we're cutting back, it's clearly not chronological is my point. Now, Custer clearly wants him to stay home because he's going to rat on Fez. He clearly puts some like listening devices here and there. You kind of see him like hold his hand down in a certain place and then leave the phone. And yeah, like the play is insanely narcissistic. Lexi's walking around being like, one day I'd be the one that all the men wanted, and everyone's like, fuck yeah, I can't wait. We have this section where Lexi is talking to Cassie saying some men prefer smaller boobs, and I will say, like, not to be the guy to decide on beauty standards, but I do think it's absolutely crazy Lexi walking around looking the way she does, thinking men aren't going to like her. Like, I get it. It's all internal projection. I do feel like in the real world, Lexi probably would have had to be fighting off men with a shitty stick personally, but that's just my take. And then Lexi says kind of shitty insult thing where she says to Cassie, like, to be honest, I don't want to be someone who's just known for their body. And you can see that Cassie in the audience is kind of hurt here. We then cut away and we have this section, a flashback section, I assume, where Nate is walking Cassie down the hall, essentially unveiling her as his Barbie doll, and she is looking more like Jules in this moment. The washed out hair, kind of whitish makeup appearance. It's interesting, right? It is still Cassie, but there's this combination of all his other love interests too in this moment. We see Lexi looking at the empty seat that was saved for Fez. He did promise to be there. At this point, chronologically, he's probably lying there shot on the floor, right? We then have one of my favorite flashback sequences of the show, which is this section where the drugged out father of Cassie and Lexi insists on driving them home. And we see this dynamic between Cassie and Lexi where, you know, Lexi's saying, can we please call mum to pick us up? Whereas Cassie is saying, don't be rude. I don't want him to think that we don't trust him. I think it sums up their relationship with men as they get older. The fact that Cassie is always trying to please and trying to keep the peace and trying to do whatever these men want. And, you know, like maybe it's a bit reductive, but I think these things are stereotypes for a reason to an extent. I think you're seeing, you know, a really interesting seed planted here in the way they handle this situation. It's a great display of what their dynamic turns into later in life. We cut to Lexi crying with the ice cream melting, which I actually think it's a sad, effective scene, maybe a little cliched, but I think it really works. And I will say, I think the show did a really great job of making Cassie and Lexi look younger despite not using any digital de-aging. A real credit to the makeup team. I will say, I do really like this section where Rue is monologuing about memories existing outside of time. Something her father said to her. It's really beautiful. You know, all she has to do is close her eyes and she'll be with her father. Beautiful thing for a father to say to a daughter. And I think you really get a sense of how sweet of a man Rue's father was. And it's such a tragedy. I do think Rue would have ended up differently if her father hadn't died. And it is great to see Rue clean at the end of this episode. Despite how circular and difficult some of the material with Rue was this season, I think the payoff here, seeing her clean and feeling like a genuinely different person, is cathartic and, dare I say, euphoric. And then one of my favorite sequences of the entire episode, and this is where you start getting the appeal of the play ever so slightly, and it's almost like damage control, PR control for Cassie as well, but you get this sequence where Susie, Cassie and Lexi's father, Cassie and Lexi are all dancing in a circle to this classic song. I forget the name, but it's a beautiful sequence, and we zoom out and then it zooms into the play and then zooms into Cassie and Susie watching it and Cassie watching Susie cry and Cassie crying. It's a wonderful sequence, like a really beautiful sequence.
More than the greatest love, this is the love that I give to you. More than the simple word.
It's pretty tragic. I find the music's working. I do have some empathy for Cassie here. I think there's a reason she feels isolated and alone, and it's a well done sequence. It doesn't excuse Cassie or let her off the hook, but it is a beautiful moment that I think humanizes Cassie, and we even get some humanization for Nate later in the episode as well. It's a beautiful moment that punches through the artifice of this play section really well, and I think the best way to engage with this whole play stuff is almost like take your foot off the gas and just kind of enjoy what we're getting out of our characters emotionally. I think some of it is meant to be a bit of an abstraction. Some of it isn't meant to be like literally within the text of the world. Some of it is just kind of like here's stuff for the audience. And I think you can kind of feel when it's being like that. And I enjoy it for that. There's an interesting line from Lexi where she says that Cassie and Lexi had the same wishes growing up and then they became super different, kind of like showing that she became more dependent on men and their validation when we cut to her and Nate and then Maddie and Nate. Cassie then says the quote, "I don't think there's anything more beautiful than dedicating your life to someone." And in a weird way, I almost get what she's saying here. You know, I know it's kind of a reductive thing to say, and I'm not saying just for women, but I remember I watched Pillion, which explored a relationship dynamic between like a dom and a sub, and I think that movie did a really good job. I strongly encourage you watching that movie. It's with Alexander Skarsgård and Dudley from Henry Melling, Dudley from Harry Potter, but it's a gay sub-dom relationship where as you're watching the movie, you start getting the appeal of kind of being a sub a little and like the beauty in devoting to someone. And like, I'm not saying that's for everyone, but I do think the exploration of Cassie here is a bit more layered than people give the show credit for. I think it's similar to something Maddie said earlier on in season 1 where she talked about just not wanting to do anything, just wanting to sit back. And like, yeah, you can make an argument that some of this is leaning into reductive gender stereotypes, but even as a guy, sometimes I'm like, yeah, it would just be nice to like relinquish control and just like sit around and like be devoted to someone who treats you well. The issue is Nate obviously is not treating anyone particularly well, but it is interesting. We then get this line from Lexi where she says, "I always had this feeling something horrible was about to happen." We cut to an empty seat. I think the foreshadowing here is really well. You are gaining a good sense of tension throughout this episode. We also get this interesting line within the play where Lexi says she doesn't like to do drugs because she can't engage with her brain in the same way, and Rue says that's the best part. It shows the difference, right? In season 1, it established that Rue has this awfully torturous brain. You know, she has OCD and she spirals, so drugs feels like this really beautiful release for her, whereas Lexi's kind of the opposite. She loves her brain. She uses it to write and to hyperanalyze, and it's this tool she uses to escape her reality, whereas the drugs are what Rue uses. You know, it's a different sort of like coping mechanism. I think really well exemplified, and it also double backs on that line in the special episode where Ali says that Rue's brain chemistry and wiring is a little different. Again, to reiterate this, Lexi says that Rue did drugs to push the bad thoughts away, whereas when Lexi did drugs, bad thoughts were all she was having. Next, there's the line from Rue, and we get this like flashback montage sequence of them not talking, but Rue says that Jules and her hadn't spoken since the intervention. In my opinion, hot take, good. I'm kind of glad. Rue then says the line, "Funny how I used to think we were meant for each other." I think this is really good. This kind of sums up a lot of high school relationships where while you're in a relationship, it feels like your entire world, and then afterwards you're like, what the fuck was I thinking? And it does also establish that there's been a substantial time skip. We've skipped over Rue's rehab. Part of me would have liked to see it, but I think we have seen like parts of it throughout the show. So I actually found this time jump kind of refreshing. It keeps the pacing light, and it's good to see. We just get the stark contrast. And she does feel like a genuinely different character when she's clean. Then get this amazing flashback sequence to Leslie and Rue, and it almost implies that this is part of what got Rue clean, is the fact that her mum was ready to give up on her. Leslie says, "You know what? You broke me. You've completely broken me. If you want to go and self-delete, go ahead." Rue almost seems excited. She's like, "I can do drugs." And her mum's like, "Yep, but also why does that excite you?" And she goes, "If you want to do that, go ahead. I can't convince you that your life is important. You now have to make that decision." One of my favorite lines is Leslie saying, "I'm taking you off my plate. I'm going to focus on Gia." And then we get this real sort of like a microaggression from Rue. I mean, she doesn't mean it this way, but it comes off so reductive and bad, where Rue cuts back and goes, "Gia, she's fine though." It implies that like, well, Gia isn't dealing with anything as bad as my drug addiction, so she's fine. You know, like what else could she possibly be dealing with? How are you going to take me off your plate to focus on Gia? She's fine. It's like, just because she's not in a gutter ODing doesn't mean she's fine, Rue. And yeah, you know, she's young, she's juvenile. I'm not saying Rue's a bad person for this, but it speaks to her mindset a little. And thankfully, Leslie is also kind of caught off guard and a bit offended by this. Leslie kind of snaps at her and she goes, she's getting D's in MASH, she's up all night, she's on her phone all the time. But if you say she's fine, I'll take your word for secret, Rue. Rue does seem genuinely shocked and disappointed, and she says, oh, I didn't know any of that. Leslie comes back, says, why would you? You only think about yourself. And then a great line, if I have to choose between losing one daughter or two, I'll fight to save her. And Rue kind of understands this and goes, fair enough. Then in the play, Lexi says the line of Cassie and Maddie were inseparable while recreating the cheerleader sequence from season 1. And you can see Nate groaning in the background. It's always funny to me because Nate normally has this cold, stoic demeanor. We even see it at the end of this episode. It's always funny when I see Nate acting like a brash boy, and like here we see it. Lexi talks about when she first met Maddie, she was nervous when first meeting her. Like, she's an intimidating presence, but as she got to know her, she became warmer. And I think that's the thing with Maddie. Like, yeah, I also find her quite confronting. And like, there are things she did in season 1. Like, I don't think she is purely just a victim of Nate, all right? I think Maddie is a really complex character, and she is quite unlikable at times, and she does some pretty heinous, horrific things, and she does frankly enable Nate to do awful things. Even if you want to make the argument that with Maddie, like, you know, abuse victims often deal with a lot towards themselves, and it's not easy, you know, you don't want to victim blame for the things they allow to be done to themselves. She actively participated in awful Machiavellian schemes against other people in season 1 to protect Nate. So it is hard. Later in the episode, we get this line where Maddie says, you know, I can't believe you're sleeping with Nate after everything he's done to me, and I felt really bad for Maddie there, but I'm also like, fuck, you did also like empower him to do a lot of awful stuff to other people. So I think thankfully it's just a really well done, complex character. But I think hearing Lexi's perspective on Maddie kind of summarizes that up, where like, yeah, there are some things she does that are quite abrasive, but at the same time, you can see a good person in there. I think what I like about Maddie in season 2 is you start watching her grow up, grow out of Nate. And if anything, Cassie banging Nate was the best thing that could have happened to her. It's almost this like straight trauma block of like, this is objectively so fucking shitty that I'm just going to leave all of this behind. I'm going to engage with someone more like Samantha, who's an adult, and leave this shitty town and all this juvenile crap behind. So I really like Maddie's arc in season 2. It's nice to see her disengage from a lot of this drama. And between Nate holding the gun to her head and also Cassie banging Nate, it's just too much. She feels genuinely adult compared to a lot of these people. Yes, she gets on stage in part 2 of this and slaps someone, but whatever. Lexi says she didn't trust Maddie until her parents started fighting and Maddie moved in for a while. And then we get this really wonderful monologue or just lines of dialogue from Maddie where she says she used to feel stupid and then she chose to not feel stupid anymore. And I was sitting there being like, I need to write this down. This is really sage advice about getting out of your own head. You know, Maddie says 90% of life is confidence, and the thing about confidence is no one knows if it's real or not. This is sage advice. This is a good line. Again, I want to write this down. I genuinely think it's good advice. And every time I rewatch this show, I'm like, I need to instill this in myself. Next, Ethan continues this kind of caricature of Susie, and Susie really resonates with her when Ethan comes on. He's like, all right, beauty queens, time to go to bed. She's like, woo! Next, we cut back to like reality, I guess. Cassie is hiding in the bathroom. Maddie's yelling at her through the bathroom door. Was it worth it? Etc. This isn't about Nate. It's our friendship. A really wonderful line. He put me through hell. Now he's my best friend. What the fuck? When is it going to end? And I do feel bad for Maddie here. Again, she's not a perfect victim, but I think it's an unfair standard, all right? The idea of a perfect victim is always a flawed one. I'm not leaning into that at all, but I do think Maddie, outside of Nate, can be quite a complex, confronting character, but I did feel for her here. I think it's a really human moment, and given the fact that she's growing throughout season 2 and leaving some of her problematic tendencies behind, it is tragic to see her kind of come undone here. We have this great moment where Cassie is having her I, Tonya moment in the mirror, trying not to cry, keep a smile. It's sad, you know, she puts on this brave face when being around Nate. She wants to be this easygoing beauty queen, but you can see it's breaking here, and I feel a lot of empathy for Cassie. I know she's doing an objectively shitty thing with Maddie, but I think something about Sydney Sweeney's performance, you know, you can see this kind of sadness behind this conventional beauty queen, you know, and there's a tinge of humanity and pain that Cassie brings to this role, or Sydney Sweeney brings to this role, that I find really admirable, particularly in season 2. Now, there is this moment where Lexi shows this recreation of Cat Cam Girl, and it's like, how did Lexi know this? What's going on? Again, this is one of the moments where you just need to go with the abstraction of the show and just be like, I guess this is communicating with us at home as well. We then cut to Cassie kind of, again, being a bit subservient, submissive, whatever you want to call it, with Nate, where she says, am I everything you wish for? I want you to fuck me whenever you want, control what I wear, etc., etc. Like, again, bit reductive, bit dangerous, especially when given to someone like Nate. But I think when people are in sort of sub-dom communities, there is an appeal to relinquishing control. You know, this was a dynamic that was explored in Baby Girl, a dynamic that was explored in Pillion. And I will say, I don't think Sam Levinson is fully trying to go into this territory. If anything, this is just a reflection of Nate's toxic standards and Cassie's personality flaws. So I'm not saying this is representative of the kink community. Don't jump down my throat. But I am saying if it was different people, you could almost explore this in an interesting, beautiful way. But because it's Cassie and Nate, two people that are in so much pain, it feels like a byproduct of pain rather than a genuine exploration of kink or anything. It feels like she's just leaning into Nate's toxicity and he's kind of playing on her insecurity, if that makes sense. Cassie says, I belong to you. I want every guy to want me, but they can't. And I won't complain because I trust that you know what's best. Again, as I hear this line, I'm like, oh, I can kind of see the appeal in this for both parties. But again, it's Nate. You don't want to give someone like Nate that much power, at least before he's gone through some growth. And who knows if he's probably gone through growth at this point. Nate then says, aren't you afraid people will look down on you? And she says, at least I'm loved. So it kind of speaks to Cassie's headspace where she'll deal with the ridicule because she thinks Nate's love is worth it. There's this line I love from Lexi where she says, Nate and Maddie's relationship was our first impression of love. I think that is an absolutely wonderful quote. It kind of sums up why everyone's relationships in this show are fucking brutal and awful. And I think the toxicity of Nate and Maddie leaking outwards is a really compelling idea, you know? So much of the criticism of this show is that it feels so dark and turbulent. But I'll be honest, when I look back on my teenage years, I'm like, yeah, that was pretty heavy. That was pretty fucked up. I'm so glad I'm not there anymore. And I think the idea that this nightmare scenario was fueled by Nate and Maddie's toxicity being the gold standard for relationships, that's really interesting to me. I always love the way this play section plays with the play itself and then kind of the audience and our characters interpreting and seeing this like mirror image of themselves, you know? So Nate is seen there in the audience and he looks a bit bummed that Maddie and him didn't work out. There's almost this thing of like, yeah, we were the gold standard or something. There's a look of regret in Nate's face here that I find particularly compelling. Then we get, again, one of my favorite sequences. We get this crazy dream section of Nate where he's looking at the back of his head in his mirror and then he turns around and it stays at the back of his head. And then Maddie is undressing and like he's kind of looking at her, but then it ends up being Jules approaching him. And then it's Cassie he's banging, but he tears at Cassie's fishnets or whatever the way Cal was tearing at Jules's fishnets in season 1. And then just as you're putting that parallel together the same way Nate, as he's dreaming, would be putting this parallel together, you have Cal enter the room, but then Cal starts entering Nate from behind. It's crazy, and you see this traumatized, boyish look in Nate as Cal is entering him. It's a pretty horrifying visual. He wakes up genuinely terrified. I think it's a really great visualization of Nate having all his different wires crossed, all his love interests crossed, you know, wondering if all his preferences are based off the dad trauma, you know, and I think it reminds me of in Baby Reindeer, and I'm not saying this is stuff I morally agree with, but it is something that I found interesting. In Baby Reindeer, after our lead character goes through some sexual trauma himself at the hands of a man, he then falls for a trans woman, and he has all these messed up thoughts around, am I only attracted to this trans woman because of what that guy did to me? It's bordering on transphobic and it is a bit reductive, but it's an earnest trauma response. He's questioning his own level of attraction, his own porn preferences, etc., etc. I found that really, really interesting. And similarly, I think in Euphoria, it's playing with the same thing, right? Nate would probably be in love with Jules regardless, but he has this really complicated complex in his head around his sexuality because he feels like it's completely defined by Cal. The first stuff he's exposed to was Cal. The same way, like most men my age, you know, most men that grew up with me, a lot of their sexual preferences are defined by whatever like corn they watched online, right? And that's just like a fact of life. And for some people, there's not even anything wrong with that if they like channel it the right way. But it is really interesting to think about that Nate had that experience, but way too early and with stuff that his dad fucking made. It's all this like really violent, strange, emotionally complicated stuff. So yeah, really well done. Also, I will say, correction, actually said in the last episode that Jules smashed the disc, but no, it's this episode. She tries to burn it and then she smashes it. Anyways, then we get this wonderful sequence where the jocks are working out. So Ethan is playing Nate on stage and then all the jocks. It's essentially this massive gay homophobic joke. And it is, all right? Nate calls it out at the end of the episode and it's hilarious to hear it from Nate, but it is just a massive like haha gay joke. Like that's all this is. It's this giant gay joke at the expense of Nate. Nate feels mocked. Obviously he's not happy. Maddie on stage says that Nate and the guys workout is super gay. You then have Nate on stage be like, babe, that's not funny, which does sound like the way Nate would say it. Bobby is then telling Lexi that her friend never came in reference to Fez. I will say when Ash is holding the knife, I did have this thought of like maybe the order of this season could have been slightly adjusted, but I will say watching it like very quickly or close together, I've been chipping away at this season over like 2 weeks. So having it closer together, it does land a bit better. We had the Fez and Ashtray backstory at this point like 7 hours ago, 6 hours ago, right? So when you're watching Ashtray and Fez towards the end of the season, it does feel like a little looser, but it's like it clearly was meant to be a big pivotal moment. And again, rewatching it completely works for me fine, but I can imagine if you've been watching this show over 2 months, you would be starting to forget the early on backstory from season 1 at this point. So when Ash comes out with a knife and stuff, you'd be like, where are we going with this? Like, you have to kind of remind yourself that there is a big crime aspect to this show at this point. But in saying that, as someone who has seen the show multiple times, it really works well for me. And I do wonder if this show is better viewed closer together, even though hot take, I'm someone who really enjoys the weekly show drop. And also, I do think the whole Fez and Ashtray sequence at the start was such a great, brilliant way to open the season. So I'm sort of like, probably just keep it that way. Now, Ash does cotton on to the fact that Custer is being sus as fuck. Like, he can tell. Fez, in this great moment of tragedy, very Romeo and Juliet, he has the roses ready to go. He's about to head out. And then Custer is clearly trying to stop Fez from leaving. Ash sniffs out that something isn't good. He goes, is everything good? Now, everyone at this point is pissing themselves, laughing at Nate, laughing at his sexuality. And as an audience member, knowing how complicated his sexuality is, why Nate is the way he is, I feel a little bad for him here. Like, again, I get why everyone's laughing. It's interesting that everyone becomes on board with the play because it's like, yay, the villain of the school is being humiliated. And again, it is a moment where I do wonder if Nate had the physicality of someone like Ethan, whether we would feel a little more bad for him. You know, the fact that Nate is 6'7" or however fucking tall he is and so physically imposing, particularly in season 1, seeing the stuff he does instead of like the choking feeling, like, again, not that age is ever an excuse, but instead of this stuff in season 1 landing as particularly like dumb young aggression that could be worked out, it feels like an adult character doing this stuff. I think the only moment where it transcends that in season 1 is when he's freaking out below his father, and it does humanize him a little. And again, I'm not saying there's any excuse for the violence that he thrusts upon Maddie, but I will say, if in this moment you're reminding yourself that these are all young people and Nate at this point is having his deepest, darkest shame and secret being mocked and exposed by people that don't understand it, I do think there is some empathy to be had. It is sad, and like the whole show is playing with morally dubious characters, but I think that's part of the beauty of the show. I will say though, the sequence itself is pretty funny. Having Ethan sing to It's Raining Man while like spraying lube over all the gym jocks, like, it's funny. It's also interesting because it does justify Nate's kind of internalized homophobia. Well, not homophobia. I actually don't think he's particularly homophobic, even though it does come out in that moment where he's like roasting Cal, but I think that's just like a shame tactic. I don't think he generally walks around hating gay people. Like, out of Nate's priorities, I don't think that's at the top of the list. But in terms of like this internalized shame of his own sexuality and fear of his sexuality and his fear of being perceived as anything less than traditionally masculine, I think the way the play is being laughed at and the way his sexuality is being laughed at does kind of justify his own insecurity in a weird way. And you see he's genuinely having like a trauma response in this moment. For him, this is like a defining moment. He's clamming up. It's a side of Nate we haven't really seen before properly. We've previously seen him engage in rage when he's backed into a corner, whereas here he's trying to compose himself. And yeah, it's interesting. Rue's giving all our like facial reactions, you know, all these moments that became famous memes from Euphoria season 2. It's good to see her clean. You know, if Lexi was more intentional, it could almost serve as this like form of, I don't think street justice is the right word, but you get what I mean? Like taking power into your own hands, you know, like the justice system never persecuted Nate, so we're going to do that, you know, like we're going to mock him in this moment. But I don't know if Lexi was trying to do that or just have a giggle. And like this zoom into Nate's face, you do feel for him, but it's a hard thing, right? Because the explanation he could give, like if he wanted to be like, this isn't funny because blah, 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 blah. If he explained what was going on with his dad, it's so fucked that it's like, whatever, you can't. Anyways, this play escalates to a point where Ethan is literally banging other jocks. It is interesting that pretty much everyone is super happy with the play at this point, to the point where it gets a standing ovation. Now, one of the funniest lines of the season is Nate storming off. Cassie's running after him and he's like, what the fuck? Like, it was your sister. You knew about this play. And he goes, why the fuck are they laughing? This stuff is so homophobic.
Why the fuck are they laughing? That shit is so fucking homophobic.
Which, like, yes, obviously that isn't the reason Nate is storming off in this moment, but I actually think this line is kind of telling. Hear me out here. I know this line was relentlessly mocked because, I mean, Nate probably isn't the strongest example of an ally, so it was really funny to be like, LGBT ally, Nate. But in saying this, in a weird way, I almost think it's a Freudian slip here. I do think part of that is almost weirdly earnest, where it's like they're mocking parts of my sexuality and the way I engage with my sexuality in a really reductive and simplified way. And I can't believe they are cheering for that, because given how usually progressive this school is, of course, when it's at my expense, they're willing to be like this. Yes, he's obviously passing the buck. That isn't truly why he's upset. But I do think there's an aspect of Freudian slip here, you know? And given the fact that he does truly love Jules and he has his own internalized issues around his sexuality to figure out in order to be with Jules properly, I do actually think the line has a little more weight than you might anticipate. Initially, it lands as a funny throwaway joke, but on this rewatch that I'm finding infinitely rewarding, this line actually does jump out a little. Next, Cassie obviously blames Lexi for like fucking up the relationship. She storms back, right? And she's fucking like breathing on the door, like Jurassic Park, like the Velociraptors. And then in like one of the craziest references I've ever seen from Sam Levinson, he starts playing music from Cannibal Holocaust. Bro, what the fuck? Anyways, really good episode. On to part 2, because this is essentially one big movie. All right, so tough day, tough moment, all right? Because the ultimate Euphoria Season 2 defender just watched the Euphoria Season 2 finale, and I did think it was a bit underwhelming, all right? And it's the first time I've really properly felt this. I know there are some scenes, notably the Elliot song number, that never fully worked for me, but I will say on rewatch, there's just something off about the rhythm of this finale, the prioritization of characters, the way some arcs wrap up. Now, I will say some of the animosity that the fan base met the Euphoria Season 2 finale with was a bit much. They were acting like this was an entire series finale, but in saying that, even within this episode, there's just some wonky pacing. We spend way too much time on the play. I thought episode 7 was fine in terms of the play, but once you get to episode 8 and we're still doing this play and we're going over like funeral scenes that we've seen before, and every time it cuts away from the play, the scenes are way more inviting, way more interesting, and way more juicy. Just cut back to this play and it just isn't working. And then you cut to Elliot, who you know nothing about, and then you cut to Jules, who you haven't had much time with this season. It's like, what's going on with the prioritization here? I think that's the biggest issue here. Is I was fine with them not prioritizing certain characters for a season. I was like, I assume they'll get more time in later seasons, but once you get to this finale and for some reason it thinks that, you know, zooming in on Jules's face in the crowd is going to land the same way zooming in on Nate's face in the previous episode, you realize it just isn't working. You know, you spend a lot of time with Nate, so that zoom in lands. You spent a lot of time with Cassie, so when we're following Cassie it works, but when you're zooming in on Jules or Elliot, it's kind of like, dude, you haven't done anything with them. On top of that, there's like some amazing sequences, particularly when Nate goes up and confronts Cal, but there's also some writing up until this point where it's hard to figure out and gauge how I'm meant to be feeling emotionally in this scene. And I actually want to leave it to you guys to see how it landed for you, because I do think we spent a lot of time humanizing Cal and almost building some empathy and weird understanding for Cal. And I found the ending, while yes, it's technically something he ethically deserves given certain things he's done, I also found those things he's done were like kind of a new revelation and almost felt like they were constructed by Sam to make this ending work and land a little better. And I do wonder if there was more gray area to explore, but we'll get there when we get there. Now, it's not all bad. I will just say the peak episodes of this season were operating at 8s or 9s out of 10. And I do think season 2 has my favorite scenes from Euphoria in general, all right? Any long scene of dialogue between characters I care about is incredible in Euphoria season 2. But unfortunately, this finale just feels slightly strange in my opinion. It's not bad, but it's probably like a 6, maybe a 7 out of 10 if it catches me in a good mood. So the episode opens with Fez going to leave to go see Lexi's play. Custer is then like, oh, before you go, we got to talk about something. And you know, he's like, what? And Custer's like, everything. He couldn't be more suspicious. He then talks about how cops found Mouse's body. Faye then drops a glass and like uses this as a chance to let Fez know that this guy's a rat. Faye then actually comes in clutch and she starts speaking up and going, oh, I thought Laurie was the one that took out Mouse. And then Ash is sitting there looking all sus with a knife. Faye then says, why are you trying to cover up something that Laurie did? Next, Ash takes out Custer. Now, I will say it's a properly gory and gross scene. I really like how this is done, executed. All the practical gore effects in this episode look wonderful. And I will say, overall, I do really like this whole Fez and Ashtray section. I think it's exciting and pretty tragic. And again, Ashtray does kind of feel like a violent animal, almost like a pit bull that needs to be taken out. He just can't help but self-destruct. And I do find the exploration of his violent tendencies quite interesting. I think the whole sequence is done really well. The only issue is I do wish we got some time this season with a softer side of Ash, or even just some interiority to Ash, just seeing what he gets up to on a day-to-day. We obviously get the sense that he really cares about Fez, but truthfully, the issue is with the Fez and Ashtray subplot, this whole thing going on with Mouse's body, it feels like it takes place maybe over like a day or two, but it's been stretched out over 8 episodes. So again, if you watch Euphoria season 2 as one big movie, you probably wouldn't notice this, but watch it over a couple weeks, it is this weird thing where it's like, wow, this is a really climactic thing to be happening despite not spending too much time with these characters up until this point. It's sort of a thing of the less you think about it and the more you feel it, the better it works. But I was kind of wishing there for a little more time with Ash and Fez, just some sweet moments up until this point. We did get that wonderful backstory, but at this point it does feel like a while ago. And again, it's just an issue of sequencing. And also, if you watch this over a week, it'll feel fine. If you watch this over a couple weeks, it won't feel fine. Fez and Lexi have this discussion about guns. It is also interesting here, Lexi seems to want Fez to be on social media, despite in the previous episode, her character in the play was pushing back on social media and AI algorithms and big tech. I do like cutting from Lexi, who is happy, Lexi and Fez happy in this like background section to their relationship, to then Fez stressing out about the phone, putting it in the big gulp. Like the contrast between the two situations is really well done. Now, Cassie is still sitting outside the door, outside the glass like a raptor. She storms down the hallway. I do think at a certain point these character reactions from Rue start feeling a little cringe. I'm just going to say it. At first, it was making for great Twitter reactions, and in the previous episodes, like, yeah, you know, when she was reacting that way with Nate's whole Gym Junkie song, it was kind of fun. It was matching the tone. But I think in this episode, they're a little overkill, and it does start to feel like, do I even know? Like, I get that she's clean now, so she does feel like a different person, but because it's the first time we're spending time with Rue, it almost just felt like this was just kind of Zendaya being Zendaya rather than Rue. And that's just how it lands for me. Again, I do know there is obviously meant to be a contrast when Rue is clean, but at a certain point in this episode, at times it did feel like a completely different character. I didn't feel like I had a very tangible feel on Rue, especially given the backstory we got in season 1 before she was on drugs. It was, I don't know, slightly incongruent. And look, there is still some stuff that works here. Susie seeing Cassie and being mortified about her going upstage is funny. It got a laugh out of me. And you know, this moment where she gets up on stage, it simultaneously feels bigger and larger than life compared to season 1, but also a lot smaller. And when this was working in season 2, it was this interiority to the characters I really appreciate. This really interesting look into like this subterranean feeling to suburban life, you know, especially with like Marsha, Nate, and Cal. Here, it's a bit of a different approach. Now, I will say, Cassie gets up and says what I think a lot of the viewership is thinking, where she says, "Isn't Lexi brave for unpacking all her trauma in front of us?" She starts kind of going at Lexi, which I do appreciate. And then Cassie asks for a round of applause for how hard Lexi's life is. And again, it's just sort of at this point where it's like, we spent so much time on this, and I just feel like the climax isn't that big here. You know, it's sort of like, yeah, okay, she made a play, they're freaking out about the play, whatever. You know, at a certain point, it's just, it gets a little old, I found. Now, I'll give credit, when Susie gets up and Susie, Cassie, and Lexi are all fighting on stage, it does feel like a genuine family dynamic we're watching unfold. I do love the moment where Cassie's like, "I'm the one who takes risks," and someone just yells out, "Show us your boobs." Cassie then says to Lexi, "You never lived, that's why you can judge us." Now, the moment where Lexi's play brings out the Cassie imitation, she starts riding the horse, is particularly funny. It got a good laugh at me. Again, Sydney Sweeney is giving a really good performance here. I think she's been given a little in this episode, not a lot. You know, she hasn't been given much to work with, but she does do a good job. Next, Maddie gets up and slaps Cassie on stage. I know some people have viewed this as kind of character regression or character assassination, given the fact that Maddie was taking a more mature approach this season, but I do actually think it kind of works. You know, like, it's fine. It's this one last hurrah before she leaves town forever. I think the ending conversation of this episode kind of reiterates what was going on here when she says, you know, this is just the beginning. It's clear Maddie is kind of above this. She's just like leaning into it one last time. Next, Maddie slams Cassie into the wall, a good moment. Like, I do enjoy all this stuff. Anyways, then we get easily the worst part of Euphoria's entire runtime. You know, I wanted to be contrarian. I want to be like, oh, actually, the song lyrics actually speak to the internal characterization that we've had up until this point. But no, the moment Rue looks over at Elliot in the crowd, my stomach drops. First off, it's like, I enjoyed Elliot well enough throughout the season. He was fine. It was a bit of fun, but putting all this emphasis on him in the last episode, as if we care about him outside of just, you know, him ratting on Rue to get her to rehab, like, honestly, we needed more time with Elliot. We need to understand what makes him tick, why he likes drugs, why he likes Rue. what his home life is like. You know, does he really have a crush on either of these people? What does he want? What does he care about? Like, I don't mind Elliot being a big part of the finale, but I really want to have a good feel about him. It genuinely feels like he's an alien that just came out of nowhere and is just walking around this show. And the show's universe expects us to really care and be like, hell, it's Elliot. Elliot's in the crowd. I don't know anything about Elliot. Come on. Anyways, so then we have a flashback or a flash forward. I think it's actually a flash forward, but Rue goes over and he's like, I forgive you, Elliot. You know, I've got a lot of I'm sorry's to give out, but not a lot of I forgive yous, which is a nice enough line, but it's like, no one was mad at Elliot. No one even thought twice about Elliot. Like, it's whatever, you know? Like, who cares? And also, like, I don't even particularly agree with Rue here. It's like, okay, you are clean and you're grateful for being clean. The only thing you'd be forgiving him for here is, like, getting with Jules, which I don't think that's what the conversation is about. It's more saying, I forgive you for telling my mum about drugs, which was an objective good. So who gives a fuck? I don't even think you need to say that. If anything, just say thank you and move on. It's a really weird conversation because she's like, you know, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be standing here right now. So thank you. And also I forgive, like, fucking who cares? Come on. Like, yeah, it's a cool line when you hear, I've got a lot of sorries to give, but not a lot of forgive yous. But it's like, honestly, and I do wonder if this is it's funny because I actually thought Sam Levinson wrote all of the other characters really well, but here the stuff about Rue's drug addiction I think doesn't land in this episode. I think the dad stuff starts to feel a little overdone to the point where you're like, okay, I actually would have needed a little more time between Rue and her dad to really be connecting here, given the amount of time you'll give it. And similarly, I think Sam Levinson, due to the fact that he has real life experience being a drug addict, I think he thinks all of these scenes are really landing with a lot of weight and a lot of heft. But this scene with Rue here where she's forgiving Elliot, I'm just like, whatever, honestly. I genuinely don't think one single Euphoria fan was like, I hope Rue and Elliot, you know, figure things out, or like, I wonder what's going to happen there. No, absolutely not. And if anything, Elliot did the right thing. Then there's this exchange where Rue is like, oh, are you clean? And Elliot's like, no, I'll probably still do drugs. And then she goes, don't worry, I'm not going to tell anyone. And it's like, sorry, were we meant to think that Elliot was an addict, the same level to Rue? Like, what do you mean you're not going to tell anyone? Like, is this a deep, dark secret? Who cares about Elliot being on drugs? Like, I don't know if his family, I don't know anyone that cares. When did you set any of this? Like, what am I meant to be gleaning here? Like, is this a big deal? Is Elliot doing drugs a big deal? Is this something that he hides from people? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? And then after this poorly written exchange, which again is so strange because the scene earlier in the season between Marsha and Nate was so well written. Everything with Cal was so well written. Even stuff with Cassie was well written at times. So then to cut to this, it's baffling. But Elliot is like, oh, I wrote a song for us. I'm like, no, no. And even Rue isn't keen to hear it. And it's like, truthfully, all you need to do to fix this scene was literally just like have a montage, cut to a bunch of like different people in their different positions at this point in the season. This show is very good at montages, you know? And if you want to have something less bombastic like Labyrinth and have more of like a sweet strip back thing where you cut to all these characters, you know, post play reflecting on their life, fine. But it's like, dude, what's going on? We just have to sit there for like 3 minutes. And the song's fine, but it's also like the lines he's dropping are clearly meant to, you know, be sort of poetic to Rue and Elliot's relationship. It's like, when did we see this? The lines talking about how Rue was Elliot's only friend and, you know, he hopes the friendship was worth it in the end. I'm like, dude, this was never felt. Like, I'm so sorry. This really needed beefing up. You know, and then the notorious thing is he finishes this 3.5 minute songs and goes, yeah, it's not finished. I'm still working on it. And she's like, I like it. Come on.
I'm still working on it.
I like it.
And then he goes, truth or dare. And it's like, come on, we're not bringing this truth or dare thing back in the finale. It was cringe enough initially, but I gave it a free pass. But to be like, truth or dare, can we still be friends?
Truth or dare?
Truth.
Do you think we can still be friends?
Anyways, next we cut to Lexi having doubts about whether she could continue with the play. And at this point, it's another moment where I'm like, who gives a fuck? You know, it's like I was enjoying the play in the previous season, but now we're spending so much time being like, oh, is Lexi going to finish this play? It's like, come on. Anyways, next we cut back to something good, which is Fez punching Ash out and telling him to get out. Fez wants to take the fall for this crime. You know, anytime you cut away from the play, it's pretty good, but it's like then you go back to the play and you're like, Come on. Now, Fez puts handprints all over the knife. Ash then like runs to the laundry and grabs an assault rifle. I do love cutting between these two sequences. This is where the episode gets really exciting. We're bouncing from Fez and Ash getting ready for war to Nate speeding down the highway with a handgun. You're like, all right, we're cooking. You know, the whole sequence is amazing. This like Nate Jacobs theme is kicking in mixed with this more tense music.
Ash! Open the fucking door!
And then we have my favorite scene of the episode easily, which again, it's Nate. Now, I don't think I'm particularly biased here. I think it's almost an objective statement that like the Nate, Cal, and Marsha stuff briefly is all the most beefed up, interesting stuff of this season. So of course, it's resonating with me the best. I do enjoy what they did with Maddie a fair bit. I do enjoy what they did with Cassie a fair bit. And Rue had some really good moments throughout this season. But I think at this point, this is probably the best scene in the finale because there's so much to sort of talk about. Now, Cal is hanging out with his newfound family or sex buddies or whatever. Nate walks in and says, "No hug, Dad," and they hug. And it's a really sad moment. You can see Cal is feeling a lot of guilt about his previous outburst towards his family. Nate is also like, you know, he knows what he's about to do. So it's this sad moment of a loveless hug between these two men. Nate then says to the crowd around Cal, you know, "I got the best parts of my dad." Then he says, "You know what I think we have in common? We both get off on hurting other people." Cal then goes, "Do you want to talk upstairs?" And Nate goes, "No, I'm happy here." Now, Cal looks sad when Nate asks if he's living here. Nathan has tears in his eyes and asks, "Are you happy?" And it's a really sad, humanizing moment from Nate. Cal then says he's figuring out. I think when this scene is working really well, it's when you're kind of feeling bad for both Nate and Cal in these moments. You're seeing like this broken dynamic between them. And I will say there's some vulnerability in Nate's facial expressions. He seems genuinely confused and kind of almost intimidated by the people that Cal surrounds himself with. Like some of their snarky comments, he seems genuinely perplexed and out of his depth, you know? Nate then asks with tears in his eyes, "Are you happier?" And Cal says yes in some ways. And then we kind of get an insight into Nate's motivation here. He says, "That's not fair. You don't get to ruin my life, move on and be happier." So there is meant to be an aspect of, yes, Nate's kind of doing a good thing here, but more importantly, he is trying to persecute and punish his dad for failing him as a parent. You know, it's not just like a legal, this is the right thing to do. This is a emotional move. This is a thing of, you don't get to have this after hurting me and making me the way that I am. You know, Cal starts saying, "Look, I've made a lot of mistakes." And then Nate cuts him off and says, "When I was 11, I found these videos of Dad, you know, fucking people in hotel rooms. And for the longest time, I've had this recurring nightmare that he was going to do this to me. Did I ever tell you about that, Dad?" And then, yeah, we get a confirmation of Nate's previous intentions where he says, "I spent my whole life trying to protect you." So it's almost like Nate wanted to also help hide and cover up Cal's shame and secrets. And instead of loving me for this, you hated me for it. And then we also get an elaboration of Cal's previous statements where he says, you know, "I tried to keep these things separate. I failed. I fucked up, Nate. I do love you. I should have protected you and kept you safe. There's nothing I regret more." So it's interesting in that previous scene where Cal was like roasting his family. He said, "You're my biggest regret" to Nate as kind of an insult, kind of a dig. But here it feels like, no, I like regret how much I failed you. You know, you remind me of me in the worst ways. Nate then makes it abundantly clear. He says, "I don't want your apology. I want revenge." Nate pulls out the USB. Cal's like, "What is that?" "It's everything." Cal says, "Nate, don't do this. Don't do this. I'm begging you."
"Nate, don't do this. Nate, look at me. Do not do this. Nate, don't do this. I'm begging you, don't do this."
You are who you are. I don't think you're ever gonna change.
Nate then says, "You are who you are. I don't think that's ever going to change." The police come in, take Cal away. Now, initially, the emotion of this scene is like Cal is out of Nate's life forever. Nate has solved this dilemma. I guess I do just want to say, like, I don't know what I'm meant to be feeling in this scene, and that might be intentional. So I'm not saying this as a criticism. I guess more so just trying to think out loud, because when I watch this scene, I'm not going, yay, this like awful sex pest Cal is being put away. Nor do I think the show fully wants you to feel that way. I do think there is meant to be an aspect here of Nate is doing something purely for his own emotional gain, purely for some self-involved intentions, you know? And it's important to note too, I do take him at his word that he gave the only copy of the Jules tape to Jules, and Jules did take it out. Now, we then have to deal with this retcon, because in the previous episode, Nate said, you know, a couple episodes ago, Nate said, you know, my dad secretly films every encounter he has, which if you rewatch the season 1 section, most of them look like they were actually aware that he was filming. So it's sort of like, so I think they kind of like retconned this slightly and added this idea that he's filming everyone without their consent. So then there was a reason Cal could go to jail. But I don't think they thought this addition through properly, dare I say, because I do think we are meant to feel a little bad for Cal here. I do think the season spent a lot of time beefing up his backstory, showing what this inner pain can do to someone and what it can turn them into. And I guess, yeah, you know, even monsters deserve empathy. But I think in season 1, they were getting at something a little more complicated. You know, he did do something wrong by sleeping with Jules, but they then also clarified that Jules did lie about the age and Jules wasn't going to persecute him. And even at the end of this season, Jules chooses to dispose of the video. So I think they're playing with this really murky territory where they still want us to have some empathy. And I would almost meet them on that level and go down that thought experiment of feeling bad for Cal. Because truthfully, watching this scene, I do, like, honestly, my emotional reaction is feeling bad for Cal. And then I need to remind myself of this retcon of, no, he actually films everyone without their consent. And yeah, I don't know. I'm just wondering if this messiness of emotions is intentional here. If you are meant to be feeling a mix of sadness for Cal, but also this is the right and moral thing. Or if you are meant to be viewing Nate's actions here as purely self-involved. Like, I'm not sure if they want us to feel a certain way. And I do think what they did with Cal here is really fascinating and interesting, but I'm just not fully sure how I'm meant to feel here, whether I'm meant to have some hope for Nate for the fact that he's closed off this part, whether I am meant to see this as something good that Cal is being put away. Like, I'm not actually fully sure. Nate does say the line that you need to be stopped, you know, implying that like you are a monster and you need to be put away. But I think it's weird because up until a certain point in this show, it did feel like they were trying to do something a little more layered and a little more textured than purely making Cal an evil man, if that makes any sense. Like, again, he's not perfect. He's obviously a bit of a fucking freak, but yeah, it was a bit of whiplash, not in like a bad way, but it depends what they do with Cal moving forward. He is going to be part of season 3, so I'm very curious. But yeah, I'm wondering if you guys felt the same. Like, on an objective, legal and moral level, like, Cal is in the shitter based off the stuff that we have confirmed in season 2. But if I'm being honest, like, I don't think they made us feel the horror of some of the stuff he did enough for me to be fully like, yay, Cal is done. This monster is stopped. Given where they like prioritize their efforts, I'm sort of like, initially this scene is landing of, I kind of feel bad for everyone involved. You know, I almost think they added that scene of Nate giving the disc to Jules and her being kind of horrified that he was filming there so this scene could land a little better. But yeah, just slightly messy, but not in like a necessarily bad way. Maybe it is going for this weird moral gray texture to it where it's like, I'm not sure how to feel. This is messy for everyone involved. But yeah, just complicated feelings about this section, to be honest. Next, the SWAT team break in. Ash is in the bathtub. You know, they start shooting up the bathroom. Fez is yelling out, oh my God, don't shoot, there's a kid in there. Ash shoots Fez at some point after getting starred by a flashbang. I will say I absolutely love the shot of the SWAT team passing the grandma. We've seen a bunch of shots of people walking by the grandma, and this is a great one. It speaks to this idea that if Fez and Ash aren't there to look after her, she's going to be cooked. I will say there's this moment where Ash then shoots a cop. He almost can't help it. It's like a reflex. In saying that though, the cops then really take their time to shoot Ash. Now, I forgot that Ash had shot a cop. So as I was watching this rewatch, I was like, I don't know if them shooting Ash is really earned. It was this like kid. Like, all I remember was the slow kind of like laser to the kid. But I will say on rewatch, the fact that he shot a SWAT agent, it checks out. But in saying that, I feel like it just would have been quicker. He would have shot the SWAT agent. They would have been like, but instead it's this like slow laser where it's like, if you have all this time to bring up this slow laser, like, I don't know, like, would you have shot? I don't know. Yes, obviously cops in America are very trigger happy, but yeah, just the way it's framed, I know they're going for drama, but it just feels a little odd. Next, Rue talks at the funeral. She talks about, you know, life feeling like a movie, like what's going on with her dad, and her dad passing feels like a movie, which obviously is meant to rhyme with the whole idea that they're watching this play of their own lives. We then have this section where Lexi and Susie visit, you know, Lexi's dad in hospital, making it harder to see Rue in hospital. There's a direct parallel there, similar to what's going on with Rue and Jules's mother. And yeah, Rue gives this speech again that we saw the first half of in the previous episode, and I don't know how to say this politely. Like, I mean, I lost my dad to cancer. I should be watching this being like, yeah, this is really working for me. But given the weird prioritization of time in the past 2 episodes, like, I don't know. And given the fact that we've seen half of this speech in the previous episode, it just kind of feels like we're doing the speech again. Like, it almost feels like an editing mistake. Like, we literally do the memories existing outside of time thing again. It's just odd. Then we cut to Jules in the audience watching the play, and I think it's meant to be this moment where Jules is having some understanding of Rue. But first off, Jules knew all this about Rue. And more importantly, like, this moment where it's zooming in on Jules's face, it's like, dude, I haven't seen Jules for a while. I was okay with less time with Jules this season if we get more in season 3, given the fact that we got this special episode. But like, we're zooming in on Jules in the finale. I'm like, dude, I was more interested in Nate and Cal. I'm more interested in Fez and Ash. I'm more interested in Cassie and Lexi. Like, you haven't spent time with her, so I don't really care that much. The same way, like, I didn't care with Elliot. Now, in a sweet moment, Rue calls Lexi after the play to make up as friends. And I do think this show starts to try to be more a traditional teenage show in some of these moments. And given how dark the season has been up until this point, given what's currently going on around it, it just feels slightly unearned in this moment. I actually kind of prefer the weird vibe of Euphoria season 1 compared to what they're doing in this final episode, because at least that was kind of like how teenagers saw themselves in their head. Rue then goes on to say, which I do think is a good discussion, she says, you know, the play was the first time I could look at myself and not hate myself, so thank you for that, Lexi. I've been through a lot, I'm not sure what to do with it, but you do, Lexi. I will say there's a stillness and a calmness that I do find interesting in Rue in this scene, you know? Rue then also talks about the idea that she feels like she had more to learn from her dad. I'm like, this is the scene, you know? Like, cut out that speech we've already seen. I think this is the really beautiful scene about their dads that are out of their lives. Lexi then starts saying that she was initially relieved when her dad stopped showing up. Rue then talks about saying she did actually touch on in her solo episode when she talks about the idea that, you know, when my dad died, people said it happened for a reason. It used to really piss me off. But now I think they're trying to say something along the lines of, you got to give it a reason. Rue then says to Lexi, you know, it might not entirely be your dad's fault. I'm sure he wakes up every day thinking I'll be better for her. It's a sweet line, you know, this is what we need more of. Next, we have the scene with Cassie and Maddie in the bathroom. Another great scene. It's like, outside of this play, the show still has it. It's just this really strange episode where out of an hour, we spend like 30-40 minutes on this bizarre play when like there's really interesting character work to get to. Maddie has a fairly mature approach in this conversation. You know, it opens with Cassie saying, you know what's funny? Nate broke up with me before I went on stage. Maddie then says, don't worry, this is just the beginning. Basically implying that they're going to do this on again, off again, toxic drama over and over and over again, which given the trailer for season 3 looks like it will be the case. Next, thankfully, some character movement, some character growth. Jules goes over to Rue, says, I know you're still angry at me, but I love you and I miss you. Now, credit to Rue. She kisses Jules on the forehead and leaves her, which feels like the right thing to do, the mature thing to do. I will say though, if Rue is upset with Jules and Elliot because they dobbed on her for getting her clean, like, I'm totally not down with that. I'm hoping the reason she's leaving them is because she knows they're not a good influence. She knows they're not a good fit in general. She knows they're both cheating on one another. That's why she's leaving. Like, I hope that's the reason, because yeah, I don't think they work together. Jules clearly doesn't know Rue properly, and Rue doesn't seem to know Jules properly either, so I'm fine with that relationship ending. But yeah, you know, it depends on the reason. Rue then says, Jules was my first love. I'd like to remember it that way. Was high for too much of it, but yeah. She then says that she stayed clean for the rest of the year. She doesn't know if this feeling will last forever. And then quotes Ali when she says, the thought of maybe being a good person is what keeps me trying to be one. And then Zendaya sings the whole I'm Tired song. Yeah, bit of a mid-ending. You know what I mean? It's just such a strange, like, you've had all this chaos, all this nasty drama, all this really interesting, juicy stuff. And the finale just kind of like wraps up a little too cleanly and quickly, given what we were just watching. You know what I mean? It's like we just saw a kid get shot in the head. Like, we just saw what's going on with Nate and Cal. And then, like, the way Rue ends it is as if this is, like, a series finale, you know? As if, like, it's a weird, strange sense of unearned closure. And I think that's maybe why people really ragged on the season as a whole, is because the way it wraps up, this weird speech at the end almost feels like, oh, is that the end of Euphoria entirely? Now, I did go softer on the finale initially because I knew there was more show coming. But yeah, it's weird because I pretty much love every single episode, and then this finale is a little wonky, and it does kind of tarnish the rest of the season slightly. But yeah, anyways, I'll get into final season thoughts in a second, and then that'll be it. Thank you so much for watching. All right, everyone, you've made it to the end. Thank you so much for being here. I thought there'd be a bigger wrap up, but actually in the final episode, I kind of talked about this. Overall, I think the first 6 episodes are pretty much flawless. Some of the best TV in my opinion. I absolutely love it. Episode 7, little wonky, and episode 8, it's kind of a mid finale. Really, the only thing in episode 8 I like is the stuff between Nate and Cal, which is a little complicated. The one scene with like Cassie and Maddie in the bathroom, and then I guess the SWAT team with Ashtray. But all of that is also built on a bit of a rocky foundation. So yeah, not a great finale, but I am very much looking forward to season 3. Very much looking forward to season 3. Thank you so much for watching, everyone, and have a lovely day.